Hello, everybody. Welcome to North American Challengers, second day of the playoffs. And what are we doing today? We're doing the finishing out of the upper quarterfinals. We're moving on through day 2. All right, we're not super deep into the bracket yet, but we're getting there. And today is going to be a day where I think a lot of the predictions you can make today are, you can be pretty set in stone about what they're going to be. All right, you can probably guess pretty easily what the outcomes are going to be today. It's the Guard versus Faze Clan. This is a series we've seen 2 times already before, and the Guard won both of those times, and I don't expect them not to win this time as well, because the Guard is looking so solid. They've been looking solid through the entirety of Challengers, with maybe the exception of week 3 of Split 1. They definitely took a little bit of a hit there. They weren't playing at their best. They took a loss to TSM, but of course that was a fluke. We've seen them since then not only improve, but continue to defend the title as one of the top players in the league. And now they're coming up into the playoffs, and I don't expect that ball to stop rolling. I expect this team to continue to push this team through. So we started off today with the Guard versus Faze Clan. Again, this is a prediction you can probably make pretty easily. Go ahead and show you my pick'ems, where we do have where I do have the Guard beating Faze Clan, and then the second series today, which is Moist Moguls beating TSM. And the reason I have this is, well, again, Moist Moguls has proven themselves to be one of the top dogs in the league. They went completely flawless in Split 2. They were the first place team in the entirety of Split 2. They had a flawless record. They're leading in almost every single stat category that matters. And at the end of the day, it's looking like Moist Moguls is a ball that, again, isn't going to stop rolling. They've got some steam rolling through. They've got some punches they're going to throw. And I don't think TSM is really going to throw a wrench in that plan. So for Moist Moguls, there should be a fairly, not easy series, but it should be fairly, a fairly one-sided series in the sense that it'll probably go to Moist Moguls. And, we'll talk more about that series when we get into it. But my point being, today is probably going to be either a very quick day or a day where you can probably make pretty accurate predictions. If there's a day you want to bet money on, it's probably this one, because you can probably pretty easily guess which teams are going to win, what the outcomes are. Whereas yesterday, maybe it was a little bit more up in the air. I mean, you could probably guess M80 would beat Shopify, but there's a chance Shopify could beat M80, considering they already did. Oxygen versus G2. We were hoping to maybe see that G2 was back to the fighting spirit we saw them before, but we could also say, it's probably Oxygen. But we didn't know for sure. But now today, we can almost certainly, I mean, I'm going to be quite blunt. I don't know if there's anything that Faze or TSM can do to really throw a wrench in the plans of these top dogs. But let's go ahead and just focus on Faze versus the Guard, where we have the map picks. Now, just before I went live, they were showing on screen how good the win percentages were for the Guard across all of their maps. and they had some really, really solid maps. I think the worst map that the guard had was Haven. If I remember correctly, that was the only map that was below 50% of a win rate. And FaZe doesn't pick it here. They actually end up banning it in Phase 2. So we've got Fracture picked by FaZe, and then Lotus picked by the guard, and then Ascent will be the decider. Now, I favor the guard on pretty much every single one of these maps. I think if there's a map FaZe can take, it is Fracture. So if FaZe can take Fracture, I expect a 3-mapper. But I also know that the guard almost certainly has really solid fundamentals on Fracture, and will know exactly how to counterplay FaZe here. So I do expect honestly a 2-0 from the guard. Unless the guard can pull something out we haven't seen before, which I'm not really anticipating. But I've talked about how we've seen this series before, and that's because we've seen it twice before. These are from last year, so I won't pull these up. But yeah, we've seen this twice before. You can see we've got the guard versus FaZe Clan went 2-0, and this was split 2 week 6. So this was to start off split 2 for them. It went 13-5 on Fracture in favor of the guard, and that was once again FaZe Clan's pick. And then Lotus went 13-5 in favor of the guard. So we're actually seeing a nearly identical pick here, where FaZe is picking Fracture and then the guard is picking Lotus. The only difference here is that the decider's Ascent rather than a split, which it was before. And honestly, I don't know if that'll matter too much, because again, I don't know if we'll see that decider. I do think FaZe can probably put up a little bit more of a fight. It won't be 2 13-5s in a row. But again, I do expect another 2-0. We can also look at not just this series, but there was another one, right? So this one was another similar situation. It was a 2-0 from the guard. Went 13-11 on Lotus, much, much closer. And that time, FaZe picked it. But this is an earlier matchup, by the way. I should say that. This was the midseason face-off, not split 2. This was to start off the midseason face-off, which once again, they're starting, in a double elimination bracket. They're starting playing each other again. Weird the way things work out. But it was another 2-0 from the guard. Sure, it was less close. But of course, when we're talking about how this is going to go, we should obviously look at the series that was closer, or like closest to this current series, like time wise. All right. Okay, sorry, I thought like my stream froze or something, but no. But yeah, so we've got a 13. This is the most recent match. Sure, it happened pretty soon after the midseason face-off, but it was still there's a bigger gap of time, So now that we're looking at this, the question is, are we going to see a repeat? Because again, these are the exact same map picks. The only difference, no, actually, no, there's no difference. Again, other than the decider, these are the exact same map picks. And last time we didn't even see split as the decider. So I honestly think we can probably pretty easily say this is going to go the way of the guard. I'm not entirely sure why FaZe is okay with repeating the same thing. I mean, here's the thing. I know why FaZe banned Bind this time around, and it's because Bind is the best map for the guard. So it does make sense, but at the same time, I mean, FaZe is letting a repeat happen. So unless FaZe has pulled something crazy, they've got something up their sleeves. They're hiding some big plays or some new team comp that we're not expecting for either of these maps. Which again, it's going to be Fracture and Lotus, and then instead of Split, it's going to be Ascent. Like, unless they have some new crazy team comps that we've never seen before, like they're gonna pull out a Reyna and a Yoru or something like that, I just don't think we're gonna see any. I find it very hard to believe FaZe will have a chance in this series. There is sort of a chance. Again, like they are still a decent team, and I think they can put up a decent fight. I doubt it'll be another 13-5 for both of these maps, but seeing as we've already seen the guard 2-0 FaZe Clan on these maps, I expect the exact same thing to happen again. A 2-0 from the guard here. But we can go an even more in-depth into how these teams have been doing up until this point. Now, I've talked about and praised how good the guard has been performing, and that's because they have. Look at all these greens. This is, of course, before the North America started. So we've got, to start it off, the guard went up against the Skies. It was a 2-0. Against OR, it was a 2-0. And again, this was the big upset series that nobody was expecting to go this way, and that was just because the guard was dealing with some internal issues. They were still figuring themselves out, and then they come back swinging. 2-0 against Mad Lions, 2-0 against M80. Then we go to the midseason face-off. They 2-0 FaZe kind of started off. They 2-1 Oxygen Esports, Then they take a loss to M80, and then with a bit of an upset, they take a loss to G2 Esports. But to be fair, G2 Esports was on a pretty big steamroll at that point. And so at this point was when some people started to lose confidence that the guard was going to be able to be top 2 in the league. That's besides the point. We get into split 2, and the guard goes 2-0 against FaZe Clan, 2-0 against OR, which I'll remind you they've done before. They lose to Moist Moguls, which was kind of another upset, but at the same time, Moist Moguls was looking very, very strong at that point, and they still looked strong for the rest of split 2. So, it can be excused. You're up against a very, very powerful team. Then the guard goes 2-0 against Mad Lions, and then the guard 2-0s G2 Esports for a bit of a rematch to finish off split 2. So you can see the record for the guard right now is looking pretty solid. They're definitely top 3 right now, especially considering G2 Esports is no longer in the top 3 themselves. So it can definitely be argued it's the guard, Moist Moguls, and M80 battling it out for those 2 spots for qualification. Maybe you could throw Oxygen Esports in there. That's a big maybe, though. And we'll see if Oxygen can cement themselves there. But for the most part, I'd say if there's 3 teams that are trying to battle it out right now for qualification for the Ascension tournament, it's definitely the guard, M80, and Moist Moguls. And if I had to give it, I mean, if you look at my pick'ems, I actually don't have the guard in the Ascension tournament. I have them ending up in the lower final, facing up against Moist Moguls. I mean, I doubt my lower bracket's going to be correct. I often get the lower bracket wrong, but yeah, I mean, we'll see. For the most part, what I'm trying to say is here, the guard's looking pretty solid in this series against FaZe. Versus, let's take a look at FaZe's record, okay? So we'll give a brief recap, all right? So we go through the this is, by the way, last year, so we won't count this. We're just talking about Challengers League North America. So they started off with a match against G2, and they do take a loss there. But at the time, G2 was looking like a decent team, and it's week 1, so no team is really prepared for what's up ahead of them. So you can kind of excuse that. They beat Turtle Troop. Okay, they beat Shopify Rebellion. Okay, these are 2 teams which, at the time, Shopify was supposed to be one of the top dogs, but now we know in hindsight, that was, that should have happened considering Shopify Rebellion's record. They take an 0-2 loss to Oxygen Esports, and then they take an 0-2 loss to Moist Moguls. And this is a Moist Moguls roster, which at the time was really not that highly rated, or a lot of people didn't view them very highly as far as their overall performance. And so now that we see them, so at that point when we saw them beat FaZe Clan, it's not so much a win for Moist Moguls, but rather a loss for FaZe Clan, in the sense that I think it says more about, or at the time it said more about FaZe Clan than it said about Moist Moguls. So that's sort of a big loss for FaZe. Oxygen, you can kind of excuse. Oxygen's a very powerful team. But taking this loss to Moist Moguls was definitely a big hit for FaZe. But they won these 2 series, and it was just barely enough to get them to qualify for the midseason face-off. So how did they do? Well, they took an immediate loss to the guard, and then they took an immediate loss to G2. So, somebody's got to get eliminated first, and unfortunately for FaZe, it was them in the midseason face-off. So then we come into split 2. They take a loss to the guard. Now, their record in split 2 was a little bit better than their split 1 record. They beat out Mad Lions. They beat out OR Esports. And then they are also able to barely beat out G2 Esports. Probably closer than they would have liked it, considering how bad G2 Esports has looked recently. But still a win. And then they take a pretty defeating loss to Moist Moguls, because it's Moist Moguls, right? So the only losses they took in split 2 were to the top dogs. So, it's good for them. But again, they've already taken a loss to the guard, and now we're going into a series against the guard. We've seen them take 2 losses to the guard at this point, both best of 3 series. And so I'm not entirely confident that FaZe will be able to do anything different here. They're not really a team that's known for trying to switch things up, so I'm not entirely expecting that to happen. But let's go ahead and take a listen to the casters and see what they do have to say about this series.
I'm excited to dive into this agent select to see how things are going to be shifting up for these 2 teams in comparison to the last time that we saw them meet. Because, Bach, we talked about the fact that Baby Bay, we've seen him on the Neon, we saw him transition to the Jet. Last time they faced, this is where we got to see that Neon.
He played Neon the last time these 2 teams played. It was
all right. Yeah, what they're talking about is Baby Bay's pulled out the Neon on Fracture, and it hasn't really panned out for him very often. And so as we go into this agent select, that is something to keep in mind. And like I said, if FaZe is going to try and switch things up here against the guard, they really do need to try and switch things up. But it doesn't look like they are going to. This looks like a pretty standard team comp from them. Maybe a little bit different is having a Killjoy, but as far as FaZe's picks, maybe Sky's a little bit interesting. You don't see Sky a whole lot on Fracture, but definitely works here. So overall, pretty standard team comps here. We've got both teams with a Breach, both teams with a Brimstone, and that's actually the only similarities. The differences being the duelist. So the guard, of course, has a Raze. They've played Raze on Fracture a lot, and Baby Bay going to be on Neon. So that's the duelist for FaZe. And then I talked about it earlier, but the Recon Initiator for the guard is going to be Fade. The Recon Initiator for FaZe is going to be Sky. And then the difference is also the Sentinels. So FaZe has a Killjoy, and then the guard has a Cypher. I'd say the guard is running a more standard team comp, a more meta team comp than you know what you'd typically expect. Or sorry, no, not what you typically expect. A more meta team comp, which is sort of what you expect, right? This is sort of what we've seen the guard play. We've seen them look powerful with this team comp, and it's a meta that definitely works for a lot of teams, so that's almost certainly why we have it being picked here. We go over to the other side of the board, and we've got FaZe with a little bit of a less standard team comp. Neon is an agent that works on Fracture. It's one of the few maps Neon works on, with the exclusion of maybe Bind. But yeah, it's like one of the only maps, at the very least, that Neon can work on, and we're seeing that being picked here. We've seen it being picked by FaZe before. Again, I want to highlight the Sky can work. It's just that it's a little bit harder to play around than something like Fade, which is why we see the guard going with Fade. Fade is definitely going to give a little bit more information, especially when you've got a Brim, which can control so much of the site. For taking, for retakes, it's just a really good agent. So having a Fade there to try and like be able to essentially see through those smokes is definitely it's definitely going to play to the advantage of the guard. And again, this is a team comp we've seen the guard run before. We're not really seeing anything we're not expecting here. Anything in particular that we aren't expecting. But yeah, Killjoy's maybe a little bit weird. Cypher really does work on this map, and we see a lot of teams run a Cypher, so the fact that FaZe has gone with the Killjoy could weigh on them, but we will have to, you know, we'll put a hold on that, and we'll see if it does. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into the start. Offense-sided map, and the guard starts on the offense. Reminder, this is FaZe Clan's pick, so in theory, if there's a map they can take, it should be this one. Trades coming through as the push into A has started, but Net's able to get an additional kill, and Valent's able to take out Mame as well, which does leave Poise alone in a 1v3. Question now is, how does Poise play this, trying to retake and clutch this map up? He's aware that there could be a flank, a lurker, because they don't know exactly where everyone is, but there isn't one. But that type of paranoia could definitely weigh on him. You see him trying to look everywhere, and he may be caught trying to make sure his back isn't being caught. Ooh, he's able to find a pick. And, ooh, the swing comes out off of that. He only knows where one... Oh, now he knows where both of them are. Reload comes through. Interesting. He right-clicks twice and then goes for the reload. And Trent, of course, happy to take advantage of a man reloading. The guard going to be up the first point, and now the tides are starting to look like it'll go the guard's favor. Now, I did say this is an offense-sided map, and it is. It's really, there's not a whole lot of angles that the defense can play from as far as when they're coming for a retake. You pretty much know exactly where they're going to be, which allows the offense to be sort of, to sort of hold them in those choke points. I talk about choke points a lot, and that's because it's a really big factor in Valorant, is just the choke point entrances into the sites because of the way you can use util to ward them off. Especially with a Brim, you can smoke them off really easily. It's just, this is a map that definitely favors the offense in a lot of ways. So the way you counteract that as the defense is either pushing out of those main entrances, hoping to find some early picks, or what you can do is just prevent the offense from getting onto the site. You just prevent the plant, and then you don't have to worry about trying to retake. Speaking of preventing the plant, FaZe not doing a whole lot of a good job at that. There are two in heaven, but they're effectively very easily cleared out by Tex. Net also able to take out Baby Bay, who was coming for the flank through Arcade. Jonah gonna take a Tig. Valent takes out Suba. And suddenly we're in a flawless round, and although Tex nearly died clearing out Heaven, he didn't. So, yeah, it'll be a flawless round for the guard, which doesn't matter a whole lot. What it does matter for is the fact that it's a bonus round, or sorry, they're going to be going into a bonus round. So, having that previous flawless round means that they can keep quite a few guns. Of course, you saw Net with only a Ghost. He's just going to be able to buy a Vandal for this bonus round and get some good econ moving his way. So it's going to be a full buy from Faze. There's going to be a good amount of guns for the guard. They're not, it's not a full buy, but it's guns that could definitely be used to do some damage to Faze. So Faze does have to be a little bit worried here although they do have an econ advantage, the gun power that the offense does have could definitely be worrisome for Faze. One kind of benefit that the defense does have on this map is that you can rotate really, really quickly in between the sites. It's really difficult for the offense to catch you off guard by rotating, because unless the defense is super deep into one of the sites, it's a pretty quick rotate. Speaking of the defense being pretty deep into one of these sites, 3 players for Faze are going out B main, and nobody's there. They're gonna be able to go over this flank. It looks like a 3-player flank, but they're gonna take a while to get Texas. All right, Texas Boompacks, just like me on Race. And side's been taken. Spike's gonna go down. Orbital Strike goes down. Faze is going to be pushed back by that, but not a whole lot. Trent going to be able to take out Poise. Tig going to be able to trade it off or get a trade pick by taking out Net, which was the 1 player with a gun on the guard. That does make this pretty difficult here. Baby Bay able to take out Trent, which now makes it a 4v3. Supa takes out Jonas. Now it's a 4v2. Supa also going to take out Valen, which makes it a 1v3 for Vex. And while he's able to take out Supa for that trade earlier, he's not going to be able to do a whole lot else. And the guard gonna lose their first round here, but again, this is pretty standard econ moment or econ movement. A team wins the pistol round, then they win the round after that because they force. Then the team who did not win the first 2 rounds is able to buy, so then they win having the eco advantage. But now what we're doing is we're moving into a full buy from both sides. And it's at this point when we're going to see which of these teams can really put up a good fight here. And you do see the econ not that strong for Faze, but that's just because they did lose 2 of their players, so of course 2 of their players aren't really going to be able to carry very much econ momentum. But we will see. The guard getting ready to push into A. Tig was going to grab that ult orb, but the util being used by the guard just forced him off of that. But he's still trying to challenge for at least get away with his life. But Jonah going to be able to take him out. Jonah also going to take out Baby Bay, who's there to try and guard his buddy. Mame, though, going to defend with 2 picks to trade it off. But Tex going to take Mame out, which does mean the player advantage is still there for the guard. And as Tex takes out Supa, who was pushing through the offense smoke, it does leave Poise in a 1v3. And it's looking like the buy from both sides, or at least the first full buy from both sides, is not going to go the way of Faze. You see Poise going to save his gun, and there's 2 reasons for that. 1, he's not really going to be able to do a whole lot in 1v3. 2, actually there's 3 reasons. 2, there's not a whole lot of econ behind Faze, so saving here is good for the guns. And the main reason is he's all the way on the other side of the map when the site is taken. So it would take him quite a while to get all the way over to A, because he's pretty deep into B. And even if he gets into A, he still has to take all the fights, play against the guard, win his gunfights, which can take quite a while. And at that point, there may not be a whole lot of time to defuse. So, just going to go for a save here, play it safe, and I can't blame him. But that does mean that the guard are now going to continue to widen their lead. We will see how wide this lead can get as we move into these rounds. And it does look like FaZe may have to take an eco round. Although maybe they're gonna force. Looks like I can't tell. Mame did buy a gun, but yeah, it does look like it's gonna be an eco round, despite Mame buying a gun. Yeah, I mean, overall so far, this far in, I feel like the guard is definitely able to do a really good job of executing onto these sites. So Faze does just sort of need to push this back. You're seeing this sort of aggressive push out. It is an eco round for them, so they just need to find some early picks. Ooh, but Poise, one of the few players on Faze with a gun, does get taken out early. In fact, the only player with a gun gets taken out early, and that does mean that now FaZe has no real guns to work with. Although FaZe has the entirety of their team now on B, the gun diff may be too much for them to deal with. Although Tig gonna take out Tex. Net gonna take out Tig though. Galen gonna take out Baby Bay. Net takes out Supa, and then Trent takes out Mame. 4 players left alive for the guard. Makes it nearly a flawless round, and the eco round for FaZe does not go their way, and this lead that the guard has is continuing to widen. 3 ults available for FaZe. Now that they're back on a bye, they'll likely be trying to use them. Overdrive, Seekers, and an Orbital Strike. Sorry, trying to remember the names. Showstopper available for the guard, as well as a Neural Theft. So, you know, FaZe has a little bit more ults to work with here. They're also only 1 ult point away from a Rolling Thunder. FaZe is definitely in a position to maybe try and find some good, if they can find some early picks here, they may be able to win this round as long as they use their ults effectively. Baby Bay going to be the first to try and find those early picks, but he's going to be denied. Gets head tapped, walled banged, and now he's down to 7 HP. And the guard just going to be allowed onto the site here. There is Poison in Heaven, trying to get away from the Showstopper. He does manage to get away. He uses his Nanostorm to prevent anybody pushing him. 2 players for FaZe going for the flank. Still that Rolling Thunder not up yet. Tig gonna take out Jonah P. It's traded off by Net though, and then Trent takes out Mame. So no Orbital Strike, or sorry, no Rolling Thunder gonna be available for FaZe this time around. Neural Theft comes out from the guard. Now they know exactly where FaZe is. Push comes through, ready for them. Valen gonna take out Supa. Tex takes out both Baby Bay and Poise. And that's the round. 4 players left alive, makes it a dominant round for the guard. And that was a buy from both sides. So their eco round had the exact same amount of players left alive for the guard, or the FaZe's eco round had the exact same amount of players left alive for the guard as the buy round. So this is not looking that solid for FaZe, at least to start off this half. But again, I'll remind you, it's a very offense-sided map. It's difficult to play retake on this map, so you do need to try and counterplay that by playing an aggressive defense, and FaZe has definitely been struggling to do that. And so then they end up, you know, either getting picked off early or having to play off of the site, and then they have to play retake, which, like I said, is very difficult on this map for the defense. There's just not a whole lot of angles to play through. Baby Bay and Tig gonna come out through Satellite, try and challenge his offense spawn, but immediately shut down. The overdrive comes out and is taken out. Meanwhile, Tech's going to be taking out those defenders who are pushing through B Heaven, able to find 2 picks onto Poison and Supa, and now it's a 2v4 for FaZe. Tig getting ready to try and maybe defend this. I'll remind you, this is an eco round for FaZe, so they're not expected to win. It is a little bit tough for them to have lost that early engagement. They used that Neon ult for that. They did lose it. Trent gonna take out Mame, and now just down to Tig to try and do something. Maybe just try and find some picks. He gets full blinded though. And although he nearly kills Jonah, not quite enough damage. Stinger just not gonna win that. And yeah, 4 players left alive once again for the guard. Sure, they're not flawless rounds, but definitely enough players left alive to get some real good econ momentum moving. At the very least.
But FaZe throughout have been so strong, and I think a lot of that, even though the Death spent, you know, a lot of time talking about Baby Bay, and fair point, he is the best player on the team, statistically speaking. He's one of the top 10 players in challengers. But Poise has been in the top 15 for pretty much the entire year in his own right.
They're taking a timeout here, but honestly, look over at the guard. They have so many ideas going right now. Look at Valen talking. The IGL definitely has some ideas to put forward to help his team continue to get some trajectory moving. But, of course, this timeout is being taken by FaZe. What can FaZe be doing differently? Well, they're trying to do this aggressive defensive hold, but it's not working out. So they do sort of need to, instead of pushing out, I think they need to take a little bit of a more passive approach, but not as passive. Try playing on site more. Instead of pushing out into those main entrances through like arcade, or just through, again, those main entrances, what you can do is just hold on to site and hope that you win the engagements as the offense is trying to push in. Because it does appear as though these aggressive pushes out through these, you know, through drop, through satellite, isn't really paying off for them. So that's what I would say. I think FaZe could do a little bit better here, but I mean, honestly, it may also not work. You do see Baby Bay pushing out Satellite here, maybe hoping to find some early engagement. We will see. Oftentimes when you take these timeouts, it's for multiple reasons other than just strategy. You need to get a little bit of a mental reset going. Because here's the thing, you can do as much strategical planning as you want, but if the mental isn't there, then your team's not gonna be winning the gunfights. So we need FaZe to be in that sort of position where they can. Jonah gonna be able to find an early pick, taking out Supa. Mame gonna take out Jonah. Net takes out Mame. Tig able to trade it off. Ooh, Tig trying to get away with his life, but Trent there to win that exchange. And now after heavy gunfire, bloodbath, it's traded off and up for the guard. But Baby Bay gonna be able to take out Trent, which now does make it even in a 2v2. And Poise coming in for the flank definitely caught Valen off guard. And Baby Bay gonna be able to flank through tunnel and take out Tex. Suddenly, FaZe may be back in the game. They played that beautifully. The way that they did that is they just traded each other off. That's all they needed to do, was trade each other off, and it worked out. Did allow FaZe to get their first win in quite a while, and that was a bye round win, so it's much needed. Sure, they lost the majority of their players, which isn't great, but it is enough to allow them to buy this round as well. So FaZe in a decent spot here. Is that the round that'll get them back in the game? We'll see. The guard has secured the 6th round, so it's not possible for FaZe to get the lead going into the next half, but they can definitely still tie it up if they can push for it, or at the very least just try and close up the gap a little bit. Again, very offense-sided map, so they don't necessarily need the lead going into the next half or even for it to be tied up. They just need enough rounds that when they're on the offense, they can turn it back into their favor. So 5-7 would be good, 4-8's okay. Anything less than that, though, and that's probably not a good position to be in. So they should be trying to get to that marker of having 4 rounds or 5. They don't necessarily need to tie it up. In this round, though, the guard going to be pushing in, it looks like through Arcade, mostly. Meanwhile, Net just sitting in the offense spawn. Dog coming through to detect some vision in Arcade, I believe. It might have been main. The guard now going to be pushing in. There's 1 in heaven. The rest coming in through Arcade. Trent going to find the first pick. Able to find 3 on Tig, Mummy, and Supa. As the push into sight begins for Trent. I think he was just spamming through the smoke, unless I'm mistaken. Regardless of how or why, but he does find 3. And now FaZe is in a 2v5. And it seems like that magic they pulled out the previous round is not going to be enough to get some momentum moving. It's like pulling the line to start the lawnmower, and it just doesn't start. That's sort of what FaZe just did in that previous round, because it seems like the ball's not going to get rolling here. I keep using that analogy, but this engine's not going to get going here. It doesn't look like it's Baby Bay's at this point just trying to find some exit picks. Not going to find anything. I mean, he did find 1, but yeah, nothing else there, and Tech's going to shut him down. The guard now takes the lead going to the next half. The question is, how big will this lead get, and can FaZe start to close it up a little bit? I said 5-7 is good, 4-8 is okay, considering this is an offense-sided map. Again, anything less than that, where if it's 3-9, 2-10, I would not have a whole lot of hope that FaZe can come back in the next round or in the next half. But 5-7, 4-8, those are good numbers to be at, and FaZe can definitely still get there if they play their cards right. Maybe not 5-7, but 4-8 for sure, and that's it. That's what I'd be looking for. They just need 1 more round to get there, so if FaZe can pull something together, they can definitely get there. The guard going to be sitting mostly in their spawn for a little bit, going across rope, just trying to see if anybody is pushing out aggressively, but nobody is. So they're just going to start with this push into A through stands. They're not going to encounter anybody. FaZe is not on site. They're entirely in CT, which now means not only can the guard take site, but FaZe is going to have to play retake from CT. It's very difficult to do on this map. Valen able to take out Supa, and he's full blinded, and he takes out Tig as well. I don't think Tig was blinded. Oh man, 3 picks come through from Valen, and this round goes to the guard. Like I said, FaZe just needs... I said 1 more, but no, they need 2 more. in order for me to say they've got a good chance here. 3-9 is also possible, but I wouldn't. That'd be pushing it as far as if I could believe that there's a comeback. I really do want to see if FaZe is going to make a comeback. They really do need to hit that 4-8 mark. We will see if FaZe can do so. 3 ults available for FaZe. No ults available right now for the guard, although the showstopper is 1 ult point away. There's a lockdown, Seekers, and Overdrive available for FaZe. And we did see that Neon ult get used previously, and it did not go very well for FaZe. It immediately got shut down. So we'll see if it comes out this round. I imagine FaZe will be looking to use their ult, so that Neon ult can definitely be used for Econ if played right. Although it can also just be a useful tool to do some damage. Seekers do come out. Now they know how many are coming in through Sands. Tech's going to be challenging. He's able to find the pick, but it's immediately traded off by Baby Bay. Net going to take out Mummy in the process. Trades come through. It's a 2v2. Now Net coming in from drop. He's looking to try and do some damage here. Valen on site. He's going to get this spike down. Ooh, the Molly just prevent that plant for a little bit. Not entirely sure where he wants to plant this. I don't think he is either. Baby Bay posted up in the Brim smokes. Oh, it's Baby Bay tried to dash through and clear the site, but he's not able to. Net going to take him out. Meanwhile, Supa's also taken out by Net. 3 kills for Net this round, and he turned the tides in that round. And I did say 3-9 was going to be a little bit hard for me to believe in the comeback for, but for FaZe, that is the least of what they can do at this point. They need try and get another round here. They do not want to go into the next half 10-2 because that is just not a good place to be in. Though they don't have good econ this round. They're going to be forcing a buy, but I mean, they're really not going to be able to do a whole lot here. This just is really not a good position to be in. 3 Bulldogs, a classic in the hands of Baby Bay. Of course, they do have that Neon ult, but it's got a time limit on it, so it's not like it can just go the whole round. Which will definitely be difficult. Plus, it's also difficult to use in pro play because higher elo, the ult can just get shut down. Because typically, a lot of the ways people are dying is by just head taps. And the Neon ult is not a head tap, one head tap, 1 kill. Sure, it helps and it does a lot of damage, but it's not going to win. Like, if say, a Neon ult and a Vandal meet each other and they both hit the head at the same time, the Vandal's going to win. Not going to take out Super here. Super's trying to push out and get some vision in A main, but he's not able to. Neural Theft comes out from Net in response. Now they know exactly where Tig is. And they also know where the rest of FaZe is. So the rest of the guard, who's been pushing into B, is going to start the push. Although a Defender lockdown comes out, which is a little bit too much for the guard to want to deal with here. They do back out. The Neon ult did come out from Baby Bay, but he's not really going to find anything. At least not yet. Tex has a showstopper. He's trying to get the pick onto Baby Bay. It does quite a bit of damage, but it doesn't take him out. Meanwhile, Tig and Poise going to be locking down A, taking out Jonah and Valen. It's a 4v3 now. Not going to take out Mame, though, and now it's a 3v3. The player advantage gone for FaZe. And remember, Baby Bay's very low on health, and that Neon ult expired. He didn't find anything with it. Tex going to take out Tig. It's now a 2v3. Poise, the only player with a good gun left for FaZe, is able to take out Tex. It's now a 2v2, but Baby Bay needs to find a gun. He takes out the Cypher Trip. At this point, again, he needs to be able to pick up a gun here. He has nothing. But it's not like the guard knows that, so they're not watching these guns. Oh, Poise push out through Sands. Gonna go in to try and take sight, but he's taken out. And now it's a 1v2 for Baby Bay. He's able to pick up a gun, but he has no shield at this point. That showstopper earlier did a good amount of damage. He's able to find a pick. The reload not going to come through in time, and Trent going to be able to take Baby Bay out. And now we're going to the second half. The guard up 10-2. Now, I'll remind you, it's an offense-sided map, so it's not completely over, but I mean, if you're FaZe, you got to be looking worried at this point. This is just not a good place to be. It is quite a steep hill you have to climb to try and make this comeback. This is. I mean, that round was a little bit interesting. The main thing I wanna point out, Baby Bay could have purchased a gun. He had money to buy a Spectre, but he decided to just keep a Classic for some reason, and only use his Neon ult, which meant he had no gun for a good portion of that. Sure, he was able to pick up a gun, but my point being, maybe he would have been able to find more if he had decided to just buy at least a Stinger, because he had the money for that. I'm not entirely sure what happened that round, but point being, FaZe did lose it. Now going to Faze's offense, they need this pistol round if they're going to try and make a comeback here. If they don't, it could put the guard in a really, really good spot to just take the map here to start off this half. Faze would definitely not be in the running for that. Maybe it's already been taken out. The push through arcade was a little bit denied, although Faze is actually going to be allowed to go onto site here. The entirety of the guard in CT right now, getting ready to start this retake as soon as they hear that spike get planted. Smoke drops. Faze smoke drops, and it looks like the guard getting ready to start this retake. I'm not entirely sure how you do a retake on B site when you're on your pistol round. You don't have a whole lot of util to work with. Mame is going to be playing on top of the spike. He's spotted. Still going to find a pick before he goes down. Meanwhile, Tig, inside of the main entrance, going to find 2 picks. Jonah and Trent, though, going to lock it down, each finding 2. And that's it. The guard takes the first pistol round, or sorry, not the first, the second pistol round in this map. The first pistol round of this half. There you go. Although there's only 1 pistol round. I don't know what I'm saying. And the guard now going to be up 11-2. And at this point, Faye is going to have to make the decision. Do we just let the guard take this next round? Do we go for an eco round? Or are we going to force? Yeah, they should force. Not only are you on the offense-sided map, but your opponent's up 11-2. You sort of have to force. You need to play like your opponent's at that 12th round. Because it's almost like they are. Sure, they aren't yet, but, you know, if you're not forcing these rounds, then they'll immediately get there, and you'll have bad econ to work. It's just not a great place to be in. And so Faye's just gonna force some buys here to try and turn the tides back in their favor. Again, it's a very big uphill climb they have to do. Assuming the guard doesn't get to the 12th round, in order to tie it up, Faze needs 9 rounds, and that's again that's assuming the guard doesn't get to the 12th round. So if Faze can get 9 rounds in a row, they can just tie it up and then push for that 12th round. But I say that like it's easy. It is definitely not. Even when we're talking about Fracture, which is defense-sided, it's still not as or not defense-sided. Just because we're talking about Fracture, which is offense-sided, does not mean it's easy to make such a hefty comeback. Faye is going to be going in, starting this round, going in through arcade. Now, again, they force a buy here, which means they're hoping for a win. Whichever team loses this is going to have bad econ next round, which really, I mean, if you're talking about Faze, they can't really afford that. That's not really in the cards for them. They can't afford to be at low econ next round with the big round deficit that they are at. Faze is going to start this push in through main. They've got 4 going through. I believe they crossed through tunnel. Now 1 going to be going in through arcade. Still no picks on the entry into site, but that's okay. The guard is actually playing very, very far off of site. 3 going for the flank through main. Nobody for Faze knows exactly how many players are there, but Tig's flash allows him to peek out and see just how many are there. He gets stunned, and Trent gonna cash in on that. Meanwhile, Jonah gonna take out Poise, who was pushing in through main to try and find something, but doesn't. So gets picked off himself. It's now a 3v5 for Faze. Time gonna just be played here by Faze, and it may work out well. Baby Bay gonna find a pick. Supa finds a pick, but Texas Boombot gonna take out Baby Bay. Time has to be played now by Supa and Mame. Supa's taken out. It's now down to Mame in a 1v3. The spike's being held, and yeah, this round is over, and the death does come through for the guard. Unfortunately for Faze, they've allowed their opponent to get to that 12th round, and now the score is going to be 12-2. This is absolutely not where you want to be if you are Faze, because now you're going to have to win 10 straight rounds in a row to get to overtime, and then you have to still continue to play to try and win this map. And although the guard going to be taking bonus here a little bit, you do see them buying some guns here. You see Faze actually going to be able to afford a Bulldogs, which may make it so they have a little bit of some better guns than the guard to work with. But it's still, I mean, it's still a pretty equal buy, is what I'll say. So Faze is going to have to push through quite a bit here. Going to have to push. It just seems like the guard is doing a really good job of going for those proactive pushes, sending for those flanks. They even allow the site to be taken. They allow that spike to go down, and then they just are able to execute a retake. And it seems like that Faze has not practiced very much defending that post plant, and it's absolutely weighing on them. You do have to wonder, why do they pick Fracture here? Maybe it's, you know, maybe it's their best map. I mean, obviously their best map was probably banned by the guard, but we will see here. 5v4. As the guard did lose one early. Tex gets taken out. And off of that, Faze is going to run it over towards A. This round could definitely go the way of Faze if they can push through here. It's a little bit of a forced buy here from the guard as well. So if Faze does win this, then they'll be at a good econ advantage. Although although the guard does have quite a bit of room to take eco rounds to restabilize their econ. Faze running out of time here. They just got to push. Trent and Valen locking it down. Now down to Mame in a 1v2. Got 5 seconds left. Got to do something. Trent trying to get away with his life. Mame running him down. You got to win this. And he doesn't. Trent going to win the exchange. And this round goes to the guard. And the map goes to the guard 13-2. Now, I said I wasn't expecting another 13-5 on Fracture from the guard versus Faze, which is what we saw previously. And you know what? I was right. We did not see a 13-5. Although I was expecting it to be not a 13-5 because I thought it would be closer, but this time around, it's because of the massive lead that the guard just took. 13-2 is an absolutely dominant map. It's a very, very fast map. And honestly, if you're Faze at this point, you just say GG, go next. Because we're not going into a Faze pick next. Fracture was the pick for Faze. The next map we are going into is, well, I'm just going to say it doesn't look good. It's Lotus, which is one of the guard's best map, if not their best map. So the fact that Faze is going to be having to play on that map, I mean, sorry, the best map for the guard is Bind. But yeah, Lotus is a close second. The guard did take a pretty close loss to Lotus for their first ever match on Lotus. And then since then, it's only gotten better and better and better for the guard on Lotus. And now that we're going into Lotus versus FaZe Clan, I mean, there are only a few teams I feel like can beat out the guard on Lotus, being like M80 and Moist Moguls. I would not put FaZe in that list. I think we're going to be looking at a 2-0 from the guard. I'll remind you, yesterday was also 2 2-0s, and I think we may see the same thing today, although, you know, I'm not entirely sure about Moist Moguls versus TSM. That one could be decently close, or at least not as dominant as this one is. So the guard definitely gonna be looking pretty happy here. They just won pretty dominantly. Again, 13-2 is not the final score that FaZe was hoping for. They only got 2 rounds, and it was this round, this third round of the first half, which is the round they should have won, and then this round, which is just a random 8th round, or a random round. But let's go ahead and take a look at the player performance. Obviously, of course, FaZe is going to have much less kills than the guard. All of these players not going to have a whole lot of kills just because it was such a fast map. It was only 30 minutes, which is insane to think about, that a pro match is only 30 minutes. But let's go ahead and take a look. I always talk about kill consistency. Do we see that from the guard? Yeah, we do. Pretty decent kill consistency. 17 and then 16 is the next highest. Your recon initiator probably shouldn't be the top frag, but at the end of the day for the guard, had there been more rounds, it likely would have been more stable where the duelist is maybe fragging a little higher. Also, Fracture is a map where it's going to be a little bit weird with the way that your players frag, just because it's not a very traditional A and B site and mid, right? It's a very unique map in that sense, so you're not really going to see a whole lot of that typical type. 100% KAST is insane, which is your kill, assist, trade, survive, essentially meaning you're making your round worthwhile. So that's absolutely exactly where Trent would want to be. Is 100. That's insane. 278. The fact that Tex is able to hit a 300 ACS is pretty crazy. Again, it is a really quick map, but still, that's a pretty high number. We haven't actually. I don't think we saw that this week. No, we did. But still pretty good considering he's not even the top frag. Next highest is 278 on Trent. And we've got 236. Pretty much every player, with the exclusion of Valen, is breaking 200. And of course, Valen was the IGL, so you don't expect your IGL to be top fragging. And he's still got 18 assists. So I think overall the guard played very, very well. You can see that they're there for each other. When you have good kill consistency like this, 17, 16, and then 14 and 13, very close numbers. Sure, again, 9 is a drop-off. And there is a bit of a drop-off between 16 and 14, but overall still a pretty pretty good overall kill consistency. And the reason I always talk about that is because it means you are trading each other off. It means you're playing well strategically. You're able to hold your angles by yourself. And at the end of the day, that's what matters, is you're winning those gunfights. And that's exactly what the Guard was able to do for each of their players on an individual level. And this is a team, the Guard is sort of known, or one of the things we can always sort of say about the Guard is they may not have, like, it's not like M80 where each player is a really strong individual player, but at the very least, they are all very solid mechanically, and the team itself is really well put together. Fundamentally, they're strategically always there for each other. They're able to position very well. The IGL and Valen is amazing for the Guard, and even though you don't have Koala Noob on this team, or a star duelist, like maybe you'd see on some of the other teams, it is still a very powerful team. And I'm not saying Texas isn't a bad duelist, right? It's still, overall, this team is a very powerful team. And we're definitely seeing that here in Faze, able to do a 13-2 score. Let's go and take a look at Faze's performance, though, because I can gas the Guard up all I want. Let's go and talk about Faze, because I said kill consistency is what's important. Let's take a look at Faze. And honestly, one thing I want to highlight is even with how dominantly Faze lost, we didn't see a single person with an ACS below 100. And I honestly think that's impressive. I'd say that is the most impressive thing. You only got 2 rounds, and still all of your players are above 100 ACS. That shows that the players were playing well enough. It just wasn't enough to hold their own in a lot of these rounds, unfortunately for Faze. So we'll go and take a look. Of course, you have your duelist fragging higher than everybody else. It's not, it's not way higher than everybody else. So it's not like Baby Bay was carrying and was being sandbagged. It's just, what you'd expect from a duelist on a team, right? Like, this duelist is fragging higher than the rest of the team. You've got your recon initiator going 9 and 14. Then it goes 6, 6, and 5. So pretty decent kill consistency for those bottom 3 players. But, considering there was not a whole lot of kills that went in the favor of Faze, there aren't really a whole lot of kill consistency to talk about. The main thing I do want to say is Faze did struggle a lot in this first half with trading each other off effectively. And I think the 8th round really showed when they were able to trade each other off. Because if you don't remember, it was literally just trades back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And Faze was able to barely win that round, able to get those trades moving in their favor. So again, and it's not like Faze wasn't trading each other off. They were occasionally, or they were when they needed to. But there were definitely a lot of times when they just weren't really there for each other. And it's because they were, especially on this defense, they were going for these outward pushes, trying to push out and trying to challenge the offense. But unlike the Guard, when you saw them on their defense, where they would just push out so quickly and so aggressively and still be playing together, when Faze is pushing out, maybe going for the flanks, they definitely played almost in a line where if somebody, let's say they were flanking around to Arcade through Satellite, if they came over to Arcade, they'd be going in one at a time, which of course could very easily be counteracted by the Guard, versus when the Guard was on their defense and going for those flanks, they were able to just push through and play together, there for each other, trading each other off, and FaZe wasn't really able to take any advantage of the fact that there was nobody on site, because the Guard was just able to use their flanks so beautifully. So I'm interested to see how Lotus goes. If FaZe can try and defend themselves a little bit here, 13-2 is not a good score, and honestly, I don't want to say it, but I feel like there's a chance, it's possible that there's a chance that the Guard is able to 13-0. With how well we know the Guard can play on Lotus, it's not out of the picture, even though we're in playoffs. It's entirely possible that we just don't see a solid enough performance from FaZe that they're able to get any more. I mean, honestly, we may see another 13-2. My point being, we may see another dominant map from FaZe. But let's go ahead and take a listen here and see what the casters do have to say about this previous map, or about this map that we're going into.
Results for FaZe. I'm looking at the recent additions of Tig and Mummy. These are 2 players who instantly boosted the performance for Turtle Troop in the first split. Their numbers were looking pretty good. Coming into the second split, they get poached by FaZe, understandably so, and they've struggled to find a home in this roster. It just doesn't really, I don't really know how to explain it or describe what's happening. It feels like the team has maybe a bit of an identity crisis as they try to figure out how to bring all these pieces together, because Tig and Mummy play well with the team, but FaZe kind of has never really played that strict, rigid style of play. It's always been a little bit more loose and flexible, and it just doesn't seem to be working for anyone. It's not just Baby Bay, it's across the board.
See, and that's exactly why I would like to see the switch back to the Jet, because something a little bit more traditional, kind of go back to basics if there is going to be this identity crisis that's going on, because it kind of seemed like, of course, Guard was putting FaZe in such a difficult position anyways, to where all of a sudden things would fall apart because Guard just was not even letting them get an inch. But even sometimes it kind of seemed a little stuck for FaZe on where they could
Yeah,
go.
I think that is something to highlight. When FaZe was like losing so many in a row, they weren't really able to adapt in any way. Like, sure, they took a timeout, but it didn't really seem like that timeout changed very much. Sure, they were trading each other off a little bit better, but for the most part, it did seem like FaZe lacked any real adaptability. It's like they had a plan coming into Fracture, it didn't go their way, and then they just didn't have any other, like, there was no plan B. It was like, all right, here's what we're gonna do, and then it just immediately got shut down by the Guard, and then they're like, well, I guess we'll just keep trying, I guess. And it really did feel like FaZe didn't know what to do there. And I can't blame them. When you're up against a team like the Guard, it's very difficult to be able to say, I know what to do here. But it was still, you know, a lot more of a dominant win from the Guard than you'd expect, just simply because FaZe wasn't really able to adapt to what needed to be adapted to.
This is a team that's done so well. Maybe didn't get the placement Bach in midseason face-off that they wanted, but wow, they looked so great coming together so far already just on this first map.
I think in general, there were a couple teams who came into the midseason face-off, and obviously everyone wants to win all the time, but they were like, hey, just remember, like, regardless of what happens, it's about playoffs. Playoffs, it's about Ascension. Like, we want to make it into the Tier 1. We want to be playing in VCT next year. So don't let it get to you if we don't manage to win this event. Just make sure we can do as best we can, and we move on from there. And that's exactly what they did. They came into the
actually, one thing I did pull it up was the Guard's been tweeting, all right? And they tweeted this, which was, all roads lead to Ascension, which I just thought was interesting. They're like, I don't really know what this post is for, but yeah, I don't know. You can tell that they're like trying to they really want Ascension. They're very confident they'll be able to make it there, and I can't blame them. I'd be confident too, knowing that you're number 2 in circuit points right now, right? Like, they were number 2 circuit points, number 2 seed, I believe, coming into the playoffs. So you can't blame them for being so confident. If you look at my pick'ems, though, I don't actually have them making it to Ascension, but that doesn't change the fact that they can still be confident. And then, of course, they came with this post. I like sort of the weird format where it's like pictures everywhere. It's like those like in detective shows where they've got the lines between the different pictures. Like, you can see they're like, this is all our records with all the different teams. I don't know. It's definitely interesting. And then they're talking about how FaZe has to play a third series with them, and it's absolutely true. FaZe does have to play a third series with them, and honestly, for the Guard, this is another like obstacle that they just have to get through. And I imagine they just look at this series as like, this is going to be an easy series for us. We're just going to get through. So yeah, I mean, just something I looked at earlier and I wanted to bring
against the Guard. It's just with this current
they're clearly very confident. Is my point.
Story, and also not playoffs, not fighting for Ascension. There's way more on the line. There's more pressure. Guard is taking things up a notch, and it feels like FaZe is continuing in the form they were in during Split 2.
Especially, too, there was quite a few teams that headed into Split 2, maybe not getting the results they desired from Split 1 and the midseason face-off, that made these roster changes. And a couple clicked pretty quickly, but of course, when you're going up against a team that hasn't necessarily had many changes, the Guard has just been Tex, and feels like so long ago now that kind of just seems like the past. But this is a team that's meshed together so well and still had such a core part of their roster, in comparison to a team that just going on to Split 2 took 2 players from a different team, tried to fit things together, and it's just not enough time at this rate.
Yeah, I think it's really hard because the Guard, they've been together for a while, especially their core, and they've just kind of progressively gotten better because they don't need to build the foundations. The foundations are already there. Whereas like FaZe, I feel like they're kind of trying to find out that kind of base that they need, the foundation that they need.
Yeah, that's also important to highlight. For a lot of these like lower performing teams, you'll notice there's a big theme here, right? Like the main theme being, there's been some role changes. Shopify Rebellion brought in Vanity coming into Split 2. Oxygen Esports made quite a few changes to their roster, including getting rid of Pony and Randy Savage. Then you had you had FaZe switching out 2 of the Turtle Troop players with their own. and then you had actually TSM and Moist Moguls made no changes, but the main point being these sort of like lower placing or lower seeding teams made a lot of changes to their roster, and so it's very clear coming into playoffs they're still going to be trying to find that place with their team, and that's not really when you want to be doing it in playoffs. Sure, they've had quite a bit of time in between split 2 and playoffs, but I am interested to see if it will be sort of a factor of like trying to figure out, where do these players fit. Even if, like, for example, with Oxygen, it does look like their roster is working a lot better when they're going up against a roster of players like, so if they go up against M80 or Moist Moguls or the Guard, this is going to be rosters that have had so much history with each other. Maybe with the exclusion of Moist Moguls, they formed for challengers, but like for the Guard and M80 who've been together for a while, like these core players, right? It's going to be difficult for Oxygen to play against when they're up against these kinds of players. I believe they showed the agent selection. Of course, I missed it, but they're just going to throw it over to the casters, and then we'll get to see it again. My point being, there are some rosters that will need to find their fit, and it looks like FaZe is still trying to do that. They're still trying to find where do these players fit in our roster, and it's definitely going to start weighing on them. It's definitely going to start resulting in some big losses here. And again, early on in the playoffs, you can't really do that because I'll remind you again, in the midseason face-off, FaZe immediately got eliminated. They took an 0-2 loss to start it off against the Guard. Then they played against G2 Esports in the lower bracket, and they got eliminated immediately. So, of course, for FaZe, that's not a story they'd like to repeat here. It looks like it may be headed that direction if this loss is as dominant as the Guard would like to make it. But let's go ahead and take a look at these agents, because I did not get to take a look at the agent select. We do see the Guard, of course, going for the new sort of Viper Harbor comp. Then they've got a Sky, a Jet, and a Killjoy. Over on FaZe, not sort of that new meta of Viper Harbor, but they are still running double controller, Viper and Omen. Everything else is the same, though. They've got a Jet, they've got a Sky, and they've got a Killjoy. So double controller for both sides, but FaZe not going to be having that Harbor, instead going to have an Omen. We'll see if that's sort of more aggressive util in a sense that Omen has with that, with the Paranoia, the TPs. We'll see if those are going to be used for FaZe here to try and win more of these offensive rounds. Speaking of FaZe's offensive rounds, they're starting on the offense. Now, this is a very offense-sided map because you can rotate very quickly between the sites if you're pushed up in those main entrances. For example, through A main, you could just break breakable and go over to B, and it's a slow rotate for the defense. But in this round, FaZe not going to be taking advantage of that by going for any rotates. They're just going to aggressively and quickly push into A, and they're able to take site, get that spike down. Tech's going to take out Tig. Supa takes out Tex. It was being traded a little bit there, but we are in a 1v2 now for Net. So player advantage is definitely there for FaZe. We'll see what Net can try and do here. He only has a classic. So does Mame. Mame only has a classic as well. He does have a turret to use to try and find something. He may just use it here. The spike still hasn't gone down, by the way. I thought it did. It did not, and it doesn't matter. Net going to get taken out by Mame. FaZe was pushing in up through Heaven, and now they were going to go into CT to try and catch Net off guard. And they didn't. Net was ready for it, but Net does not find anything there. And maybe this map will go a little bit differently for FaZe than Fracture did. We'll see if that is the case, as FaZe does take the first pistol round. Now, again, very offense-sided map, so we expect the offense to be taking a good portion of these rounds. But knowing how practiced the Guard is on this map, I think they can probably prevent like a lead for FaZe going to the next half, at least. But knowing the Guard, they could also just gain the lead themselves going into the next half, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do. But this round should go to FaZe, as they do have the gun advantage. First, they win the pistol round, so they're going to force a buy, and it looks like they're willing to go A. They're hoping to maybe find some players for the Guard pushed up, but the Guard isn't pushed up. They did push up in B to grab the ultimate orb, but none of FaZe is there to meet them, so now the Guard rotates entirely over to A, where they're going to be there to meet FaZe, who is pushed up into A. Now, they're in a position, if they want to just go through breakable and rotate, they can. It looks like maybe that's not where they want to go. They're going to continue to push into A, it seems. You'll see how FaZe plays this. Baby Bay going to meet Tex. Take him out. Now it's going to be a 4v5, and they do go through breakable now. There's a turret which will spot them, on top of the fact that, the Guard can hear the breakable being broken. FaZe going to be able to get on site. The spike going to have the opportunity to go down here, as the Guard going to wait for the rest of their team to collect before they push in. Spike goes down. defense coming in. We've got one coming from upper, and one from lower. I don't know what that's called, but maybe boxes. Regardless, Faze gonna prevent this retake as best as they can. Mame hunts down Trent, who is over on A lurking, and he's able to find that pick. Meanwhile, Baby Bay is able to find a pick on those coming from upper. Net gonna be able to take out Baby Bay, defending his position, but Tig just gonna run him down. Now it's down to Jonah to try and find something. He's able to find one more on Tig, but Boy's gonna take Jonah out. And Faze turns this force buy round into a win. That's exactly what you want to see. And they do it with the majority of their players left alive, which means now that they're going into a bonus, they're going to have some decent guns to work with to try and at least kill the majority of the guard's players. Although, of course, Tig and Baby Bay, having died, are probably not going to have guns. And, of course, as I say that, Baby Bay decides to buy a Vandal. So there will be some decent guns, I get even more decent guns, I guess, for Faze to work with here. We will see if those are going to be used effectively. The guard going to be on a full buy, of course, so they should win this round, but the question is, can Faze kill the majority of the guard's players? Because if they can, then they'll hurt the econ for the guard, even if the guard wins. If you kill the majority of their players, it does prevent econ stability. And we will see if Faze can do that. Faze making a little bit noise, A main. Now they're getting ready to push into C. Didn't really bait the guard out at all. There are 2 on A. There's only 1 on C, but it's Killjoy, so there's some good util to work with. And Harbor Wall now comes out, which does prevent vision for the offense in both B and C. It's a nice wall. I don't think I've seen that before. And now Faze getting ready to, it looks like pushing to C. What the casters just said is that Faze averages 6 rounds on the offense of Lotus. But I mean, yeah, you should. That's not like surprising information, or it shouldn't be. You should be able to average that many, but against the guard, I think it'll be a different story. Faze, Super going to be trying to get that plant down, but Net just from CT going to be shooting him down, firing at him through the smoke, and now Faze able to pick up the spike, but are they just going to continue to try and plant here, or do they try and rotate? Baby Bay going to be able to take out Valen. Using that gunfight, not going to be good for Valen. Net going to be able to get a trade pick, though, by taking out Baby Bay. Jonah going to take out Mummy. The spike goes down. They know where Tig is. Poised able to take out Jonah to try and let Tig cross. X able to take out Poised for a trade. And Tig is actually able to cross. Will he be able to get anything? No, the spike not going to be defended. The majority of the players left alive for the guard means that they win this with the majority of their players alive, which is exactly where they want to be on a round win. Faze, of course, does not want to have lost that without killing the majority of the guard's players. So it wasn't the best bonus round for Faze, but it's still a bonus round, right? So they can afford to take a loss there. That's the whole point of a bonus round. It's pretty much just to do econ damage, and that's what Faze did to an extent. Maybe not as much as they would have liked, but again, they're going to be able to full buy this round. It's going to be a buy from both sides, and we will see which team is going to play this buy better. You do see Baby Bay not going to buy a gun, instead going to go for the jet knives. He's able to get those up in the previous round. We'll see if he finds anything with them. To be fair, he did buy a gun in the previous round, so he did have a little bit of less econ to work with this round than the rest of his team. So pulling the knives out to conserve some econ, not a bad decision. The card gonna have 3 on A at this point. They have heard quite a bit of sound coming in through A main, but it does look like Faze is getting ready for this B push. We sent Poised as well as Tig up to grab the ultimate orb. Now they're trying to figure out how they want to do this. Faze does have 3 push up in A main with the spike, but they're all in a position where they can just break breakable and get over to B. And yeah, they're starting to do that. The guard gonna have to back up a little bit. Valen was pushed up to watch B main. He is gonna have to back up though. Viper Molly comes out to watch the push through breakable. Trent gonna be able to take out Tig. Valen takes out Baby Bay. Poised able to get kind of a trade pick by taking out Trent, but it is still a player advantage here for the guard. Spike still not down, although Faze does have sight, so they can get this down here in a second. Oh, Poised and Net meeting each other for the 1v1. Seeker's advantage is the reaction time just going to be ready for Poised. Now it's going to be a 3v3. They've evened that player count back out. This is good for Faze. It's now the guard going to have to figure out how they want to do this, if they want to do it at all. When you're on the defense, trying to retake on Lotus can be very, very difficult. And the guard wants, they can just go for an eco round, but they don't necessarily need it. You look at their econ, it's decent, so they may as well try. Ooh, the cross being held, and Jonah going to be able to take out Poise as Valen swings out to clear box. Super going to take out Valen and straight off by Tex, though, and now Mame is in a 1v2. Tex going to swing and take out Mame. This round does go to the guard. Spike going to be defused. Time not played quite long enough for Faze. That is the third round for Faze. Or, sorry, not the third round. That is the second round for the guard, and they tie it up. So Faze won the first 2 rounds, and then the guard wins the next 2. You will see. Yeah, we'll see if this momentum for the guard will carry it through, or if Faze can do something to shut it down. 3 ults for either side. Both teams have a lockdown. Both teams have Seekers. The guard does have Blade Storm for Tex, but he lived the previous round. No, he didn't. Yeah, no, he didn't. So he may want to use those, but it does look like he's going to buy and just wait until, you know, if the guard needs to be on an eco round. And then Faze going to also have a From the Shadows instead of a Blade Storm, which is a very situational. I talk about how situational it is. You can really only use it in specific circumstances. And so we may not see that come out this round, although both of these teams will likely be trying to use their ults to win this round. A lockdown may come out. If a lockdown does come out, I should say, it'll probably get the other lockdown out as well to counter the lockdown of the first team. So, you know, offense may want to use a lockdown here to get onto site, and then the defensive lockdown will come out as well for a counter, but we may just not see either of those ults come out. I believe the Seekers came out from the guard. Yeah, the Seekers came out from the guard to try and get some vision. It was over on A, and they don't find anything. The Seeker's going to run all the way over to B, and now they're going over towards C, but the door does stop them. I don't know why the pathfinding allows those Seekers to go through the door, or try and go through the door. I feel like it's weird. But anyways, not going to meet anybody there, but now they know it was likely a C push. Defender lockdown going to come out as a response to the offense lockdown, like I said, countering each other. But no bait comes through. The guard not going to rotate over to C, which is good because it's a bait. Faze going to be pushing into A rather than over towards C, like maybe Faze was hoping the guard would expect. But the guard is entirely ready for the bait out, and they're all over on A. And although the spike does go down for Faze, the guard immediately going to have a response here. Jay going to be able to take out Trent. Jay also going to take out Valen. Take out a Stinger, and that was it. Net and Tex going to find 2 picks. Poise takes out Net for a bit of a trade, but Tex takes out Mame. Poise also going to take out Jonah. It's now a 1v2 for Tex. The duelist for the guard. 3 kills now. He needs a 4th. Oh, has to pull out the classic, and he's not going to win that gunfight. Low ammo. This round does go to Faze. You know, I've never really understood. Like, I understand why they switched to the classic because they're out of ammo, but I feel like in a lot of those cases, you can just take the time to reload and play a little bit slower. I feel like pros are always like, you just want to get it over with so quickly. I don't know. That's a little sidetrack, though. Anyways, back into the game. Timeout being taken by the guard, and there's no question why. They are starting to lose a little bit of that foothold they had. And this is the first buy round from both sides that they did lose. So, of course, they're going to be wanting to figure out, all right, what did we do wrong there? And I think the main thing is they were playing a little bit chaotically on that retake. They weren't able to trade each other off a lot of the time. They kind of were, but of course it did end in Tex having to be in a clutch situation in a 1v2. And that's not really where the guard would want him to be. Speaking of Tex, look at that. 8 and 3. That's 4 kills above the next highest frag for the guard. So doing quite well for his team. Faze also has a little bit of a carry. Poise, 3 kills above the next highest frag on his team, and that's the Sentinel. So, you know, a little bit of an interesting thing there. Now, having a carry doesn't matter a whole lot if it's on your offense, but if it's on your defense, it's not really a good thing. And the reason is because it means that one of your players is winning more of their gunfights than any of the others, which can be a bad sign that people aren't really able to lock down their sights very effectively. And we sort of have seen Faze being very quick to rotate, and that's sort of what you need to do on this offense. So it could just be that, you know, some of the players haven't had the opportunity to be in very many gunfights, but we have seen Tex trade quite a few players off, which means he's the one trading it off rather than any of his teammates, which could definitely be bad for Faze. Or sorry, for the guard. Faze is going to be pushing up into A. He's going to be pushing up into A here. Getting ready to push down. Baby Bay gonna take out Jonah. Dex takes out Baby Bay for a trade, and then Valen gonna take out Mummy and Supa. I believe that was through Breakable. Boy's gonna take out Trent for a trade. Tig gonna take out Dex for a trade, and that is a full traded off kills. So it's now gonna be a 2v2. Sorry, I moved the mic further away from my face because I realized it was peaking a little bit. It's not gonna be a 2v2. We will see. Boys is actually taking A site, but the spike is on Tig, and he's all the way in A main. He's still worried about Breakable. Possibility. Now he's getting through door. Now he's getting onto site. Faze pretty much knows where Tig is going to be coming from. They're going to try and hold him off. And they do. The turret comes out, and off of that, Net swings and takes out Tig. Now Boys in a 1v2. Spike isn't being watched, so he can pick it up. He's going to go for this plant. He can get the plant down with 10 seconds left, but now he just has to play a 1v2 post-plant. Ooh, the double swing doesn't come through, so he's isolated the fight, and he wins the 1v2 clutch. What Tex couldn't do, Boys can. And this round goes to Faze. Absolutely where Faze wants to be, able to win that clutch. And that was from the guard coming off of a timeout. That's not at all where they'd want to be. And this is really not what I was expecting from the guard roster, who is, you know, we just saw them go 13-2 on Fracture, right? So the fact that their map pick is not going as dominantly, and it does seem like, you know, I thought the guard was going to be able to put up a little bit of a better defense here. It does seem like they are struggling on it. Which is interesting to think about. It's an eco round now for the guard, and they're pushing up down A main, hoping to find some early engagement. Some util was used by Faze, but it's not going to be any players being used by Faze in A main, so the guard not going to find anything. The question is, do they continue to push and go for a flank, or are they just going to hold this? Lockdown comes out on B, and it does look like the guard is going to be going to push for the 3-player flank. Could definitely be a good choice here. Boys can be watching that attacker spawn. Oh, the timing, and Valen happy to take advantage of that. That does now make it a 5v4, but again, low eco for the guard. This is an eco round for them, so... Ooh, and the Secrets do come out. It's a little bit good for the guard, getting some of those ults used, especially since the Viper's picking him out from Faze. Now 4v4, they've tied it up, but Jonah P gonna take out Tig, who was trying to take control of upper, but Baby Bay able to trade it off. Mame gonna take out Jonah, who is jumping into the Viper's pit. It's now gonna be a 2v3. Question is, does the guard just go to watch exits here and try and find some picks, or are they gonna try and retake this site? They do tap the spike, and Valen gonna take out Baby Bay. Trent takes out Supa. It's now down to Mame in a 1v2. Gonna just play time as time ticks down. Finds that third kill. There was really just no time to get that spike defused regardless, but yeah, that round does go to Faze. And I will say, again, eco round. So that went much better for the guard than I think Faze would have liked, considering it was an eco round. Some guns were able to be picked up by Faze, and then by the guard, and then they were able to convert that into quite a few kills. They nearly killed all of the players from Faze, even if that spike probably wouldn't have been defused. You know, it's definitely not good if you're Faze to have lost that many players, because it does mean any econ stability Faze would have wanted to build off after winning 3 rounds in a row. They really can't. I mean, look at them. Some of them literally can't even buy good guns or full loadouts at this point. And Valen and Trent and Jonah P locking down B main, and they each find a pick. 2 picks do come through to counteract it, but that does leave the guard with a player up at this point. Net going to go for the flank, and there's no Killjoy util to stop the flank, and Net is happy to take advantage of that. Holding this Kabe, nobody clears it. Net able to find one, not the other though. Not going to win that 1v2. Mame going to take Net out. It's now a 1v2 for Mame. We've seen quite a few 1v2s won by Faze already. We'll see if Mame can. See if he can clutch it out this time. Spike isn't down. He doesn't have sight control. Looks like maybe he wants to push into C. He opened door to try and fake it out, but although Tex is watching B, there is still Trent on site. Oop, they see each other, and Trent wins the exchange. The guard finally wins a round, breaking the 3-round win streak that Faze has had, and like I talked about, because of how expensive these round wins have been for Faze, there's no econ stability for them. So it looks like they're going to have to go for a little bit of a half buy here. Yeah, it's going to be an eco round here for Faze, just because they haven't been able to stabilize their econ at all. And again, that's not where you'd want to be if you are Faze. And that just goes to show, like, the power that the guard does still have. Like, even if they're losing, they're denying econ stability. Now that Operator's in the hands of Tex, I mean, we saw it in his hands the previous round, but it's still there. I'm always afraid of the Tex Operator. He's a player that definitely knows how to use an op. Although we didn't see it come out on Fracture because it's not really a map for it. And he was on Raze. But we do see it here. We'll see if he can find anything with it, although he's getting flushed out and smoked off. Looks like he wants to go through drop with it. And he does find a pick. Gets away with his life as well. But Faze has been able to take a site. They've entirely pushed up onto site. Spike gets to go down, and now it's down to the guard in a 4v5. Sorry, no, a 5v4 to try and retake. Faze gonna have to play this post plant in a 4v5. That Operator pick from Tex could have made the difference here. We'll see. Can Faze just quickly even it out? Deny the retake? We'll see. I keep saying we'll see, but it's because we will see. Valen gonna take out Mame. Trent gonna take out Tig. Tig was trying to push the Operator, not able to do so. Jonah gonna take out Poise. Super gonna be able to try and trade off picks or try and clutch it out. He was in a 1v5 at that point. He doesn't find a pick, but he does get traded off immediately. And 4 players left alive for the guard makes that a pretty dominant round. And I will point out, FaZe has not gotten to the 6th round yet, so it's still possible for the guard to take the lead going into the next half. And it's definitely still possible for the guard to tie it up going to the next half, which, again, very offense-sided map. So you want to be taking the lead on your offense. So if FaZe isn't able to do that, it'll be a very bad position for them to be in when we go into the next half. I will point out, in the most recent series between the guard and FaZe, the final score was 13-5. So just gonna put that out there. I don't think that we're gonna see 9 rounds won in a row from the guard, but I'm just saying, FaZe is at that point that they were at previously with 5 rounds up. We'll see if they can get any more and, you know, make sure history doesn't repeat itself, even though Fracture already sort of did with how dominantly the guard won. We'll see if they can prevent the same thing happening here on Lotus. Tech's going to take out Mame as a 3-player push out for the guard in the main. Only finds 1. There were 3 there. But they only find 1 pick, and no trade comes through. Despite there being 2 there for FaZe, they aren't able to trade it off. And it's looking like the guard is finally catching their stride here on this defense. Getting confidence to push out aggressively. Now it looks like FaZe, who had pushed 2 up through A main, is going to pivot and try and rotate into B through Breakable. In response, the Killjoy lockdown comes out, and now FaZe is going to have to figure out how they want to play this. Do we just rotate it back over to A? There's 3 players on A. Actually, really only 2. I said 3 because Valen was near stairs, but he's not really there anymore. Viper's Pit comes out from the guard over on C, and it sort of forces FaZe into B, and it looks like the guard is okay with that, as the Valen ultimate, the Reckoning, comes out. It does give some vision for the guard. Net gonna be able to find a pick onto... Whoa, wait, what? Tex found a pick while concussed. He was able to retake while only having a shorty. Definitely changed the tides there. Sorry, my play-by-play was not great there. I do apologize. Need to see a replay of that. That was... I mean, that was well-timed. Again, you can tell that the guard was happy with forcing FaZe into a push. FaZe was definitely very happy with forcing FaZe into a push onto B, and then they just pull that Reckoning out. Tex able to retake, only having an Operator because he pulls out the shorty. I mean, that was a beautiful round for the guard. And they've tied it up. So at this point, FaZe has to be worried. And that, I mean, you can tell they are because they're taking a timeout. And the reason they're worried is because now the lead that they had, where it looked like maybe they were going to be able to take the lead going to the next half, is gone. It's now tied up. At the very least, at this point, they do need to try and tie it up. They can still take the lead going to the next half. Don't get me wrong. They can still win 2 in a row. But it does not look great for them to try and do so. And the guard, of course, has so much momentum in their favor right now. I believe they just won 3 in a row. So, yeah, they did win 3 in a row. So if you're FaZe, this is not really the position you want to be in. I feel like I keep saying that a lot about FaZe in this series, but it's just because that just keeps happening. FaZe keeps ending up in these positions where they're so down on momentum. Their econ's not great. Look at them. They're forcing a buy here, but 2 of them can't afford good guns or full loadouts. So the guard gonna just have better guns this round as well. This is not a good round for FaZe. And on top of that, if they lose this round, next round they're gonna have pretty much no econ to work with. And then it's really not going to be looking good for FaZe to try and get the lead going into the next half. And the guard is very much so in a position to get the lead going into the next half. Skydog comes through from Jonah, trying to get some vision in A. I believe he spotted 1, maybe 2. Now FaZe going to start pushing up into A. Going to be shooting through the Viper smoke that's been put up. They also hear the Skydog coming out, so they know there's at least two in A main. So off of that, Valen, of course, going to sort of stay near A, but now he's backing up. I apologize if you hear my dog barking. FaZe going to be going over towards C. Now going to be going down Mound. Do back up off of A. See Valen just going back and forth between stairs and heaven on A. He's definitely really looking to rotate. He is the IGL, of course, so he's playing pretty far back so he can IGL. Tech's going to take out Tig. Not going to take out Supa. It's now going to be a 3v5 for FaZe. And now 4 out of the 5 of the guard is on C. Very quick to rotate. Net going to be able to take out Poise. Baby Bay going to take out Trent, but his trade pick comes through off on Mame. And now Baby Bay is in 12 HP in a 1v4. Yeah, there you go. It's down. Spike carrier killed. The guard is taking the 6th round, which means at this point, FaZe can no longer take the lead going into the next half. And as we move into the last round of this half, FaZe needs to try and scramble to win this round in order to tie it up going into the next half. Or else, not only did they not get the lead on their offense of the offense-sided map of Lotus, but they've allowed the guard to get the lead on their defense, and the guard will be going into their offense in this next half, which, again, Lotus is a very offense-sided map, because it's so quick to rotate in between the sites, which FaZe has tried to take advantage of, and they did a good job of doing it for a little bit there, but the guard just immediately put a stop to it by playing far enough up that they can find early picks. See, like I'm talking about, 3-player push out B main. It's not going to find anything, but that is sort of that proactiveness you do need to see. And it looks like Net going to grab this ultimate orb potentially. Maybe not. Tech's pushing out C. They're playing very proactively. And now the guard pretty much knows for sure that it's an A hit. So the question is, how do they play this now? Mutual coming through. You see Jonah playing very far back. He's the only defender of A right now. But there is a 3-player flank coming through. The Killjoy turret will spot them. Now FaZe is aware of it. Tig can be the first to see it. Spectres and Bulldogs for this team of FaZe, so they're going to be playing at a pretty big gun disadvantage. Valen going to be able to take out Tig, who is watching that flank. FaZe knows how hefty that flank likely is, so they just push into the site and get the spike down. They send that lockdown out, try and prevent the flank. The lockdown is destroyed. Poise going to take out Net. Trent takes out Mame. Poise takes out Trent. Tex takes out Poise. Baby Bay taking out Valen, which keeps it in a 2v2, but Jonah Key takes out Supa, and now it leaves Baby Bay with about 10 HP in a 1v2. Not going to win that. Jonah Key finishes him off. And by some miracle, the guard, I believe, won 5 in a row to gain the lead going into the next half, and that's the defense side for the guard of Lotus. Again, very offense-sided map. So now we're going to the next half. It's going to be 7-5 for the guard. And they're going to their offense. I mean, this is just not looking good for FaZe. Again, I keep saying that, but it's just because it really, really isn't at this point. FaZe, of course, going to be, scratching their heads. How did they let that happen? They let what could have been a good lead for them just slip out of their hands. They could not counterplay the proactive defense of the guard, and now we're going to the guard's favorite side of this map of offense. And we've seen the guard play so beautifully on the offense of Lotus. They know how to execute onto these sites. They know how to stop a proactive defense themselves. You see them doing a little bit of a slow push here, hoping FaZe will push into them. And they do. 3 of FaZe going to be pushing out into C. And they catch 2. They blind through, but the guard, Tex, and Trent able to get away. And the rest of the guard just going to push into B now. They know, all right, there's quite a few pushing for a flank. Let's just push onto site. And they do. They get the spike down. Now they can play post-plant defense. They know there's a potential flank coming through, so they know to watch that. Poised and Poised and Mame are upper, but they defend it well. Mame going to take out Trent and Valen. Poised going to take out Tex. Jonah able to try and trade it off by taking out Poise, but Supa takes out Net, and Baby Bay takes out Jonah. And you know what? Maybe I spoke too soon. FaZe able to clutch it up somehow, although it did not look great to start it off because of how aggressively the guard was just able to take the site. FaZe just won their gunfights. The guard pushed a little bit, probably too far, trying to prevent those defenders, and it just never panned out for them. And yeah, I mean, the guard gonna be scratching their heads now, saying, how did that happen? But they do have the 7-5, right? So FaZe, honestly, if you're FaZe trying to make a little bit of an uphill battle here, getting the pistol round is an absolutely beautiful way to do that. Because now, if they just win this next round, which they should be able to, they can tie it up. There are some sheriffs on the hands of the guard, so they could definitely do some damage with that, but shouldn't be too worrisome for FaZe. The guard going to be pushing into B. Going to be able to take site. Nobody's on site for FaZe. The spike going to go down, and now it's down to the post plant for the guard. They couldn't play the post plant on B last time. Tech's going to be able to push through upper, and now he's in a fight with Poised in CT. He's able to win that exchange. Baby Bay going to take out Net, which just traded into a 4v4. They know where Mame is. Tex and Valen trying to push him, but they aren't able to win the exchange quite yet. Jonah P going to take out Supa. There's 3 in upper. Baby Bay trying to mow him down, but does get taken out by Valen after only finding 2. Meanwhile, Jonah is able to take out Tig, and now it's a 2v1 for the guard, and it looks like this eco round may turn into a win, although Mame takes out Jonah P. Time is ticking. Spike needs to be defused now. It just needs to be held at this point. And he's able to take out Valen, but he wasn't able to get the spike halved first, so there's no time. He's going to die the spike as well. So the guard does take their pistol round against the force fight from FaZe. This is not where FaZe wants to be. This is not the position they want to be, and I keep saying it because it keeps not going their way. And they lose that second round, which is not good because, like I said, they could have just tied it up. They should have been able to tie it up. But losing that round now means that FaZe add a 2-round deficit again, and they're going to be at an eco disadvantage coming to this round. That was the eco round from the guard, and they won it. So, of course, they're going to be able to buy full loadouts this round, which they already would have been able to do even if they lost. But now FaZe doesn't have money to buy either. We've got Baby Bay with a Marshall, the best gun in the hands of FaZe. Got some sheriffs. Maybe they can do some damage, but it's going to be very, very difficult. It's going to be more than difficult. Guard getting ready to push into C, looks like. And it looks like the guard going to be rotating it over towards A. Door opens on A, and the guard's going to be going into A. Did I say FaZe? I don't remember. The guard going to be pushing into A here. They've got a few going through door, a few going through main. They're going to be able to take site here as Jonah takes out Poised. Valen takes out Super. Trent takes out Tig. A trade pick comes through for Baby Bay. Able to take out Trent and Jonah. Still not dead either. Tech's able to take out Mame, though. Does leave Baby Bay alone. Not going to do anything else there. He does get finished off by Valen. The guard now at a 9-6 advantage. FaZe off of that eco round. Going to be on a bye. So it's going to be an even buy from both sides. I believe this is the first time. But the fact that the guard was able to win when they were at an eco deficit does not bode well for FaZe on this defense when we're at an eco, or when we're at an even playing field on the eco. We'll see. The first full buy from both sides. Boy's going to be holding those knives, so no need to buy a gun. Save a little bit of econ there, but I mean, you see, still at 0 credits, so it's not a whole lot of econ that's saved. Until FaZe's econ not in a great spot. Ooh, Baby Bay gonna take out Tex. That's an early pick in the hands of FaZe. Could absolutely be good to turn the tides in the favor of FaZe in this round. Skydog comes all the way through. It doesn't concuss Baby Bay. He peeks out again, maybe trying to find something. Doesn't really, though. Still a 4v5 the guard has to play. They haven't been able to find a trade pick. And it looks like maybe they want to pivot over towards B through Breakable. They don't have anybody going through trees, so they don't really need to. Yeah, they do. They breakable, and now they're going in through B. B site's going to be given to them as well. Nobody for FaZe is on B site. Baby Bay trying to go through breakable. Oh, and he gets completely caught out. On the other side of the wall was Valen, and he swings through. Super going to take out Jonah, but Trent able to trade it off. And actually, the guard has pivoted back over towards A to get the spike down. So they realized that was the defenders on A. They're gone. So they rotated over to A. A site is clear, so they can get this spike down. And now they can just play post plant. 2 in tree, 1 going to be on stairs. Hoping to watch CT. Mame not going to be pushing through there, but he is watching B, making sure nobody's lurking through there for the guard. Looks like Boy's going to be going drop. Tig going to be dropping from rope. Still Mame watching flank. Very concerned about it. Trent, who's in stairs, able to catch Tig off guard for a bit of a flank. Malin going to dig out Mame. Poised, able to try and clutch it out, but the Nanoswarm from Nat going to be the one to finish him off. And this round does go to the guard. 10-6, and that was the buy from both sides. So Faze now going to be on an eco. They have no more timeouts to work with, I believe. Or though maybe they have one. No, I don't think they do. I don't think they do. So this is not really a good position to be in if you're a Faze. I keep like forgetting stuff for some reason. I keep saying it's not a good position to be in, but again, because that's just what it is. It really is not, especially at this point. It's looking like this have maybe dominant for the guard. I will say, in favor of Faze, even if they lose the rest of these rounds, they're already doing better in this map of Lotus than they did in their previous most recent matchup against the guard on Lotus, okay? Most recent matchup against the guard before this, it went 13-5. So even if the guard wins 13-6, that's still better than Faze did before. It's not enough to get a map up or to get a win, but it's better than before, which kind of makes up for how Fracture was worse than before. So, you know, looking on the bright side for Faze, it's really what you have to do at this point. The guard able to take C site aggressively, and Baby Bay going to be trying to stop the plant from water. Not going to be able to do much, though. Now Faze still has 5 of their players alive. It's a 5v5, but they're going to have to play retake at this point. And this is an eco round for Faze, so you don't have a whole lot to work with. Fallon going to take out Tig. Trying to push those defenders with the spike, and they're able to do a little bit of damage. Boy's going to take out Tex. Chupa takes out Fallon. The spike not being tapped yet. Defenders for the guard are now on mound. Trent going to take out Mame, Baby Bay, and Poised, and then Trent also going to take out Supa. The spike diffuser killed. And this round goes to the guard. It's an eco round for Faze, and they killed the majority of the guard's players. That's decent, but the econ stability that the guard has already built up will not really be impacted too much by losing the majority of their players there. Beck's going to pull out the operator. He's got knives to use as well, Blade Storm. This round is going to have a lot of firepower for the guard, but it is now back on a buy for Faze. We'll see how they use it. Oh, they do have another timeout left. All right, never mind. So they're going to use this timeout here to figure out how they want to play this buy round, because they do need a buy round win. I mean, straight up, if they don't win this round, I doubt they can win the map. Like, this is sort of their last chance, because it's a buy round win. Or, sorry, it's a buy round. If they lose it, they'll be on low econ next round, and the guard will be at the 12th round. So they'll have to push, and the guard will, of course, be at a gun advantage to try and win that round. So, Faze really does need to win this round if they want hope of being able to come back on this map. They do really need this round. And they do need to figure out how they want to play this. I will say, the thing that the guard really was able to do very effectively on their defense was play a very proactive defense, a very aggressive defense. They were going for those player pushes out. They were often finding things or finding picks when they were pushing out through main with like 3 other players. So we'll see if Faze can try and do the same thing here. They kind of have. They've like peeked out a main, found a pick a few times, but they haven't been doing these like aggressive 3-player pushes out, hoping for some quick engagement. Instead, it's like, I'm gonna, use my knives long, and then they like get a pick, and then they back up. So, not exactly where Faze would want to be. The guard going to be challenging A a little bit here. They send quite a bit of that controller util down. They do smoke off that operator. Not gonna be able to do anything there. I mean, while Tex with the operator of his own, gonna find the pick on Mame, who is jump peeking out and C. Of course, Faze gonna be like, really? Buying off on offense? It's cringe. And now guard gonna start pushing into C. They've got 3 going down C at this point. They were making a little bit of noise A, but they've entirely rotated over towards C. There's now 1 over on A though, and 1 on B. Baby Bay with the op gonna be able to find that player who's lurking on A. And now the player in Jonah P was lurking over in B main, gonna rotate it through door over to C. And Spike gonna be able to go down on C. Faze has given up C site. There's a lockdown for Faze to use for retake. They do have that to try and use, and I imagine they'll want to use it here. They need this round very, very badly in order to try and come back here. So they'll probably be looking to use this lockdown. Yeah, and it's coming out now. We'll see how the guard decides to play it. recently we've seen a little bit of an interesting choice from some teams. In like tier 1, we've seen it a few times. Oh man, Dex is just gonna get a 3K now for 4K total to finish it off. And yeah, that is a much quicker engagement than I was expecting. What I was going to say is that we've seen in tier 1 competition, recently we've seen a lot of players just decide not to respect the Killjoy ult. They just don't respect the lockdown. In the sense that they just continue to push and fight for engagements when the players who put the lockdown down aren't expecting it. The offense will like push through it and just like try and take out the people who are guarding it, or and we've seen that a few times, but it's become more popular, and we saw it in the playoffs of Americas, which is what I was watching. So I saw it in the playoffs of Americas a little bit there, where you would just disrespect that Killjoy lockdown, and we saw it work out beautifully there for the guard. And like I said, that was a pivotal round for FaZe. They needed to win that because now they're on low eco. Mame's already dead. Boy's able to get a trade pick, but that's traded off by Valen. So it is going to be a 4v3 for the guard as they were storming into A, and they're going to take site here. Check's pushing up, and Rope going to be able to, or sorry, BabyBay going to catch him and be able to take him out. Net going to be watching flank, able to take out Supa. BabyBay retaking or starting this re-entry by going down Rope, able to find a pick. Net, though, going to take out Tig, which does leave the guard with the player advantage. It's a 1v2. BabyBay has to clutch out to keep FaZe in the game. He takes out Net. He has no idea where Jonah is. Jonah is coming through main, and he takes BabyBay out. Map 2 goes to the guard 13-6. Again, a better performance from FaZe on Lotus the previous time they played against the guard on FaZe. Or sorry, on Lotus. But it's not enough to get a win on this map, and it is a quick 2-0 for the guard to finish this series off very aggressively, very quickly. As this camera froze, I feel like always the guard always has one camera that's frozen. Yeah, that is absolutely not where you want to be if you are FaZe. Let's go ahead and take a look, see if they put it in yet. Imagine they're about to, but I mean that is. Again, it's very quick. Map 1 went 13-2. Lotus, it went 13-6. I'm trying to guess the time. It's probably like 42 minutes. It's just so dominant from the guard, which I did say I was expecting, possibly a 2-0, but I would expect FaZe to be able to put up a little bit more of a fight coming into the playoffs, but it just seems like they're kind of playing exactly the same as they were in Split 2 a little bit. Again, Fracture went worse for them this time around than the previous matchup, despite Fracture being the pick from FaZe. It went 13-2. It's just not. It's just not where you want to be if you're FaZe, or if you're a fan of FaZe, because now we're gonna see the guard move up here. FaZe are gonna drop down, and we've seen this before where FaZe was in the lower bracket. Again, I'll pull the parallel to the midseason face-off. FaZe lost to the guard, dropped in here. Played against G2, and they immediately got eliminated. Again, somebody's got to get eliminated first, and I imagine FaZe will be that team. I don't want to just like say that outright, but it really does seem like they will be that team. Now, luckily for them, they're not going to be playing against G2. They're going to be playing against the loser of Moist Moguls versus TSM. Now, before we get into that, I do want to sort of go over how this series just went. Once they do put it in, I want to sort of go over sort of the strengths and weaknesses. I think we saw a beautiful play from the guard, like always, especially on Fracture. I think they realized Fracture. I mean, they have a positive win rate on Fracture, but it's it's not their best map. So I think the guard wanted to just practice and expand their map pool further, make sure that they are still solid on Fracture, and they absolutely proved that against FaZe. They're looking, honestly, I'd say the guard is looking stronger than they did in Split 2. So I'm happy for the guard to be looking that strong, but of course I don't want to talk about the guard because we're gonna see more of them in this upper bracket. I want to talk about FaZe because to me it seems like FaZe didn't really try anything different. This feels very much the same. People were saying maybe we'll see BabyBay off of the Neon on Fracture, and we didn't. It feels like FaZe was just trying to try the exact same thing they've done before, and it just didn't go their way because you do the same thing more than once. The team who you've done it to before is, of course, going to be prepared for it. If we look at their previous matchup, if we look at their previous matchup on Fracture, it's an identical, it's a nearly identical team comp. You know, excluding the Killjoy instead of a Cypher this time around. But still, like a very similar team comp. So of course teams are going to be prepared to play against you, especially the team again which you've done this same team comp to before. So to me, it feels like FaZe sort of just going. Sorry, I should have just kept that up as well because I want to look at how it went on Lotus as well. But it sort of just seems like they're playing the exact same they're used to. I'll give it to them. This time they did not put Baby Bay on Neon. This time they put Baby Bay on Jet. Great. And I think he did better on Jet this time than he did on Neon in the previous series. So I'll give it to them. They did switch it up a little bit, but again, still running this very standard, or not this very standard, but this sort of old meta of Omen and Viper, which again, the new meta and the meta we've seen work, and we saw the guard play it beautifully, is Viper Harbor. And the fact, and this is their previous series, but this most recent series they did it as well. It's just like I don't understand why they're so stagnant in trying to play this Viper Omen. I know they probably just didn't have time to practice it. They're like, all right, we've only got so much time to practice or prepare. They're like, we've only got so much time to prepare for the playoffs, right? Like we shouldn't be trying anything new that we're not used to. But at the same time, that's sort of what you have to do when you're coming into the playoffs. When you're at sort of a losing record here, of course you're gonna need to try something differently. And the fact that FaZe didn't do that is definitely going to start weighing on them. And as we move further into the playoffs for FaZe, I'm sort of concerned if they don't try and switch something else or switch something up. Honestly, it may be too late because the fact that they weren't willing to do it against the guard, either they're trying to hide it, like they knew they were going to lose to the guard, so they're trying to hide it so that way they can make a good lower bracket run, or they're just going to stay stagnant in this very basic team comp, which again, Viper Omen is not really the meta on Lotus. Viper Harbor is the meta on a lot of maps now, and it seems like if you're a team like FaZe who doesn't want to try that sort of new meta, it's gonna weigh on you. It's not gonna work out for you, and we definitely saw that weigh on FaZe here. Again, my hope is that maybe they were hiding it because they knew they would lose to the guard. They wanted to hide it and be like, all right, we're probably gonna lose to the guard, so we'll just hide it a little bit here. And not pull out the switch ups that we have. But at the end of the day, I just don't think that's the case. I think we're likely going to see a series where, a next series for FaZe in the lower bracket where they sort of just stick to their old ways, and the teams with sort of the newer bracket or the newer team comps or the sort of new meta of team comps may be able to counterplay that of FaZe. I'm interested to see their runs, but again, a little bit disappointing to see FaZe sort of do what they've always done. Let's go ahead and take a listen, though, to see if the analysts, the casters, have anything different to say than what I've already said.
Through our upper bracket, as of course FaZe are not out. They still have a chance to make that lower bracket run. Opponents to be determined with the next matchup of the day. It's going to be Moist Moguls going up against
it looks like they're
TSM,
transitioning.
We're going to have our interview, so enjoy our Pro Series highlights while we get that ready. And we'll
it looks like they're transitioning, getting ready to throw it over. So, yeah, that's the main thing I want to talk about. Like, I feel like if FaZe can sort of switch something up, play a little bit less to what we've seen them do in the past, I think maybe in the lower bracket they can do something. They can at least make it to lower round 2, right? Now, I don't know who they're going to be playing against. It could be Moist Moguls or TSM. Likely, in my books, of course, I have it being TSM here. So TSM is a team. I feel like if it is TSM, I mean, honestly, if it's either of these teams that FaZe faces up against, I think they lose. I don't want to be like pessimistic and be like there's no hope for FaZe. If they can if they can try and pull something out, maybe they can make an upset. But for the most part, whichever one of these teams they face up against, I just don't think they have a chance if they're just gonna sort of do what they've always done, because what they've been doing this whole time, or like what they've always done, these team comps, hasn't worked for them. Clearly, like, sure, you barely qualified for playoffs, but your split 2 was kind of okay, but you won against the teams that you should have won against, that everybody was winning against. Split 1 was not that good at all. Midseason face-off was not that good, right? Like, this whole time, they've sort of been barely scraping by. And then when it comes down to it, right, like in the midseason face-off, they immediately got eliminated in a quick 2-0 fashion for both of their games, right? And now we may see the same story repeat itself if FaZe can't try something different. I know they've got a new team, you know, they've got new players, right? They switched out those Turtle Troop players, so I understand, right? Like, you're still trying to find your footing with these players. However, you are still losing, right? Like, you're still losing. So you do still, even if you're trying to adjust to the new players, you do need to change out which team comps you're using. You need to change out, you need to change something, right? Because just because you have different players doesn't mean the same thing you've been doing will work. That's the point. I'm hoping Faze can maybe try and switch something up, but again, I do think it may be the end of the road for Faze. It's not completely over, but I wouldn't be too optimistic. However, before we transition to talking about Moist Moguls versus TSM, we'll do a little bit of like intermission stuff. We've got Ranktel. One thing I do want to talk about, conniving tournaments. They're putting on a wonderful tournament starting this June 4th. I will be casting it. So you can go ahead and head over to their Twitch. You can join their Discord. You can head over to their Twitter. All that good stuff. If you want to see me there, I'll be there on Sunday, June 4th. My game will be at 10:30 PST, I believe. So yeah, make sure to go check that out if you want to see me casting an actual game where I'm an actual caster. So yeah, just a cool little thing there if you want to catch me. But we'll go ahead and do Ranktel now. Yeah, let's go ahead and get this going. Sorry to flashbang you. I apologize about that. Yeah, let's go ahead and do some Valorant Ranktel just to pass a little bit of time. Never mind the player. I was gonna say until the player interview starting, and then we'll do Ranktel, and then we'll talk about Moist Moguls versus TSM. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
A little bit more about that, we have Alan on the line. First off, congratulations on the win. A nice win to start things off to really strong fashion. How are you feeling about this playoffs run ahead of you?
I'm feeling really good. That was a good win for us. Pretty convincing, both maps. So I'm feeling pretty confident. But to be honest, I'm not too happy just because this win doesn't mean anything without the next two, right? So my eyes are already focusing ahead. It's a pretty short, like
Yeah.
the other matches were once a week, but this is like a bracket. So we're playing tomorrow or the next day. So just got to keep my head forward. And that's the same mentality for the whole team. But nonetheless, it feels great to win.
I am a prize. I respect that. There's definitely a lot ahead of you, specifically with this matchup today. Of course, this is one that opponent you faced quite a few times in Phase. You got to play them during week 6, and it was surprisingly a run back of the same two maps. Was that something that
Yeah.
you were a little surprised by, considering how it went down last time?
Yeah, we were pretty surprised they picked Fracture actually. We were pretty glad when they picked it just because we know we're pretty solid at the map. And I think we had a very good game plan thanks to Josh on that map. So I think the vetoes went in our favor, of course. And luckily we showed out and we just won 2-0.
Now, with this playoffs bracket ahead of you, what do you think is going to be your biggest challenge in it? You said, of course, everything's coming at you fast. You're not going to have too much time to prep in between. Is that the biggest challenge, or is there a certain team on your mind that you're going to have to take down the line?
I mean, genuinely, I respect all the teams and challengers. I think they're all actually really good, especially like Oxygen, I think is one of the better teams in the playoffs, and they've been improving a lot. So eyes are on them for sure. It's coming from the top side of the bracket. But to be honest, I know that myself and the team is ready prepared. Like we could not because of the amount of preparation we've been putting in since the start. And that just shows
Hello, Lotus.
like I'm very confident in my team. And I know that we're ready and it's all from here about execution. And as long as we can execute right, I know we're gonna win. Just because we've scrimmed so much, we've fixed our macro and our micro so much the whole year. It feels like there's not really much else to add. We feel pretty complete. And from there, we go in with each match with calm nerves, clear eyes, and just yeah, good execution, and it should come out with a win.
You talk about you and the team being ready for playoffs and what's ahead. Does that also include that you're ready for the scope of ascension, maybe that next step and everything beyond?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, if we make it to the LAN, it's going to be a good experience for us. But we kind of already went through our loss at LAN with like the original members of the guard. It would be a first time experience for Tex and Josh RT, but they have a lot of experience coming from Counter Strike, and they're actually like super level headed in every match. So I know that they're going to be fine. When it comes to like international LAN and Valorant, and then obviously my guys from last year, we have the experience. Um, I'm expecting us, if we make it to the LAN, if we can close out this playoff bracket, that we're going to win that for sure. Just because, we thrive when the pressure's on. I feel like now, I would say before we were a type of team to maybe get nervous in big games and nervous at LAN, but now we kind of embrace that. And that's kind of been like our team motto, and that's what pushes us to work harder is in these matches. Josh RT jokes all the time. He's like, "Oh, you guys are just match players," because in scrims, like we're getting owned, and then once the pressure's on, a little bit of stakes on the line, we always step up. And I'm excited. Hopefully, we make it to the LAN to show that.
It's better that way than the other way where you show up in scrims, but you're not quite there for match days.
I know a
So
couple of those teams, but so I'm just playing.
I'm not. I won't speak of any, but all right. Our last and final question. Speaking of Ascension, this one is going to be coming from our fan zone, coming out from Bandit. Speaking of, if you guys make it to Ascension, which you're talking about that on the horizon, who do you hope to face?
I heard a lot of talk about the Union. I heard they're pretty good in Brazil,
yeah.
so I would want to face the Union. Kind of, it's like a big matchup. And yeah.
What a good
Be
question.
the best
Yeah, it's
round.
actually I was
I
looking
love
at some
that.
of the other
Race.
Latin
I'll let
American
you go.
teams and the Brazil
Talk
teams.
about
Like
the team because I know that
they
players
had
are
less
gonna be
teams in their
happy to go pretty
challengers, but
fast.
their
But thank you for your
the
time and
Union
have
was
a
like
good
the
rest
one
of your
team
day.
where I was like,
Okay.
they look pretty
Thank you
good.
so
Like
much. Thank you
if
to all
there's
the
a team I
fans.
think that
Appreciate you guys, of course,
that
like
can beat the
always.
North American teams, it's
Stay
probably
tuned
the
for our next
Union.
match.
So it'll be interesting to see how this all shapes
For
up.
us,
But
one
before
more
we get
match
into talking about
on the
Moist Muggles
horizon
versus
for
TSM, we'll
us.
do a
It's
little
gonna
bit of
be
ranked build
Moist
just because
Muggles
there's
going up
always a
against
big long
TSM. We have
intermission.
that squared away,
So we'll do
though, so
this,
we're gonna be
pass
taking
some
H.
time,
All right.
and then we'll get into it. All right. Playing left-handed mode, so that could like be. I mean, that could mean anything, but above like silver, I would guess, just off of that. The aim isn't that good. There's good use of the Killjoy turret for that reason. I would say like, I'd say like plant. Okay, gold. All right. Yeah, the aim was like, okay. Yeah. I'd say the only thing was there was the Killjoy Util, which made me think maybe it's a little bit higher, but the aim should have just given me enough. Another left-handed mode, weird crosshair, but again, that can mean anything. High elo can do stuff like that with weird crosshairs. Good palms. Good aim as well. Oh, what a shot! I'm just gonna like react to every kill like it's the end of the world. Sorry about that. Boy.
Holy fuck!
Okay. All right. All right. We'll go. We'll go diamonds. I think like he's good, but the fact that he was able to clutch that means it's probably not very high rank, right? It's either I'd say plat or diamond. I'll say diamond. Immortal. All right. Sure. I just I guess that's fair. Like it wasn't like the defenders were pushing him like that sort of low elo, so I guess it makes sense. It's just the fact that he was able to clutch that. You don't. I mean, of course, high elo can clutch, but I don't know. It's loud. Good crosshair. What is that? I've never seen that gun, buddy. Kill there. Okay. Baiting it out there is interesting. What a nade. The instant reload.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, he's not giving time in between each shot to like reset his gun.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll say plant.
Sorry.
Ace?
What? You can, well, hold on. If you're in bronze, you can ace? I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. Alright. I did really badly that time. I promise I usually do better. Anyways, alright, yeah, let's just go ahead and talk about Moist Moguls versus TSM, straight up. What do I think is going to happen? Throw this over here. Alright, so, this is sort of, I talked about it earlier, but this today is sort of like the series today are to see if the top dogs are still the top dogs, basically, right? Like, is this momentum that we expect to be carried through, is it going to carry through in the playoffs, right? Like, yesterday, you know, it was M80 versus Shopify Rebellion, which was a rematch. We'd seen Shopify beat M80 before, so, you know, you couldn't, 100% predict what was going to happen, even if you had a pretty good idea. Oxygen versus G2, it was like another match where we didn't know if G2 was going to rebound from their split 2 performance. But today it's like, these are the like top teams. Are they going to be continuing to be the top teams? I'll remind you, the Guard is, I believe, second place overall, or second seed coming into the playoffs. And Moist Moguls is third seed coming into the playoffs, but they finished split 2 number 1 in split 2 with a flawless run in Group B. So, you know, these are two teams which should be very, very powerful, and today was just, or is to show if they're still going to be powerful. So, that's what we're getting at. So the Guard versus FaZe clan already happened. It was very dominant 2-0. So now is Moist Moguls going to do what people are expecting, which is a dominant win. Now, it is TSM. This is not as straightforward as the Guard versus FaZe clan. The Guard versus FaZe clan, we'd seen them play before. We knew FaZe was not doing that great coming into playoffs, so we could expect the Guard to win dominantly. This is a little bit different, where I'm not entirely anticipating a dominant 2-0 from Moist Moguls, although I think it's possible. I'm not entirely anticipating it, right? But let's go and take a look. How has TSM been doing? Let's recap their season run, or their regular season run. We saw them in Split 1 to start it off. They beat Mad Lions 2-1. They lost pretty badly to M80, but it's M80, right? Number 1 seed. Number 1 in Split 1. They won mid-season face-off, right? This is a powerful team, so, you know, nothing unexpected there. Then, in a big upset, they beat the Guard. They were close series. It was a very, very close series, and they won 2-0. You know, 2 is easy to say that was dominant, but it was, both of those maps were pretty close. So, yeah, bit of an upset there. This is just Split 1 we're talking about, though. We'll get to the more recent games. To finish it off, they went 2-0 against OR. They went 2-1 against Disguise. Then we come into the mid-season face-off, right? They had a 3-2 record, or a 4-1 record coming into the mid-season face-off, right? So everybody's like, all right, this is going to be a good dominant run from TSM. They immediately lose to Moist Moguls. So this is not Moist Moguls at their peak. This is Moist Moguls when they're starting to ramp up to their peak, right? So, you know, a little bit disappointing for TSM there. They 2-0 Disguise. They'd beaten Disguise prior, so, you know, nothing surprising there. Then they lose to Oxygen Esports to immediately end their run. They only had 3 series in the mid-season face-off. I'll go ahead and visualize that for you by showing you. TSM lost here, go down here. They lose to, they beat Disguise. Then they go here and immediately lose to Oxygen. So they didn't do that well during the mid-season face-off. And then we come into Split 2. They win against Shopify Rebellion. All right, that's expected. Not only did Shopify make rule changes that they were still adjusting to, but, you know, Shopify did not do that well. They didn't qualify for the mid-season face-off. This should have been an easy win for TSM, and they did win. They lose to M80. All right, no surprises there. They're able to get a map up. That's decent. They lose 0-2 to Oxygen. They lose 1-2 to Turtle Troop, and then they beat Disguise, which they should have been able to do again. Disguise as a team, going through role changes, wasn't really able to figure it out. These 2 losses right here make me a little bit concerned, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at them. To Turtle Troop is 1-2. Fracture didn't go even a little bit the way of TSM, despite the fact that they picked it. Haven was much closer, and it went to TSM, so they traded their map picks. Then we go to Bind, and it's 13-7, which is, again, not great, right? And then we go to the Oxygen Esports versus TSM. Bind was very close. Haven, not as close. Yeah, it's a 2-0. So it makes me concerned because these are teams which are sort of mid-level, is what I would say. Turtle Troop and Oxygen Esports are not, like, the best of the best. They're not the highest level. They're mid-level, right? Like, you can look at these teams and go, yeah, they're probably gonna place, you know, top 6, right? Obviously not Turtle Troop, they didn't qualify for playoffs, but had they made it to playoffs, right, you could expect they're not gonna get eliminated first, but they're probably not gonna win and go to Ascension, right? So TSM being one of those mid-level teams as well, the fact that they did not beat these mid-level teams makes me a little bit concerned as we come into playoffs, especially considering they have to start it off against Moist Moguls, one of the top teams who is looking like they may be able to qualify for Ascension, right? Like, this is a team which has so much power, so much momentum behind it, and TSM, who is still looking like one of those mid-level teams, not like one of those higher-level teams, may not be able to beat Moist Moguls. I think we could definitely see a map go up, but I don't think we're going to see Moist Moguls, I don't think we're going to see Moist Moguls take a loss here. I think it should be a 2-1 for Moist Moguls, and there's multiple reasons for that, but let's take a look, or you know, you may be asking, well, why do you think Moist Moguls is one of the top dogs? Well, let's go ahead and take a look, and I'll show you. First of all, I talked about it. They went flawless in Split 2. Now, I want to look at Split 1 because although it was not their strongest, it was still a decent run, right? They went 2-0 against Oxygen Esports. They went 1-2 against G2. They rebrand to Moist Moguls going into Week 3. Or rebrand, meaning they got purchased by Moist Moguls and org behind them now. They go 0-2. They immediately take a loss with the new name behind them. Then they beat Shopify Rebellion 2-1. They 2-0 FaZe Clan. These are teams they should have been able to beat. Okay, so at this point, they're a team that is looking like one of those mid-level teams, right? Like, okay, top 6, sure. Maybe top 7, you know? That's sort of where you could think of them as. They go into the mid-season face-off. They 2-0 TSM, a very good start for them. Then they 1-2 M80. They get a map up, which was very surprising, considering everybody was viewing them as sort of like a mid to low-level team. Then they take an 0-2 loss to G2, and I would say this series in particular was a very, very big fumble. Like, I feel like Split, yes, but Lotus, I feel like was a map where it could have gone to Moist Moguls, and honestly, we didn't even have to go there. If we look at their battle against M80, M80 lost not very, I mean, it was close, sure, 9-13 isn't a dominant win, but it's still, like, not, you know, it's not double digits for M80. Pearl absolutely could have gone the way of Moist Moguls. I think they just got in their heads. I seriously think it was a mental game, and they got in their heads, and then Ascent, they also definitely could have won. And so it was at that point when I started to view Moist Moguls as maybe they're on the up and up, right? But then they take a pretty defeating loss to G2. Then we come into Split 2. They started off with an impressively dominant win against Mad Lions to say we are coming into Split 2 swinging, okay? They go 13-5 and 13-2. Very dominant, okay? And at that point, you can start to view Moist Moguls as this impressively dominant team. Maybe they're starting to, you know, be on the up and up, get to that top spot. They 2-1 G2. All right, this is G2, right? We saw G2 in Split 2. No surprises there. Then they beat the Guard. A very impressive win, and it's at this point when you can start to view them as one of these top 3 teams battling it out with M80. They 2-0 OR and they 2-0 FaZe Clan. And these are not the closest games either. 13-4 and 13-9 against OR. Against FaZe, it went 13-11 and 13-5. So, okay, it's kind of close and then not close at all, right? So Moist Moguls is starting to really look like a very powerful team. They're starting to look like a top 3 team, and I expect them to place top 3 in the playoffs. In fact, you look at my pick'ems, I have them in the I have them qualifying for Ascension. Now, that's a little bit of bias. Of course, I like Moist Moguls because it's Moist Moguls, right? Moist Esports, all that good stuff. But still, it is a position where they are looking like they are powerful enough to get there, considering they've already beaten the Guard. Now, we're not even at the Guard series yet. We're at Moist Moguls versus TSM, and I would like to point out, they've played each other before. I sort of brushed past it, but they did play each other in the previous midseason face-off, and TSM lost 2-0. And this was not a very close series, and this was even before Moist Moguls looked like they were going to be a very powerful team. This is a Moist Moguls who at the time was looking like decent, okay? They were looking, again, mid to low level, and they just kind of destroyed TSM. You know, it's not a 13-5, it's not a 13-4, right? Like, it's not, TSM got 6 rounds and 7 rounds. That's not horrible, but it is still a pretty dominant win for Moist Moguls. And I feel like Moist Moguls has only gotten better since then. It does not seem like Moist Moguls has gotten worse since then. And I don't think in between now, or in between Split 2 and the playoffs, they've gotten worse, right? So this is only going to probably be more difficult for TSM since their previous series. And their previous series was a 2-0. Now, I do think TSM has potential to get one map up at least. They're looking okay, even if their Split 2 was not as strong as maybe you'd want it to be, considering, you know, This is a TSM which should be in sort of that mid to high level range, right? Their split 2 didn't go great, but I still do think they've got some potential, especially since they've had time in between split 2 and now. I think they'll have had time to work on their map pool, work on the way they want to organize themselves, work on their structure, to really get to be in a position where they can maybe at least get a map up. I don't expect them to win the series. Again, look at my pick'ems. I have them losing the series, but I do have them I do think they can at least get a map up. I think that's best case scenario for TSM before they go to the lower bracket, where, I'll be honest, even if TSM goes to the lower bracket, I think they can make a decent lower bracket run. They can almost certainly beat FaZe Clan. I talked about that earlier. And then, you know, it'll probably be difficult depending on who we go through. It may be a similar story to the midseason face-off for them, where they may end up going up against Oxygen if they get to the lower bracket. Obviously, that's further down the line. But my point is, I think TSM is powerful enough that they can place top 6, right? I think they are still one of those mid to high level teams. They just need to prove it here. And if they can get a map up against Moist Moguls, that could be the opportunity to prove it. And it's not like Moist Moguls is invincible. It's not like they're 2-0ing everybody. We've seen Moist Moguls, like, you know, G2 was able to get a map up on them. And then in the midseason face-off, right? Like, they're not invincible, right? Like, even though they're looking right now like they may be the number 1, number 2, number 3 team, they are still a team which isn't invincible, right? My point is, you can probably get your map pickup against Moist Moguls if you're a team that's powerful enough like TSM. Again, I don't think TSM is powerful enough to win the series, but I do think they can at least get a map up. And at this point, like, if you're a fan of TSM, that's best case scenario, right? Like, that's sort of what you should be gearing towards. It's sort of like when you see, like, Oxygen playing M80, right? It's like, best case scenario, you get a map up, right? Like, because chances are you're not going to win this series, but you can probably look to at least try and get a map up. Or like Shopify versus M80. You know, you could be like, Shopify, you're probably not going to win, but you can at least try and get a map up. You've beaten them before, right? Or G2 versus Oxygen, FaZe versus the Guard, right? It's like, you probably know that the outcome is not going to be favorable for one of the teams, but you can at least hope that a map up will be given. And if you're wondering why there's so many 2-0s to start off the playoffs, it's not because, you know, it's scripted or whatever. It's because of the way seedings work, right? They put the best teams against the worst teams, so that way there's not like this is just how seeding works in pretty much every sport. But so that way the highest level players or the highest level teams aren't playing each other first. And because if you did well enough in the regular season, you should earn yourself a spot to have a little bit of an easier playoffs run, right? Like, that makes sense. So that's why they do it the way that they do it, where M80 is facing the number 1 seed is facing the number 8 seed. It's just so that way you get the easy games out of the way first, so that way the like games where the number 1 and number 2 are facing each other are going to be like at the end, right? Like, that's why we're seeing so many 2-0s to start it off. But as we get deeper into playoffs, you know, the lower bracket will probably not have, like, these are probably the only 2-0s we'll see. And there's a chance we don't see a 4th 2-0 today. There's a chance we do. Again, we've seen Moist Moguls 2-0 TSM before. But there's always a chance we don't. I am sort of running out of stuff to talk about here. What we can do to kill a little bit more time, is we can look at some of the clips from the previous series between the Guard and FaZe Clan, just to get a little bit of some highlights.
May not make too much of a difference, actually. Only battles back for a double, but Tex catches him just before the doors close. And now it all falls onto Supa, trying to hold inside his Sky Smoke. Slides up, and what a shot from Tex. Turn, loses.
A little bit of a flick there.
Sight. Oh, FaZe looking to play through the smoke. Trent holding it the highway. Oh, it's gone from bad to worse.
Quickly,
again.
and look to swarm the site.
Oh, FaZe looking to play through the smoke. Trent holding it the highway. Oh.
Okay.
There's the takedown of his trap wire. Nice win from Supa, but he's still being held on the cross. Now the spike is down. Mummy would have to get this done quickly. Not running is Trent, holding his ground. Mummy for the 1v1, trying to see another round here on the map. He's got to find it quickly, and no, even still.
Oh, the round to close. 13. I just can't believe we saw 13-2. Like, that. I still think that's really disappointing for FaZe. Like, I don't know. Again, they must be hiding something, right? Like, they must just not want to show their true form against a team they're probably going to lose to. I don't know. Yeah, maybe they're just not practicing.
Nominal peek through it. Spike should be collected. Now it's just down to Poise to commit for the plant, which he will. Alarm bot will reveal that they're on the way. Everything resets. Down low. Boys gets the first. Down to the 1v1. Shots around the side. Both players taking damage from Boys. Oh,
Yeah, there were actually a lot of 1v2s for Faze.
Rechal this. Trent holding him. Valen inside gets one. No way. Mummy now by himself. To the pistol. Okay. Mummy. Shot dashes away. Cloudburst there. Net able to follow up. Oh my goodness. Call it what it is. That is essentially a 2v5 defense. Faze still trying to threaten for a plant, but Tex is comfortable once again.
That felt
And
like
oh
a slip
boy.
from Superman.
Yeah.
That just seemed like it didn't really hit the way he wanted to, and now they're in a lot of trouble because of it. Just Baby Bay left. 1 versus 4. No HP to spare. No time either. And Net winds up with the...
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry about the quality. Twitter quality is just really bad for whatever reason.
Stepping forward. Goodness, is there a challenge he doesn't want? Are you kidding me? Tex is having his way.
Yeah. Like I talked about, like for some reason, well, no, I know why. People like on higher elo or higher ranks have started to just like be like, why would we respect the lockdown? Or they're not expecting us to push them, so we can push them and then just take them all out. Sure, we might get detained, but at least we get 1 or 2 before we get detained, right? That's sort of been the mindset of a lot of these teams. I guess to kill a little bit more time, since I do have to keep stalling, I can sort of go over, in case you're unaware of, you know, how this format is going to work. I've talked about it before, but the way playoffs works, I made a video as well. The way playoffs works, everybody plays this, of course. Then we go to play-in relegation, which will happen in the middle of playoffs. This is happening this weekend. And this is the bottom 4 teams. The top 2 teams get a chance to qualify for next year's, or not a chance. They do qualify for next year's challengers, so they get like a second chance if they win. It's a double elimination with the bottom 4 teams. The 2 teams that lose, you're out. You're gonna have to try and go through the open qualifiers again next year. But in case you're wondering, okay, so what happens next? Like, whoever wins this, what happens? Well, whoever wins the grand final doesn't really matter, but if you make it to the grand final, you qualify for the Ascension League. If you don't know what the Ascension League is, I'll show you. Should be up here. Here you go. So the Ascension League is going to be a LAN tournament. There's one happening for Americas, there's one happening for EMEA, and there's one happening for Pacific. The way that Ascension works is the top 2 teams from each of the challengers, at least for Americas. Oh, never mind. We're done stalling. All right. My bad. We'll just go. Let's go ahead and listen, because they're going to have some stuff to say, maybe stuff I can add to. We'll go and listen to what they have to say about Moist Moguls versus TSM.
Now it's time to see between Moist Moguls and TSM who's going to be advancing on forward as well, and who's going to have to battle their way through that lower bracket. There's so much to talk about with both of these teams, Starry, but let's start this off with talking a little bit more about this Moist Mogul squad.
I think Moist Moguls have been one of the most improved teams. I feel like they've consistently.
Oh yeah, this is cool. They're doing
but like as
they're tweeting about it, I think. Or I don't remember where I heard it, but they're doing a LAN at the Optic headquarters. They're playing on LAN together, so we're gonna see like the team, all of that good what was I gonna call it? I don't remember. So no, there was a word I was looking for. I give up. Whatever. Anyways, let's listen to the casters.
So I think together they've just come.
It's just cool,
like,
you
as
know,
a team, and they've just
because like the only teams we see like doing LAN together is M80 and the Guard. So to be able to see teams doing it, I just like being able to see all the teams in one room. Like it's just cool when you see them on cams, like high-fiving each other, bringing each other's spirits up, and all that good stuff.
They were playing online in the past, or at least playing from their homes or remote locations. It wasn't necessarily in a boot camp scenario, so that's huge. That allows them to unlock a next level of potential that maybe we haven't even seen just yet. But this team, you mentioned it, the rise of Moist Moguls. It's been a question of how high is the ceiling, and so far we haven't found it. Going back to the first split, they were an open qualifier team who played through as Breakthrough. They got signed by Moist Moguls, and since then they've managed to qualify for the midseason face-off. They had a great showing there, and then in Split 2, it has been lights out. They are the only team that's 5-0 coming out from that second split, and you can understand why as you watch some of the highlight reels here. The team has worked collectively as a unit, but they've also looked really good on an individual level as well. But here's the stats just to illustrate how things have gone. In Split 1, 3-2 plus 2 wasn't bad. It was good enough to qualify them for the midseason face-off. Look at the second split, 5-0 plus 8 map diff plus 62 round differential. That's better than M80 or the Guard have put up here in Challengers yet. So impressive stuff coming in from the Moist Moguls.
Especially too when Split 2 started, we were talking about M80 and the Guard being the top 2 teams, the teams to be beating. And Moist Moguls, when you're looking at just the difference in Split 1 in comparison to how they just came screaming into the scene.
I think I talked about it a lot, like in Split 2 especially, but for a lot of teams, like let's take for example the Guard and M80, since the beginning they've sort of like gone up and then they've sort of just stayed there. But Moist Moguls is a team that started right here, dipped down a little bit, like in Split 1, and then they just kept going up. Like it's like exponential growth. It doesn't stop. Their stats keep improving, and just look at the player differences here that they're talking about. 180 ACS to 207 is crazy. That's a 20 ACS increase. If you don't know what ACS is, it's how much damage on average you're doing per round. So, you know, 200 means you're getting 200. That's like at least 2 players, right? Or around that amount. For Thief, it's 176 to 212, which is a around a 36 ACS increase, which is again insane. The KD ratio goes from negative to positive for Brock and Thief. You go from 61 KPR to 71, 61 to 75. Like, these are just big increases. Cast, of course, is a big one because it means you're doing damage with your life. You're trading when you need to. You're getting assists when you need to. You're getting kills. The damage you're doing is meaningful, essentially. Like, how much of the damage you're doing is meaningful is essentially what this is. So 75% to 82 is a 7% increase, and another 7% increase for Thief. Like, this just goes to show the amount of improvement that we've seen from these rosters is mind-blowing for me, because you don't really see this. You don't see teams that just improve this much without making roster changes. But Moist Moguls didn't. All they did was get an org behind them that wasn't Breakthrough. They not to hate on Breakthrough because it's not really an org, but Moist Moguls coming in, picking up this team, and all of a sudden it's just like that was the spark they needed. They're like, we need the streamers behind us, we need the audience behind us, we need to be a fan favorite, and it just it gave them enough of motivation to improve to an extent you don't ever really see in pro play throughout the season. You will likely not ever see this type of insane improvement from the beginning of a season to the end like we've seen with Moist Moguls. And like they said, this ceiling has never been found by Moist Moguls. They just keep going up and up. It's a team I'm like super excited about because if they continue to improve like this could be a team that makes North America have another spot in Americas, right? Like if they, like this is definitely a team that could do well enough to get to Ascension if they continue to improve the way they do. But now they're talking about TSM. Let's listen to what they have to say about TSM.
Reminder again, that's a role that he has actually facilitated in the past for previous rosters, so it's not exactly that insane for them to do that. But it's an indicator of some issues potentially. They're trying to figure out what the golden ratio is, the perfect formula for them to find success, and I don't think they've completely found it just yet, and that's why you're seeing maybe some inconsistent results in comparison to Moist Moguls.
Yeah, I feel like for Moist Moguls, they've really kind of like found their stride. They kind of like already know what to do in terms of like putting themselves together as a team, as compared to like TSM. I feel like they fell off a little. I feel like they're kind of trying to find that foundation and try to find ways to be more consistent. And I think in those changes, they're kind of like being inconsistent, but obviously like with those changes there is going to be inconsistency, right? You're like trying something new, you're trying to see what works and what doesn't, and I love to see if TSM has found their stride and see if they're able to show it today during their match.
Yeah, it's like, for those of you that have ever done VOD review for whatever reason, or even if you haven't, one of the biggest things is like you can rewatch your gameplay, but you still need to be able to find what you did wrong, and that's some areas where some players struggle. Obviously in pro play you've got analysts and coaches behind you to help you with that process, but it seems to me like Moist Moguls is a team where they could VOD review and find every single tiny little detail they did wrong and somehow just be able to improve it immediately. Like, this is a team that knows what to do better and then they do it. TSM is a team, like they talked about, they've been trying a lot of new stuff, trying to switch up, like what can we do to try and gain ourselves to that top spot, and TSM hasn't really been able to find anything that super works for them. Again, they're a decent team, they do well enough, but obviously enough to qualify for playoffs without being like, you know, 8th or 7th seed, but they are still actually, I think they were 6th seed, I believe. So, you know, they're doing well enough, they're winning enough, they're getting enough maps, they're doing enough damage, but right, enough is not enough, right? It's not enough to be the top spot, it's just enough to get into playoffs with a decent seed, right? So we do need to see if there's going to be some that massive improvement we may want to see from TSM as we come into playoffs, because unlike Moist Moguls, which has been improving time and time again, TSM hasn't really been improving that much from tier 1 to, or sorry, split 1 to split 2, like I showed already, right? Like TSM has looked pretty much the same, whereas Moist Moguls is improving. It, to me, TSM is a team that needs to find some way to improve, some way to switch things up, or it's really just going to be looking a little bit tough. Honestly, for this team, I'd be a little bit concerned for this team if we don't see some of that that improvement we need to see from Split 2 to here in playoffs, similar to how we didn't see FaZe improving from Split 2 to here in playoffs in their matchup against the Guard. The same thing needs to be true for TSM. Can they improve, or is it just going to look like we're just going to play the same and then hope our lower bracket run is good enough to be happy with our, with our results?
Of the best players across the board. He was so insanely good. But coming into this second split, it feels like he stalled out a little bit.
Especially to looking ahead at Kenpecky. I mean, we're seeing a complete rule change there with Seven. There's Kenpecky, kind of more so the agents within that pool, especially when you're looking at this breach on the other end. Sorry, you've talked a lot about players when they're comfortable on certain agents, and I feel like this is like the biggest indicator of what you've been talking about.
No, for sure. As you can see, like the stat line, you can see that Kenpecky on Sky, he has so much impact. And I've said this before about Kenpecky. I think he's individually a really, really talented, a really good player. And his initiator is so good because he's so good at setting up his teammates. But I feel like with Breach, you're a lot more team-oriented than you are on Sky. I feel like Sky has better individual playmaking ability compared to Breach, and I feel like that's kind of like the middle ground where Kenpecky can shine, where like not only is he able to set up his teammates, but he's really good at making those individual plays. And I feel like him on Breach, that kind of like staggers a little bit, and I feel like he's just not as comfortable on the role.
His stats as Breach,
I mean, yeah, this shows, like, look, for Kenpecky, we're just talking about finding his role. Obviously, here's the thing with Sky, right? This can be a recon initiator, meaning you're using it for information, or you can use it as a flash initiator, meaning you're trying to do damage. You're trying to have your team play off of your flashes. That's why you call it a flash initiator. You're trying to put your team, yourself, in a position where you can play off of your util to find kills, whereas you can also use Sky as recon. I'm going to send my dog through. Okay, we know where they are. Now we'll play around that. Breach is a flash initiator only. You're not going to be using any of that initiator util to find anything. You're not going to be doing any recon, right? And so clearly for Kenpecky, having that sort of agent where you can use that util to sort of, rather than only using it to find something or put your team in a position to find something, having that sort of Sky util where you can use it in a way that allows you to get information on top of using util to play off of, it's a good agent, and it seems like Kenpecky is finding that mix where you can find, okay, I can play off of my util, but I can also use the util to give information to my team, whereas Breach is not really about information. It's about, I'm going to play off of my util, or I'm going to have my team play off of my util. And it can definitely be difficult for some players to figure out how to play on a flash initiator like Breach.
Working things out. But of course, why don't we take the opportunity to hear from them and Moist Moguls and their thoughts ahead of our series.
Yeah, I think the match against TSM, we played like Lotus and Pearl, and at the time, Lotus was our best map by far. So I'm pretty sure it was like 13-6, 13-6 or something like that. So yeah, we had like a really good like pick in that series when we got our Lotus, and then I think on Pro we just like ran it down B the entire attack side. So yeah, I mean honestly it was a lot easier than we expected, but I think those guys are all like really good players, so I don't think it'll be something like that again where the match is just like, we can run it down B and win the game or anything like that. I think, these guys will come back with like a good game plan and, make it probably tougher for us, but, I think we're all pretty confident that we can beat them.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should expect a very good game. That's for sure. I think our mid-season phase-off against them was definitely a big underperformance by us. It definitely wasn't as good as we should have played. It was, in my opinion, maybe like the worst day we've had, like in terms of matches throughout the whole entire like challenger circuit. And so I think we'll definitely put a much better fight. If we don't, unfortunate. But I do think we should put up a really good fight if we're just playing our usual game and we're all like on point in terms of our aim and communication and so on and so forth.
you know, I'd group them with the rest of the teams right now. We're very confident in playing everyone, so they're a very good team, and I guess we don't want to look down on anyone. You know, at any moment people can play to their potential or above their potential. You know, and they're a good team and they're putting in the time and effort. So we're expecting them to come out swinging.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I'm hoping this is the TSM roster that is playing better than they did in Split 2, right? I'm hoping TSM can show improvement, like I was hoping FaZe could show improvement, right? Like, if they're going to be trying to shake things up here when they come into playoffs, there needs to be improvement in this match. That's why I said they need to try and take a map up here, because they're probably not going to win the series, but if they can get a map up, they can prove that they're coming into playoffs looking better than they were in the regular season, which is exactly what we'd want to see from them.
Things from other teams and apply it to themselves, and then roll with it. So just gotta be ready for stuff like that.
I don't know. I think we just have like a lot of weapons on the team. Like I think anybody on our team can take over any game at like any point. Like, and I think we've probably all 5 done that at some point, and maybe this split alone. So I think whenever a team comes up against us, you know, they kind of just have to look at every player on our team and be like, okay, like this guy does this really well and this guy does that. So I think we probably are one of the more well-rounded teams in challengers. Maybe like I don't know, maybe like M80 guard are kind of like up there too. But I think, you know, I think we're right up there with them, and I think you know, when people look at us, they kind of just they have to find it like all 5 players and see like what really they can get through.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the win is honestly all that matters. But to beat Moist, I would say for us, I feel like we put in all the prac that we need. I think like I don't need someone like to show up every day. I don't need someone to carry me, kind of a thing. I feel like I just need all 5 of us to make sure we're on a good day and we're all communicating well. And that's always the case, honestly. Every single match, it's like, you know, I think all 5 of us are really good players. No, I don't think anyone's a bad player on our team at all. And I think that's one of the reasons why we've had a lot of success, and especially Split 1, is because we have the pieces. We just need to make sure we're all on the day of, we're all working together like a nice, well-geared machine.
We have individual prep for every team, but it really always comes down to us just playing our game. You know, we're confident in ourselves, and that's all that matters. You know, we'll win those gunfights, we'll win those clutches, we'll make the right calls, you know, and we'll win the games.
I mean, they're stupid, bro. They're just gonna change. Like, we just break their setup once, they're not gonna keep doing it. You know?
Yeah, that is fair. That's one of the things. I think that's what can make a big difference between like the top level teams and like the lower level teams is their adaptability. Like if one thing doesn't work, they've got a way to play around that. Like they're like, all right, that didn't work. Let's switch to plan B or plan C or plan D, right? Like that's what will define a team. Take for example a team like Loud, right? They won Americas. They're really solid at adaptability, right? Like, okay, that didn't work this round, so we'll just counterplay that with a different play this next round and see if that finds something, right? They're really good at adaptability, and that's something in this sort of tier 2 competition where that's really going to make or break these teams, because in tier 1, of course, a lot of the teams are going to have that sort of adaptability, versus here in tier 2, it's about finding those teams that have that sort of same adaptability, where they've got these wide map pools, they got a wide array of ways to play on these map picks. And I want to highlight something here. Pearl and Lotus being played here. Let me pull up the previous matchup. Pearl and Lotus. Once again, we're seeing the rematch where the teams are playing on the exact same maps. Although last time the decider was Haven, even though we didn't go there, this time the decider will be Bind. So yeah, Lotus went 13-7 in favor of Moist Moguls last time. Pearl went 13-6 in favor of Moist Moguls last time as well. Now I should point out, last time it was TSM who picked Lotus, and then Pearl was picked by Moist Moguls. This time, TSM picks Pearl, and Moist Moguls picks Lotus. So it's picking the opposite sides map picks from the previous time. Moist Moguls going to be on defense both times. One of the beautiful things about Moist Moguls is on Lotus, they are really solid at defense. They're one of the few teams who it seems like they know how to play defense on Lotus a lot better than a lot of other teams that are here in Challengers, and honestly in Pro Valorant at all. We've seen a lot of teams struggle in some cases to do sort of that defense on Lotus. Sorry, I was looking at the push-ups from Brock. It distracted me. But yeah, and then we're talking about Pearl, which will, of course, will be the starting map. We've, of course, seen Moist Moguls play beautifully on Pearl in the past. it is a map that did knock them out of the upper bracket against M80 in the midseason face-off. So of course they've improved a lot on Pearl since then because they know this is a map we need to work on. And since then we've seen them have some beautiful plays on Pearl. In Split 2, of course, they did wonderfully on Pearl. And so honestly, even though TSM picks it knowing that they probably have a good Pearl, Moist Muggle's map pool is just so big right now, and they're so powerful on every map. I really do feel like Moist Muggles will likely be able to take this map. I think TSM has a chance, and again, I said at the very least, or at the very least, or at the very best, I guess, for TSM right now, it should just be trying to take at least one map up, because they need to show improvement from Split 2, and getting a map up would do that. So we'll see if they're able to do that here on Pearl. Let's go and take a look at the Agent Select, though. We've got Killjoy for both teams, a Proto and 7. We've got GMD and Thief both on Astra, Nature and Flya both on Viper, and that's where the differences end. I did say the Skies, right? No, I don't think I did. Each team has a Sky as well. Unless I already said that. There's a Killjoy for Moist Muggles, and there's not a Killjoy for TSM, I believe. Let me double check that when we go over to the start of the map, so that way I can recheck that. But yeah, we've actually seen a lot of sorry, I keep saying a lot. We've seen a lot of Harbor Viper comps come through here on Pearl. I said it again. Harbor Viper comps come through on Pearl quite a bit, and it's sort of become a new meta. You know, you use your Harbor Viper controller util to just push down on B, get the spike down, and then you play post plant from long. It's a big sort of joke in the casting community that it's one of the more boring maps to cast, because that's what always ends up happening is you push down B long, get the spike down, and then you put the controller util up, and you can sort of just, you know, play a good post plant. A lot of teams have sort of figured that out is the meta. But because neither of these teams are running Harbor Viper, it's actually going to be harder to do that sort of traditional plant on B and then play from long like we would typically see. It's definitely still doable. It's just, you know, it'll actually be easier to play post plant because you have that Astra util, but it'll be about, can I get down B long to get that spike down? We'll see if that same meta is going to be played here at all, though. I would like to highlight, there's no duelist for TSM. They've gone double initiator. It's Sky as their flash initiator, Sova as their recon initiator. Moist Moguls only has one initiator, and it's going to be Brock on Sky, and then they have Sim on Raze. So no duelist for TSM could definitely weigh on them, especially considering we're starting here on this offense. So they're going to have some trouble, or it's going to be, I wouldn't say they're going to have some trouble. I don't want to just say that. Clearly they're picking this comp for a reason, but we may see a little bit of more difficulty getting onto site than you would typically see from a team that has a duelist to work with. I'm going to turn volume down just a little bit more. Let's go ahead and get into the casting. TSM starting on the offense. They're going down A. They've sent 3 down A, and a little bit of an early aggression out from Sim is denied. He's able to do some damage to Nature, but he is taken out. It's now going to be a 4v5 for the remaining Moist Muggles players. Nature, no, there's no heal for Konpeki. I was going to say maybe Nature will get healed, but there is no heal available. Proto and Brock taking some damage, trying to defend this site. 7 coming in through Art, not going to win his exchange with the Proto. Proto going to win that exchange. Thief on backside trying to lock it down, not quite able to. Corey going to take out Thief, and then Nature going to clear out a Proto who is watching Art. And it's now a 2v4 for the remaining Moist Muggles players. The spike going to start to go down here. Brock jump peeks over in dugout, and that does mean he is spotted there. Trying to wallbang Konpeki. Some damage is done. Konpeki's now down to 60 HP, but it's not going to get a kill through. I just sneezed. Sorry about that. Konpeki going to take out Brock, who was, again, in dugout. They knew where he was. It's now a 1v4 for Flya, as he is pushing out onto site. Flash comes through. Corey going to take out Flya. 4 players left alive for TSM. Makes that probably more dominant than Moist Muggles would have liked to start off this map. But again, this is TSM's map pick. We expect a dominant first half from them. Or sorry, a dominant map from them. Again, Pearl's become a little bit offense-sided because of the fact that you can just plant B long. But in theory, like if we didn't know the meta of just planting B, this is, in theory, a defense-sided map for the sole purpose that with a typical A-B site with a defined mid, it'll just be down to the defense because they can just respond to wherever the offense is going. But because of the way that this map has sort of panned out, the way that B long is, it is a little bit more offense-sided now. I'd say it's one of the more balanced maps of the... I don't have the exact stats like I do with the other maps because I couldn't find any. I looked very, very hard to try and find some stats for Pearl, but I could not. So I don't know the exact percentages of how defense or offense side of this map is. But from what I've seen, what I've gathered, it's a little bit more balanced, but I will give the hand to the offense a little bit. We will see how this does end up going, though, for TSM. They're starting on this offense. Of course, they take the first pistol round. They're forcing this round. They've made a little bit of noise A. They're just trying to find some contact, and they're not really getting any. Moist Moguls did have a pretty big stack on A, a 3-player stack, and they were all pretty much posted up in A main, but half of really no contact. They all rotate over to B, and that's a good choice. TSM is going to be going B, and with 45 seconds left, there's not really even time for them to pivot to rotate over to A, so they do sort of have to commit to this. Moist Moguls, of course, has all of their players here, so this will be a well-placed stack from MXM. We will see if they can do damage here. Brock going to find a pick. GMD going to take out Thief and a Proto, but a Proto takes out Konpeki before he goes down. Fly going to take out GMD. Fly going to pick up the Spectre and take out Corey. It's now down to 7. Suddenly the pistol round, or the eco round for Moist Moguls, is not going to turn into a win. Or it's not, or sorry, it will not turn into a win for TSM, and it looks like MXM going to find the win here. Fly going to take 7 out. This round goes to Moist. Unbelievable that they take that round, but yeah, I don't know. I would not have expected that. Of course, they did, you know, place a lot of their players here on B, so I'm like catching myself a lot. I can't talk right now. Moist Moguls is Moist Moguls did make a good play there. Sorry, let me collect myself. Moist Moguls did make a good play there. They were able to get onto B. It was a really good choice to rotate off of a lot of sound early on A, and then no sound. They decided, all right, it's probably a rotate, and it was a really good call. It was really well played there, and immediately Moist Moguls able to take that round, which does now mean Moist Moguls, who was saving that round so that way they could buy this round, is actually going to be taking bonus. Those players who did not pick up guns are going to be buying Vandals, but those players who did pick up guns, because it was 3 players off the live, they picked up Spectres, so they're going to be taking bonus for those players, which means some good econ momentum is going to be moving in the favor of Moist. So if they, even if they lose this round somehow, they'll be able to buy next round. They're gaining some econ momentum, but they do have better guns than TSM, so they should be able to win this round. Although, as I say that, Moist taking quite a bit of damage in some early B engagement, but Fly is still going to take out GMD, and it looks like TSM is still going to be committing to B. They're all posted up in long cubby, but does look like, no, they are going to start backing out. They've had 7 lurking to watch mid, so they know mid's clear. They can rotate through mid, maybe try and challenge the Link or go through A. It looks like 7 going to be crossing to try and clear Art at this point. Going in. There's some Killjoy util. It will slow it down 7 a little bit. While the rest of TSM isn't actually going to be joining him mid, they're going to be going in through A main. The Killjoy util is destroyed in Art, which does tell Moist that maybe it's an A push. Possibly through mid. Off of that, Sim looking for a little bit of contact through B Link. Doesn't find it. Now he's going to watch Connector because he doesn't know if anybody's pushed through Art. At this point, Moist just going to get on A site to defend it, and they do lock it down. A Proto going to take out Konpeki and Nature. Thief going to take out Corey. It's down to 7. Now remember, this was an eco round for TSM, so they weren't expected to win, but they find no kills, and it's a flawless round for Moist Moguls to do it this round. Not, again, not really where you want to be if you are TSM in order... I mean, if you're trying to win this round, or trying to win this map, starting it off, first of all, you lost the second round despite losing the pistol round, and then you don't do any econ damage at all in that third round. And that was a bonus round for Moist, and they're taking another bonus round, because if there's one thing Moist Moguls is good at, or one thing they've famously been good at, Moist has been able to really get good econ momentum. They're a team that is really, really good at good econ play. I mean, we've seen them do so much with such good econ momentum built up early. And that's what we're seeing them do here again on Pearl, which we've seen them do time and time again before. So they're taking another bonus round despite winning 2 rounds in a row, which means they're probably not going to win this round. But that's okay. They'll have some really good econ momentum to work with, and it's not like they don't have good guns to try and win this round with. They've got completely full shield for all of their players. 2 of their players have Vandals. 3 of their players have Spectres and full shield. So this is not a bad loadout to work with for Moist Moguls. It's not like they're in a position to lose this round. Even though they are at a gun disadvantage, they're not playing like it's an eco round or a half buy. They're playing like it's a full buy, except they just have Spectres, and they're just keeping their rounds from the previous, or their guns from the previous round. Because why buy a gun if you don't need to? Is sort of their mentality, and it may pay off for them. A site's been entirely given up to TSM, but it's not like they're on site yet. Now Proto gonna re-clear it. 4 players for TSM going to be going through mid into Art, while 1 is going in through a main. Still, Moist Moguls not on site or not defending the site push. Hunter's Fury comes out from TSM to lock down back site. Spike trying to go down. It does, but Konpeki going to be taken out by Thief. I believe that was a wallbang through dugout, potentially. GMD going to take out a Proto. GMD also going to take out Thief. 7 takes out Sim. Fly going to be able to take out 7. Corey takes out Fly. It's a 1v3 for Brock. Not going to clutch it up this time. Going to take out GMD. Nature able to trade it off. Now, again, Moist Moguls was not able to win that round. Good for TSM, but they lose the majority of their players, which means no econ stability really allowed on this map win. And on top of that, that was a bonus round for Moist Moguls, like I talked about. So we're seeing them go for this buy with Light Shield to get some good momentum moving for them. This is sort of it's not a meta. It's not like a new meta to go a buy with the Light Shield, but we have seen it pop up more and more in pro play. I think we saw it first from Loud in VCT Lock-In, Sao Paulo, Brazil. We saw Loud do it quite a bit, which the main thing it allows is it means you have to take way less eco rounds if you're willing to save on the shield. Because think about it, like if your opponent is only hitting your head, then you don't need shield, right? The only reason it'll matter is if you're up against a Phantom. If they head tap you and you have full shield, you won't die. But yeah, there's some videos that I've seen about how good it can be to carry some econ momentum through by doing this sort of buy with half shield, and we'll see if it does pay off for Moist Moguls this time around. Or, I mean, they may, if they win this round, just go for full shield next round. We will see. Enough talking about meta and stuff outside of the game. Let's talk about the game. 2 ults available for TSM, Seekers and a Cosmic Divide, and it looks like TSM gonna be, after pushing into mid, taking some mid control, it looks like they're gonna be going over towards B. 7 was using up the Killjoy util in Art. And now he's gonna start rotating it over towards B through mid, maybe trying to take B link, although looks like no. He's just gonna back up and go through offense spawn towards B main with the rest of his team. Site not yet been given up. The offense has used a Cosmic Divide to try and get this spike down, but the plant is denied by Brock, who's just barely on the other side of the wall of the Cosmic Divide. He's able to find the pick on the spike carrier, 7 and a wallbang through screens and find a pick. They're not anticipating another player behind screens, and Sim's able to find 2. 7 going to take out Sim for a trade, but now Brock swings and takes out Nature and 7. 3 kills for Brock this round, and he locks it down. He had 3 HP, by the way, for those final 2 kills. He is... That was a round where he truly destroyed, and now it's looking like the econ momentum, which Moist Moguls had been trying to build up off of those 2 rounds they won previously, has really started to carry through now. They win that. I believe they only lost 1 of their players, which does mean some really good econ momentum can start to build up. And yeah, it looks like they're not going to be going for the half shield meta for them. They're just going to go for full shield. We will see. We will see if it pans out. 2 ults available for Moist Moguls. A Viper Spit and Seekers. Over on TSM, they've got a lockdown available, but this is their econ round, so we may not see it come out. Sim, along with Thief, going to push out aggressively in through A main. And Sim going to find 2 picks. Thief gets away with his life, but Sim does get traded off. So it's a 4v3. Only a 1-player advantage for Moist Moguls as Sim doesn't get away, but still a player advantage. A gun is picked up as well, and TSM already had a real gun. So it was mostly an eco round, except for one of their players. I believe it was Nature had a gun. So off of finding Sim for taking out Sim early, they do get to pick up another gun. So there are some guns for TSM to work with, although 7 still only has a Sheriff. And still TSM not really making any moves. They've pushed up. They sent an alarm bot in A main, hoping to maybe catch Moist Moguls going for a lurk, but it doesn't look like, or a flank, but it doesn't look like that's what's going to happen. And 7 just going to be watching from within A main. The other 2 players on his team, in Nature and Corey with guns, going to be pushing in through mid, going in through Art. Killjoy turret spots them, as well as some Seekers that come out to seek them out. There you go. And Proto going to be locking down Art, but not quite able to do enough. He's able to take out Corey, but it is traded off, which does allow Nature to push out. But as 7 is taken out in main, it's down to Nature in 1v3. Doesn't find anything else. Brock shuts him down. 4 rounds now in the hands of Moist Moguls. That was an econ round for TSM, and they were able to kill a good portion of Moist Moguls players. It's not the majority, but it is 2, so, you know, as many as you can kill without the majority dying. Better than only killing 1, I guess, looking on the bright side for TSM. They're now going to be on a bye, though, so they do have some guns to work with this round. They've got 2 ults to work with and technical pause. Possibly, I guess, you can all be on land, but it doesn't stop your tech pauses. Although I think TSM is on remote. I don't think they're together. They don't have a compound. Neither does Moist. Actually, I think they have a compound, but they're not playing at that compound. They're playing at Optic. Anyways, it could also just be a ping diff because of the location differences. I don't know. But tech pause is being used here. Yeah, I want to talk about TSM. The reason they haven't really been able to find anything, first of all, they're just losing their early engagements. But they're not really defending from sort of this aggressive play that Moist Moguls has been able to make. Moist Moguls has been able to make some decently aggressive plays here and there. In the sense that they push out, for example, they push out A main early. And again, that sort of meta of pushing down B long and then just planting the spike and playing from long, TSM hasn't been able to do. There's 2 reasons. One, they don't have that harbor, so they can't just throw the cascade down and follow it and get that spike down. But also, Moist Moguls doing those early plays prevents TSM from getting in. The one time TSM did try and do it, they had the Cosmic Divide, and Moist Moguls just counterplayed the Cosmic Divide. They just played in that little pocket that TSM had left because, you need a little bit of space where you can see so that way you can get the spike down there. But so Moist Moguls just played on the other side of that, so they were in that pocket where you couldn't really see it from long until you pushed up, and Moist Moguls was able to take advantage of that. So I think TSM has had some of the right ideas here and there, but Moist Moguls is just always ready to counterplay those ideas. The correct ideas are always just counterplayed. So we come out of this tech pause. I do wonder whose it was, but the cams are on. So they're just sitting here. All right. I think it might be a ping thing, I would guess. And yeah, it looks like we're coming out of this tech pause. 15 seconds left on the clock before we start the round. Let's go and take a look at the ults, though. A Lockdown and a Viper's Pit available for both of these teams. Moist Moguls has an additional ult as well in the Showstopper. Thief is only down 1 ult point before he can get his Cosmic Divide. So not only is there 3 ults for Moist Moguls, but they also have 1 close by. And it looks like TSM wants to prevent that Cosmic Divide from going up. They're challenging this ult orb in A main. And maybe they were hoping to catch Moist Moguls off guard. Maybe they were hoping Moist Moguls would have an aggressive play up in A main, looking for early picks. But Moist isn't doing that. They're sending an aggressive push up B main, hoping to find some early picks there, but they don't, which does allow TSM to get pretty deep here into A, and they send the lockdown out. And the lockdown for Moist Moguls is not near enough to the site that they can use their lockdown to counter it. So they do just sort of have to let a site be given up. The Viper's Pit can come out. Sim going to be challenging mid, though. Pulls out the Showstopper and rushes out and takes out GMD, which does mean Moist Moguls can now play up a player. The Viper's Pit does come out from TSM, but the Defender Lockdown can help counter that ever so slightly. Looks like TSM does not wish to respect it, but it doesn't matter. Moist Moguls just going to shut them down, mow them all down as they try and push into Arc to destroy the Lockdown, and while they're unsuccessful in their attempts, 3 players left alive for Moist Moguls. They're going to be able to defuse this spike. Doing a little bit of playing with their food there. 5 rounds now for Moist Moguls, and it's looking like this half may be dominant for Moist Moguls, as they've just denied. Even when TSM may have a little bit of an edge, it just seems like TSM, even when they have their ults that they can try and use, and they've got some powerful ults to help with taking of sight. I mean, they got a Viper's Pit, they've got a Lockdown, they've got a Cosmic Divide, right? These can be really, really useful in taking a site. But whenever they do try and use them, it doesn't matter. Moist Moguls just immediately counterplays, and they're taking a timeout here, their first timeout, to try and figure out, all right, what did we do wrong there? I would like to point out, I always talk about kill consistency and how much I love to see it. And although we're only 7 rounds in, so you're not really going to see a whole lot of, big kill differences, so you can't really get a feel for that. You look at TSM, Nature and GMD with the exact same amount of kills. It's only a 1 kill drop off to Corey with 3. So there's some good, you've got that core 3 in TSM, with the 3 having very consistent kills, which does tell you TSM is able to play for each other. They're able to have good teamwork, trade each other off when they need to. All that good stuff you want to be able to see, we do see coming out from TSM, even if it's not enough to pull through for the team, because you do sort of have 7 in the lead by 2, or leading the pack with two additional kills on top of Nature, and then you've got Kenpeki 2 kills behind, right? And that type of wideness you don't really want to see, because again, you can have a carry on your offense, sure, but you don't want to have one player then, instead of instead of allowing all of your players to have equal kills, you just have one ahead and then one behind. That's not really where you want to be, because it means you're having one player carry and one player sandbag. That's not really what you want to be. I'm not saying it's Kentucky's fault. It just means that TSM isn't playing in a way that enables all of their players. You look over at Moist Moguls, though, and there is sort of that big kill differences just because they have more kills, so you're going to start to see that. But overall, those top three, I didn't really get a good look at it, so I didn't get to talk about it, but the top three are pretty close in kills. It's only 1 kill differences, I believe, which is a really, having 3 ahead of the rest is not a bad thing. It means, like, 3 of your players are playing well enough to trade each other off. So, like, having 2 or 3 on top of the rest is a good amount of kill consistency, because it means enough of your players are pulling through that even if 2 of the players aren't playing at the same level, it doesn't matter. The rest of the team is pulling through. And I know those 2 players falling behind from Moist Moguls absolutely, if needed to, or if given the opportunity, will pull through for their team. Or, I won't say will, but can pull through for their team. Just because I know that that's the firepower of this roster. Speaking of this roster from Moist Moguls, Sim pushing out. That was a really bad transition. Sim pushing out a B-Link into mid, looking for an easy pick, but there's all of TSM pretty much. 3 out of the 5 of them there, and, well, they spot him. They take him out, punish him for peeking out like that. It's now going to be a 4v5 that Moist Moguls has to play. A Proto jump peeking out of Paul on B is spotted. No damage done. He gets away. But now that he's shooting through the Viper wall to try and do some damage, he's punished for it. He gets shot through the smoke, but Brock locking down the wall. He pushes through. He finds 3. Brock going to jump through with the shorty. He finds another pick, and now Seven's in a 1v4. What on earth was that play from Brock? Another impressive play from Brock in this Moist Moguls roster. I mean, that's just insane. And that'll turn the tides in this round, to say the least. Although it looked like maybe it was going to go to TSM, having that player advantage, it's immediately squandered. That individual play from Brock, and now we see him 5 hit kills above the rest of his team. And there's a reason for that. Look at this. Just insane. They're all just like, just doing push-ups. They're all just looking at him. Very, very funny. 2 ults available for Moist Moguls. Actually, I think we already saw that clip. There might have been an earlier clip that they threw in right there. But anyways, 2 ults available for Moist Moguls, a Viper Spit and a Cosmic Divide. They may not have to use them. Those are sort of if you need to retake, but as long as Moist Moguls doesn't allow TSM to get on site, they may not have to use it. We've got, or Moist has Sim pushed out in a main, looking for some early engagement. Nobody's there, though, so they're just going to sit there and watch it. Meanwhile, TSM is mostly going through mid. They've got 3 going through mid. They got 7 watching for a flank, watching that A main entrance. They've got Nature lurking deep into B, so if TSM needs to pivot over to B, they absolutely can. They've got somebody deep there, but I believe he was just spotted by Moist Mogul. Yeah, they're flashing and taking him out. Fly going to be able to play off of Brock's flash. It's not going to be a 5v4 for MXM. As the push for TSM, they're not going to have any opportunity to pivot over to B anymore, so they're just going to commit to this A push. 3 going in through Art. They're allowed to get somewhat deep, but the Snake Bite going to finish GMD off, and Sim able to take out 7 as well from main, and now it's a 5v2. TSM looking like they might get flawless on this half buy. Brock going to take out Kentucky, Spike down in connector, and Corey holding an angle, not going to have the reaction time. Sim going to take Corey out. This round goes to Moist Moguls in flawless fashion, and although it is a half buy from TSM, so it's an eco round, you don't want to get flawless, and it's not like they didn't have guns. It's not like they were on a full save with classics. They had Guardians, they had Bulldogs, right? Like, these were decent guns to at least try and find something, and they didn't. And now Moist Moguls has enough econ to probably last them the rest of this half. So TSM going to be in a tough spot where they need to just try and find some rounds here. Moist Moguls is already taking the lead going into the next half. TSM just needs to prevent that lead as best as possible, if they can. Punish Fury available for Corey this round to try and find something, maybe counterplay. Well, no, there's no. I was going to say counterplay a lockdown, but there's no lockdown from MXM. There are 3 ults from Moist, though. There's Viper's Pit, Seekers, and a Cosmic Divide. Again, Cosmic Divide and Seekers are really going to be used for retakes. I mean, Seekers can actually really be used at any time on the defense, but especially the Cosmic Divide is really only a defense, or sorry, a retake type of ult. And a Viper's Pit can sort of be used whenever you feel like it. TSM has pushed through mid. They've actually got 3 in connector, hoping to find a pick on somebody pushing into connector. But you look at Fly, he's aware that they could be in connector, and he's just playing back. The entirety of TSM is in connector right now. The Seekers come out, and now they know exactly where these players are. Brock is going to be locking down this entrance into B-Link, only going to find one before he goes down, so it's traded. And off of that, TSM's like, all right, B-Link's clear. Let's go over to B. Fly now acknowledges that this could be an open B site. Is he going to pull out his Viper's Pit? No. Yes, he is. He sends the Viper Orb down for a one-way, pulls out the Viper's Pit to force TSM back, play some time. Sim going to be watching from mid, that B-Link entrance, and he finds a pick on to Corey, trying to find more before he goes down. Will he? He does. He finds 2 more and a third of 4 kills for him this round. This round goes the way of Moist Moguls. Another insane individual play from one of the Moist Moguls players, and all of a sudden it's looking like any grounds TSM had coming into this map are lost, as Moist Moguls' morale must be through the roof. The same definitely cannot be said for the mental of TSM, who at this point, very likely, I don't know what my voice did there, said, the same cannot be said for TSM, whose mental right now, it's got to be at the floor. But, you know, if you're at the bottom, there's nowhere to go but up. It's not over for TSM. If they can just, you know, get a few more rounds here, hey, maybe they can get the 9-3 curse on their side. We'll see. 3 ults available for TSM this round. It's not the last round of the half, so they may just want to save them for next round, because this is an eco round for them. Sim, as a showstopper, he's pushed up in B main, hoping to find a pick. He doesn't. Nature happy to kill Sim after he misses the showstopper. Corey gonna take out Thief. A Proto, though, 3 kills to lock down a site. And although GMD trades him off and Nature finds a pick onto Brock, which does leave Flya alone, I want to highlight that another player from Moist Moguls is able to do some insane individual play. GMD's alone in A main. The Lurker from Nature was able to do some damage over on B, but now he has to run all the way over to A to back up his teammate, which gives Flya time to reposition, decide where he wants to play this from. TSM will still be pushing into A, it looks like, but GMD is just waiting for Nature, so that way they can swing together, play double peaks. Cosmic Divide comes out from TSM. Smoke comes out, which does block off where Flya is. Flya peeks out, does a little bit, but not a whole lot. He's still waiting in the smoke. I'm going to maybe find something if he can. Viper's Snake Bite, the Viper Molly comes through, which does push Flya back. Will he be able to clutch this out? Health is low for Nature and GMD. They know where he is, though. But if he can isolate these fights, he may be able to do something. But TSM going to be playing 1 in Dugout, 1 in Secret. They are holding across here, and very likely he won't be able to do anything. Actually, if he does wrap around through Flowers, goes through and peeks Secret through that window, and it looks like TSM is definitely aware that that may be the case here. And he peeks, but he peeks Nature first with his back turned, and he's not going to clutch this one out. 3 kills for Nature, and although it looked like that insane individual play from a Proto earlier in that round was going to help Moist Moguls secure that round, it was not enough. And the eco round for TSM turns into a win. Maybe they could get a 4th round here. They've got some momentum to work with. I said their mental must have been at the floor, but all there is to go but up. When you're at the bottom, there's nowhere to go but up, and that's exactly what TSM looks like maybe they can do. Can they carry some momentum here? They've got 2 ults to work with. Hunter's Fury, Seekers. They've also got Moist Moguls has a Cosmic Divide to work with. TSM is 2 ult points away from either their Viper's Pit or a Killjoy Lockdown if they can get it there, which could give them some additional ults to work with. They used their Cosmic Divide in the previous round, so they don't have that to help them get on site, but they do have Seekers to work with. They send a Sovage on B long, hoping to find some vision. They do. They ping Flya. Flya has to back up, and now TSM going to be pushing down long, hoping to be able to play that classic post plant from long. There is a Viper's Wall, which just denies some vision in the process. A lot of util being used to prevent TSM from pushing up, but Flya is taken out by Nature. Was that through a smoke? Not entirely sure. Maybe it was as the wall was coming up. Nature takes out a Proto. Brock going to take out Nature, but at the same time, Corey takes out Sim. Nobody's going to trade off Brock yet, but it is a 2v4 for Moist Moguls. We've seen Brock have some insane individual plays in this round. Can he do it this time? He finds one. He's not going to find any more. The Caster's Curse comes through. 7 going to take out Brock. Thief takes out Kampeki. GMD able to trade that off, and because 2 players were down from Moist Moguls, TSM finds nothing. Moist Moguls finds nothing there. We go into the second half. Moist Moguls up 4 rounds. That is a pretty good round advantage to have going into this half, where you're going to be on the offense. Reminder, that was TSM or Moist Moguls' defense, and I did say this is a little bit of an offense-sided map. That's honestly a guess, because again, I don't have the exact stats. I just say that because of the new meta of just being able to plant B, but it definitely does favor the defense because, again, like I said, in traditional, like, when we're talking about CSGO, for example, when we're not talking about all these abilities, when we're not talking about new metas coming in, in a site where, or in a map where it's an A, B with a defined mid, like when that is your map structure, it will typically favor the defense because you can just respond to what the offense is putting out. So that's why Pro is pretty much inherently defense-sided, but if you can find a new meta like, I'm just going to go down B and plant long and just watch it from long, that can change the way that the map is played, and that's where a game like Valorant doesn't really care about what traditional map structure should look like. But as I say that, some engagements happening mid, trades coming through, and it's now a 2v2 in mid. Proto down to 13 HP, taking quite a bit of damage. It does look like a Proto just going to be holding in mid window here. Not going to find anything. Taken out swiftly and easily with a head tap from Nature. Down on a Thief in a 1v2. He's coming for the flank, but TSM is ready for him there. GMG spotted first by Thief. They swing together, and a 1v2 not going to do anything. TSM does take the first pistol round, but I will remind you, although this is good for TSM to try and even it back up, TSM took the pistol round in the first half as well, okay? And then, you know, we saw how that went. The second round went to MXM regardless. But I'm not saying that's what's going to happen this time. It is very, very possible. In fact, I would expect TSM to win this round. I'm just saying, you know, a little bit of an asterisk on winning that pistol round because we've seen them lose it. But I doubt that a non-traditional round structure will take place here this time around. So I expect TSM to win this round. And Moist Mogul is going to be pushing into B, it looks like. They're sending the spike on Brock, actually, to do a little bit of vision finding in mid and into art. Doesn't find anything. Now MXM just backs up. Gets ready to go B. Corey with a Marshall watching B, looking for something. He actually misses, although it looked like it was right on them. Shot does miss. And now Moist Mogul is going to be able to push up a little bit here as the vision is denied. Flashes come through as well. Viper wall comes up, and MXM going to start pushing in. Sim's taking quite a bit of damage. Nature holding this corner here. Going to find kill on both Thief and Sim. Brock going to rush out to trade it off. Although, from heaven, Kempeki going to find two. 7 finds the pick onto Brock, and this round goes to TSM like it should. Only losing one of their players. And that does mean TSM, as they go into this bonus round, is going to have some decent guns to at least try and do damage to Moist, despite the fact that Moist should be able to take this next round. We will see. Well, I mean, again, Moist should be able to if we're following traditional round structure. I don't know why they wouldn't be able to. We will see if they can. As we see Moist going to be going, looks like for a bit of a split play. They're sending, looks like 3 just to watch mid. Maybe they're expecting TSM to push into them while they send 2 down B long. It does look like Moist does want to do this more traditional let's plant B long type of setup. It looks like that may be what Moist wants to challenge here in these rounds. We sent quite a few players down B. Some vision is given, so TSM knows there's at least 1 or 2 trying to entry, and that was their duelist, so they can be pretty certain it's not a lurker. But it actually is. That was Moist doing a little bit of a bait out, and they've actually taken art control, and they're in art and into A. GMD is in A main. We'll see if Moist is ready for that. GMD may have the job. Moist is re-clearing A main with those 2 players who were over on B. I don't know if GMD will be ready for the flank. He is. He's ready for it, but he gets traded off, so it will remain a 4v4. And it looks like TSM going to have to play this retake entirely from CT. They do have Nature going in through Connector to get through Art, but it'll take a little bit as they do have to clear that space. Well, the rest of the team tries to do something. Fly with the Guardian, going to take out 7. Looking for more, not going to find it. It's okay because a Proto swings off of that and does damage to Corey and Kempeki. Remember I said Nature was going through Connector? Well, he's in Art now, but Brock going to take him out. That bonus round for TSM did not go their way. They did not kill the majority of Moist players either. They only killed 2. It's not the end of the world. It's a decent amount. It does deny some econ stability. But yeah, Moist now going to be moving into this next round on a full buy. So will TSM. It's a full buy from both sides. I believe Moist can survive a loss here. I believe their econ can survive a loss. They should be able to buy next round. I'm not entirely sure. They may have to half buy. Over on TSM, though, they cannot survive a loss at all if they lose this round. So they do need to win this in order to get econ back in their favor. Or in their favor at all. You know, we've only been through 3 rounds of this half. So we will see if they can. Pushing in. Sim going to be doing the entry into Hall. He gets killed by the Nanostorm, but he does take out Nature first, so it is traded. Meanwhile, the rest of Moist going to be pushing in through mid. Fly going to take out Kempeki. Some body blocking going on. 7 going to be able to take out Fly and a Proto. It is traded off by Thief, though, so this will remain a 2v2. Moist getting ready to get this plant down from heaven. Corey peeks, but Thief going to take him out. No push from upper there. GMD in a 1v2 now. He's going to be pushing through B Link. And he knows Moist is pushing him, so he's just going to run. He may as well just save his gun, I guess. Unless he's going to try and wrap around. It looks like he is. He wants to go through CT, but of course Moist not going to chase him any further. So they're ready for him to push through mid. Or sorry, through CT. From this heaven position. And Thief going to take GMD out. That's 3 kills for Thief. And that closes off this round. The 2v1 goes the way of Moist. And the first buy round from both sides goes to Moist Moguls. And what did I say? TSM cannot survive a loss. And guess what? They can't. They're going to have to take an eco round here. We've got Stingers coming out. We've got pistols coming out. This is not going to be a good round for TSM, which does mean that Moist may start to get some econ and round momentum moving in their favor. Get that mental up. We'll see if they can. Viper's Pit available for Flya. Saw him hovering that shorty, but it looks like they were just trying to figure out how to manage their econ. So they will be able to buy next round off of a loss. So they do have some econ stability to work with, but we would like some more. If they can get another win here, they'll get some really good econ momentum, assuming they win with the majority of their players alive. They're going to push aggressively into B. They want to do this post plant from B. The entry coming in from Sim, and he's just in the air, can't do anything. He gets taken out by Kempeki with a Stinger. Close range, that Stinger's going to win that exchange. 4v5 now for Moist. They know exactly where a Proto is. He's pinged. But they're not able to do anything. They know he's behind Pillar. Corey pushing in. Or sorry, no, Brock pushing in. Taken out by Corey. There you go. 3v5 now for Moist. Corey's down to 1 HP. Thought that was the Viper smoke, but no, he's literally just down to 1 HP. Proto going to take out Kempeki, clearing that corner, but Nature going to trade it off and able to find another one and another on Flya. Thrifty round. That was an eco round for TSM. I said it wasn't going to go their way, but it did. It went very much so their way, and now Moist going to have to figure out how to recoup that loss. I did say they would be able to afford a buy off of a loss, and they can. But now they're going to need to play on a little bit of low econ. Should be almost a full buy, although we may see a Bulldog in the hands of some. In the hands of some, as in not Som as in the player, but like, you know what I mean. Oh, it's actually a Proto going to be on a Sheriff, so it is a forced buy, but we do see a little bit of econ saved there. Moist won't be able to buy next round if they lose here, so they are hoping to win it. They've got a Lockdown to use. They've got a Viper's Pit to use. Over on TSM, they've got a Viper's Pit to use and Seekers to use to help counterplay a little bit if they can. Seven's only 1 ult point away from a lockdown as well. Thief, though, Moist, only 1 ult point away from a Cosmic Divide. And it looks like he may want it in a main. He is there, but must just be a lurk. There's 3 for Moist going through mid. We've seen them do this a few times now, going for a 1-3-1 push, where Flya is going down B long. There's only actually 1 on B, or near B, I guess. Now he's in B link. Combat Moist. So if Moist just wants to run it over towards B main, they could definitely take B site. Sply is still not finding anything when he's jump peeking, so looks like that's what they're going to do. Yeah, good read, good choice. They're going to be able to push into B here, most likely. Seekers come out from TSM to try and retake mid. Still being challenged a little bit by the Sheriff on a Proto. I will say, a Proto Sheriff is always looking a little bit scary play against. Cosmic Divide does come out. The old orb is picked up. So the Cosmic Divide can come out, and the Viper's Pit comes out. So the spike going to go down. Lockdown can come out as well, and it does. So Proto's Lockdown going to come out, and that's 3 ults used by Moist. So they really want this round. If they don't get it, I mean, that'd be a big win for TSM. This is a buy from both sides, excluding the Sheriff on a Proto. And again, a Proto Sheriff always looks disgusting. We could definitely see it do some good damage here. Kempeki pushing out here. A Proto going to take Kempeki out. Thief going to take GMD out. It's now a 5v3. Nature able to take out Sim, trying to help with this re-entry, but Brock takes out 7. So it's a 2v4. Still down 2 players. Nature takes out Brock, but Thief takes out Corey. It's now a 1v3 for Nature. 70 HP. Not really going to be able to clutch this one up. Hoping he can prevent himself from getting picked off, but he can't. Flya going to take Nature out. Viper mask up, and this round goes to Moist. Now at 11-7, I did say they needed this round, and they got it with the majority of their players alive. So some econ momentum, although they don't really have econ momentum at this point, they do have some econ stability in their hands, and some more round momentum moving in their favor. 2 ults available for TSM, a Viper's Pit, and a Lockdown. Showstopper almost there for Moist if they can get it up. We've seen Sim use it. We actually have seen him find very little success with it, surprisingly, but hasn't mattered too much. Let's go ahead and look at the kill consistency, which, you know, I like to talk about. Over on Moist, we've got 21 kills for Brock, then an 8-kill drop down from Sim. Sim, Flya, and a Proto all have the exact same amount of kills of 13, and it's a 4-kill drop down to Thief. Now, this is what I said I don't really like, is having a core 3, but then having one player way above and then one player way below, sort of sandbagging to counteract the carry. But the fact that Brock has 8 more kills than Sim, and then Thief only has 4 kills less than a Proto, does mean that Thief is not sandbagging the carry that Brock's giving too hard, and it's enough to give Moist Mobiles these rounds. And again, I talk about it a lot. On the offense, you can have a carry. It's okay, because you're all playing together for the most part. So having a carry does typically work out, because you're all playing together. So it doesn't really... It means that he's trading off those players who aren't pulling up because they're all playing together. Versus on the defense, if you have a carry, it means one player holding an angle just dies, and typically there's not really going to be someone who can trade them off. So it doesn't work out. That's not the case for Moist now that they're on this offense. Versus we look over at TSM, I didn't really get to give a good look, but there's a lot of less kill consistency. It's kills very spread out, which of course I don't like to see, because it means you're not all playing there for each other. And when we're talking about now that they're on the defense, we need to see that sort of kill consistency coming through in order to have some confidence that TSM can pull it together. If they can start getting some of that individual play figured out, where each individual player is pulling their own weight, or they can do plays like this, where you send 3 down 1 long sight, so that way you can have a carry. It's okay as long as you're trading each other off, but that does mean they're leaving a site like A open, and Moist, of course, is pushing through mid into A through Art, and nobody's on A except for some Killjoy util from 7, but he's playing so far back in secret, and he's not going to be able to prevent the plant. Plant is going to go down. Now it's up to TSM to try and retake this site. Playing from mid and Art, actually, for Moist, playing very far off the site. That should be okay for them. 7 going to be able to... Sorry, 7 going to be taken out as he and Kanpeki were trying to push through Art through Connector, and they don't find anything. Fly going to take out GMD. Corey and Nature each find a pick, but Sim takes out Corey, which does keep the player advantage in the hands of Moist. That push through CT denied. And after that, TSM with around 10 HP for both of these players, just going to go for the save of their guns, and it looks like Moist willing to hunt them down. They're going for it. The spike goes off, and they will not be meeting these players in time. So Nature and Kanpeki can go ahead and save their guns. Moist win with the majority of their players alive. So now they've got a little bit of econ momentum moving in their favor. TSM doesn't really. That was a full buy round, and they lost, but their opponent's on the 12th round, so they have to force. They've got 4 ults to use to try and win this round to get the econ back in their favor. They've got a Viper's Pit. They've got a Lockdown, Cosmic Divide, and a Hunter's Fury. I will say, you know, the Viper's Pit, you sort of just have to use defensively in the sense that instead of, like, reacting to where they're pushing, it's difficult to use in that sense, so you sort of just have to put it down in defense of a site. Maybe you can play from B long, and if you see them, then you put it down, but you do see Moist not going that way, so we will see if Nature can figure out how to use that ult. Cosmic Divide can be used for retake. Hunter's Fury can be used for retake. Lockdown can be used for retake. Sim has the Showstopper. He's going to use it, but once again does not find anything with it. In fact, he does more damage to himself than any of the enemy players. Obviously, he was going for Corey, but Corey was taken out. Flya now going to be pushed up very far for this Lurkin B. He's not going to find anything. Does a little bit of damage. Lockdown comes out in response. Viper's Pit comes out in response, and Moist is like, alright, we'll just go A, I guess. Going through mid, and now going to be going through Art. Because why would you push B? You just got 2 ults used on B. So that's good for Moist. They got to use 2 of those ults up. Don't have to worry about it. And Hunter's Fury was taken out early. Corey died early, so that's not a factor anymore. So it's really only the Cosmic Divide that can help TSM. But GMD's taken out. No longer going to be a playing factor. So I'm going to get a little bit of HP inside of this smoke. He is holding aggressively in CT. A Proto going to take out Kanpeki and 7. Nature going to be coming in from CT. He needs to clutch a 1v4, and he's not going to. The map pick for TSM of Pearl goes the way of Moist. Map 1 in this series goes to Moist Moguls, and it's now going to be the next map, which will be the map pick for Moist. Salmon did not find... I don't think he found a single pick with that showstopper. I'm not going to lie. I don't think he did, which, you know, probably not where you want to be coming into the start of the playoffs. But hey, you know what? It worked out. Moist still found a win in that map. And now we're going to be going into the next map, which will be, again, the map pick of Lotus for Moist. And this is not looking good for TSM, but there is still a lot to talk about. Let's talk about how that map did end up going down. Oh, I was going to talk about Ascension, but talk about it tomorrow, I guess. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and take a look. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I was like trying to figure out where everything is. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Actually, you know what I can do? I can just compare that to the previous series. So, the previous series on Pearl went 13-6. Let's see how that compares to this time around. My Siri keeps turning on for some reason. You go over here to Moist versus TSM. In this series, Pearl went 13-7. Hey, you know what? A little bit better. But it should be said, in that series, it was the map pick for Moist Moguls. And this time around, it was the map pick for TSM. So, of course, they should be doing better. But, yeah, you do have to ask the question of, in the previous series, if TSM and Moist played each other, and TSM's just going to pick the same map again, why would you do that? Like, wouldn't you want to pick something new that they wouldn't expect? But no, that's not the way TSM goes. And although they do find an additional round, it's really not at all how TSM would have wanted. Moist had a flawless offense side. Is that correct? No, sorry, that's the first series. I was like, wait a minute, hold on, wrong series. So this time Moist had a 13-7. Guessing up Moist a little bit too much there. They did have a very impressive 6-round win streak in the first half, which if you're TSM, that's not where you want to be, is allowing those massive win streaks, because it allows for such good, not just econ and round momentum, but of course, Valorant really is a mental game. A lot of it is. Once you get in your head, you do start to aim worse. It really is about making sure your mental is still there. And typically, a lot of pro players are really good at preventing that mental from getting there. But when you allow your opponent to get on these big win streaks, I say allow, like TSM's choosing to let it happen, but my point being, when your opponent does get on these big win streaks, it not only destroys your mental, but it allows your opponent to get on those big win, or that big mental game, right? Like, of course, Moist is going to be feeling really, really good after this first half, because they had a really big 6-round win streak. Sure, it didn't end with a win streak, but then it doesn't start with a win streak either, but they can still, like, bounce over here and just reclaim that sort of mental game. But let's go ahead and take a look. Enough talking about the mental, the win streaks, how well it went round-wise. Let's go ahead and talk about individual player performance, or how the team played overall. So I talk about it, Moist had this sort of big carry in Brock, and then they had this sort of core 3, Sim with 16, Frodo with 15, Flyer with 14, and then you drop down 4 kills to Thief. Now, like I said, you can have a carry as long as the there's not a player sandbagging. And although you did have Thief, 4 kills below, I believe Thief is the... Let me double check this. Yeah, Thief is the IGL, so that's typically the player you're going to have below. But on top of that, it's not a big kill difference, right? Because the kill difference between Brock and Sim is 6 kills. But the kill difference between Flya and Thief is only 4, right? So it's not like the kills that Brock is getting is balancing out because Thief is doing so bad. It's the kills Brock are getting are making a difference, especially when we come into the offense, where if we just look at the offense, it's actually more equal play, and actually you don't see Brock doing so many of those individual plays versus the defense, where you did sort of have Brock carrying, which is not really what you want to see, but it didn't really matter for them. The point being, on the offense, right, it despite Thief or even Sim lacking behind a little bit, the rest of the team is really carrying through. And it's when all of your team, even if you have one player doing worse than the rest of your team doing well together is really going to be a big factor. Anyways, enough talk about Moist Moguls. Let's talk about TSM. How did TSM do? We had Nature absolutely devastating Moist Moguls, carrying a lot of those rounds. And he had, I believe, a few clutches in there. 20 and 14, 7 assists. That's pretty good. Then you go down the line, okay? 9 kill difference between Nature and 7. 11 kills for Nature, 7. My brain is not functioning. 11 kills for 7, 10 kills for GMG, 9 kills for Corey. That's a pretty decent core 3, but this is what I'm talking about. You see a massive kill difference here. 4 kills down. Now, I will say 9 kills between Nature and 7, but then 4 kills between Corey and Kenpeki. But you sort of have to take, like, if you're looking at a box plot, I know this is like math, I'm sorry, but like if you're looking at a box plot, you're gonna have Nature's point be way up here, and then the box is gonna be down here and really close to the bottom frag. Meaning Nature's an outlier, right? He's doing much better than the rest of his team. He's not as close to the middle of like the total kills as he should be in order for it to be equal team play. Look at this, 291 ACS. Then you go down 174 for 7, 146 for Corey, 126, 95 for Kimpek. You don't even have him break the 100 mark, right? So clearly with such a big ACS difference, it's Nature really carrying the rest of the team. Even though you've got this core 3, that core 3 is not close enough to Nature to make it okay that they're having a carry. Because it means, yes, you have a carry, but they're carrying the entire team. Even though you've got this core 3, you can tell they're carrying the entire team because the core 3 is not very close to that carry. I'd say it's okay to have a carry if they're 4 or 5 kills above, but this is a 9 kill above type of player, which, you know, isn't really going to work out for you unless they're like 20 kills above, right? Which means they're really decimating the enemy team. It's not going to be enough of a carry to really make up for the fact that the rest of the team is so far behind. And that's where TSM is lacking. We'll see if when we go into Lotus, they can sort of clean that up, make sure the whole team is playing well together, which you sort of need to on on Lotus, because Lotus is a 3-site map, right? And although Morse is going to be starting on the defense, so, you know, a little bit of leeway there for TSM, and they can sort of allow that carry to come through. When we do go to the defense for TSM, they really do need to start playing very well across the board, not just having 7 carry the team. Because again, unless it's enough of a carry where they are clutching every single clutch situation they're in, they're 1v4ing, they're getting multiple 4 kills, multiple 3Ks, right? Unless we're seeing that come through 4-7, it's not going to be enough of a carry to pull through for the team. And quite frankly, Viper is not a character that can really carry a whole lot on Lotus, just because the offensive util, or the offensive util, the molly is not really going to be enough to make up for the fact that you really need the rest of your team to be playing off of your util rather than you playing off of your util. Or you need to be controlling the site so that way your team can play off of that control rather than you playing off of that control. You don't want your controller to be pulling through like that, and that's what we see TSM or 7 having to do for TSM. So I was just making sure 7 wasn't the IGL, because if your IGL is carrying, you're doing something really wrong. But no, it is GMD. So yeah, there's just a lot TSM needs to work on when we go into this next map, as far as making sure. Did I say 7 was carrying? I meant Nature. When we come into this next map, we need to make sure Nature is not solo carrying. Maybe on the offense it's okay, but even then you want it to be your duelist, right? And there was no duelist for TSM on Pearl, and that may have been to their disadvantage, although the duelist for Moist was not the most impactful character, so clearly you don't need a duelist on Pearl. But point being, TSM does really need to push through here as far as making sure that on their offense, it's those characters you want to be carrying. You can have a carry, sure, but it needs to be your duelist. It needs to maybe even be your sentinel because they're watching flank, right? It needs to be these players that should be carrying rather than these controller characters or your recon initiator. You don't want those types of characters to be carrying, and in this case on Pearl, that's what ends up happening. And on Pearl, it's okay. You can get decently far, but when we go into Lotus, where, again, it's such a big map and it's so difficult for the defense, you really do need to sort of pull together and get those players more consistent with their kills. You need those sort of kills to be a lot closer, and you need everybody to be playing at around the same rate, because, again, when you go onto that defense, you need that individual play. I keep repeating the same thing again and again, and it's because it's true. TSM does really, really need to make sure all of their players are individually playing to their strengths. And one way they can do that is just playing strategically in a way where you are, say, okay, Nature is carrying. All right, then stack some players with him, do an aggressive push out on a main entrance to a site. Try and find some damage, right? Allow those players to support your carry, right? It's about strategically positioning yourself where sure, you shouldn't have a carry, but if you do, play around that. And we saw them trying to do that on Pearl, but they weren't doing a good enough job, or those 3-player pushes out weren't effective or well placed, right? So even if you're trying to promote or push through, yes, we have a carry, let's support that carry. It hasn't really worked out for TSM. So that's my 2 cents. If TSM can really pull themselves together, have more consistent play across the board, more consistent individual play, or if they do have one player shining, have the rest of the team support that better, then I think TSM can maybe try and take Lotus. But of course, we're talking about Moist Moguls on Lotus. This is a map which it seems like Moist Moguls has figured out. They know how to play defense well on this map, so even if you've got a carry on your offense, you may not be able to do a whole lot against Moist Moguls. And I've been talking about what TSM needs to do, but I expect Moist Moguls to put up the show we always expect them to put up, of this very well-placed defensive play, and, we'll see if that is the case. Let's go ahead and take a listen into what these casters have to say while they throw it to the start of the map.
Is that they are going up against the undefeated team. They are going up against this team that has scaled so much looking into Split 2. So now it's time to see Bach going into our agent select for Lotus. Whereabouts the team's
All right, let's go ahead and get into this agent select. Sorry, I choked on water right as I muted my mic. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into this agent select, and this will be interesting. We've sort of seen this sort of new meta come out, again, across the board, is a Viper Harbor comp, especially in Tier 1 competition, but we haven't really seen that carry through in Tier 2, at least this week, or sorry, in these past 2 days, the start of playoffs, we don't see it come through here. I believe this is an nearly identical team comp, kind of identical. Both teams have a Viper, Flya, and Nature. Both teams have a Sky, Kempeki, and Brock. Both teams have a Killjoy, 7, and a Proto. But the difference is, I believe that was TSM had an Omen, whereas Moist had the Astra. It could be the other way around. And then I believe TSM had, or Moist had the Jet, whereas TSM had the Raze. Again, it could be the other way around. Double check, though, once they throw it over the casters and we get into the game. But yeah, it's going to be pretty much the old meta of Lotus rather than that Viper Harbor. And I think it's because a lot of these Tier 2 teams want to play it safe. They don't want to come into playoffs trying something new. They just want to be like, let's just pull through, right? And unlike a team like the Guard, which we did see pull out that Viper Harbor, they've been doing that since day one, pretty much. The Guard has been doing Viper Harbor since pretty much day one of Lotus, so that's sort of why they're comfortable playing with it, versus like Moist Moguls, who, yeah, that sure might be the meta now, but they're not really looking to, coming into playoffs, switch up that meta. They just want to play with that, with what they're comfortable with, or switch up their team comp to go with the meta. They just want to play with what they're comfortable with, and it may just work out for them. All right, let's go ahead and double check. No, I said it was the other. Yeah, no, I did say this, right? So Thief and Sim gonna be the Jet in control. So it's like the same team comp as far as the roles, but you do have Moist gonna be having, instead of an Omen, they've got an Astra. Instead of a Raze, they've got a Jet. Again, TSM, instead of a Jet, they have a Raze. Instead of an Astra, they have an Omen. And we will see. We will see if these player differences matter. We've seen TSM run this comp before. We've seen Moist run this comp before. So they should be fairly comfortable, and it's just going to be which team has practiced this enough. Turret comes out from 7. There's 3 for Moist Moguls in B main, and so that turret is immediately broken, and TSM's like, alright, we'll just go A. But they do actually break Breakable, so it looks like maybe they want to pivot to B, despite there being 3 there. Thief watching Breakable, able to find the first pick, but Kempeki and Nature going in through main, or not Kempeki, but Nature going in through main, going to be able to take out Brock. Kempeki found that pick, pushing into B, I believe. Kempeki going to take out Flya. Nature takes out a Proto. Thief left alone in a 1v3, not going to do any, or in a 1v4 actually, able to take out 7, but not going to do anything else there. And TSM does take the first kills round. Now, I will point out, although I talked about how much Moist has been able to figure out this defensive, or the defense side on Lotus. Sorry, I forgot the map was called. Although Moist has been able to figure out the defense on Lotus, it's still a very offense-sided map, right? At the end of the day, it's still an offense-sided map. It's one of the more one-sided maps. Again, it's not a map I have stats for just because it's the newer map, but you know, it's very clear and evident from what you can see. First of all, 3-side maps are always going to inherently be offense-sided because it's a long rotate for the defense. There's so much they have to watch. But especially on Lotus, where you can rotate so quickly in between the sides, and we even saw that come out in the previous round, where they just rotated through Breakable into B. Anyways, speaking of this round, let's stop talking about this round or what sided map it is. We just saw Fly get taken out very early. He was lurking up in A, hoping to maybe find a cheeky pick, but he wasn't able to. Meanwhile, Thief going to be able to return and get a pick of his own on the lurker who was watching flank by holding C. He finds a pick there. Meanwhile, TSM in a 4v4. Kepeki has 5 HP. Corey gonna take out Thief, runs him down, and that clears out Thief and B site. So the spike can go down. And Moy's not really that close to the site to try and retake here. Sim trying to watch CT. GMD is gonna take him out. It's now a 2v4 for these Moist players. Nature gonna take out Brock. Now down to a Proto. Now we know he's pretty gross with the Sheriff, but not gonna find anything there. Corey gonna take a Proto out this round. Goes to TSM. We do see finally for TSM, they get the offense side pistol round, and then they convert that into, we didn't see that in the previous map, but we see it here, they convert that into the second round win, like you should, and I believe they only lost one of their players, so that's definitely a good position to be in, as they're going into this bonus. Moist gonna have to put up quite a bit of firepower to combat that of TSM. And now TSM going to be ready to push into B here. There are 4 going down long. Or sorry, B main. There you go. Get in. Skydog comes through. It's going to clear into B. Not going to do a whole lot there. TSM getting ready to entry. Fly is just holding this. He's in a very open position, so if he just gets double swinged, he may be able to find a pick, but he may just go down. Although the rest of his team is there to sort of watch him hold his back. So that's probably why he's so comfortably holding that bold angle. He now backs up to watch Breakable. TSM is actually backing up off of B. They've crossed over into, I guess that'd be B main cubby near door. And it looks like maybe they want to pivot over to C. Nature is lurking in A main, but he hasn't found anything yet. He opens a door, which does bait Moist a little bit, but off of so much sound heard in C mound, it does look like Thief going to be staying on the site, getting ready to be trying to rotate over. Still no entry for TSM yet, and they send some util through, but they're actually going to rotate it over to A where they have Nature. Nature's holding this. Ooh, Proto seen. The elbow sees him, but he does not see Nature. And it looks like TSM is just going to go into B now, so looks like Nature going to just try and take Breakable. Rock going to be locking down B along with the help of Fly. Will they find anything? They've done a little bit of damage. Nothing yet. And Corey going to be able to take out Brock. Fly going to stop the plant. Able to take out Kentucky. A Proto going to take out Nature. Sim going to take out Corey. GMD going for the plant. He'll get it down. He's a little bit off of the angle you typically see of default, but Sim's still going to be able to take him out, dashing in right click with the classic after he finds that pick onto 7, making quite a bit of kills there. 4 players left alive for Moist. Does make this a very solid bye round win for them. They keep the majority of their players alive, only losing 1, so some early econ can be saved up here a little bit, at least. TSM, that was their bonus round. They only got one of the players. Not a very successful bonus round, but they will be able to buy this round nonetheless. And of course the econ going to be a little bit better for Moist off of that round win, so TSM does need this round win a little bit more than Moist does. And we will see if they can. It looks like they're going to be pushing over towards A to start it off, although we've seen them very hesitant to push aggressively into these sites. But at this point, I think Moist would be ready for the possibility of some hesitancy, and so they may just push up themselves. We do see Sim push up a little bit, maybe hoping to find an aggressive fish. But it does look like TSM just going to be holding A main, just holding this opening. Skydog comes through. It's destroyed inside of the smoke. Sim, yeah, I don't think he was seen. Maybe he was. Skydog can't see very far, but I think it may have just barely seen Sim. And TSM just not, they're not going to test it, so they back up. And it looks like they're just going to leave Nature to lurk, and maybe they're going to head over towards C through Mound, potentially. Will they, won't they, will they, won't they? Looks like they will. They're going to be pushing up through C Mound. Sim going to take out Nature. Now it's a 5v4. Sim with 8 HP. Thief going to take out Corey. Now a 5v3, but 7 going to be able to trade Thief off. Fly, though, locking down the site. GMD TP'd in. Fly was ready for that. Finds that pick. Ooh. Although 7's low on HP, it doesn't matter. He's still able to take out Fly, and now he gets healed back to 100. No shield, but still decent. Oh, Kentucky not clearing CT. Nocturne upper going to get taken out. It's now going to be a 1v3. Can't do anything there. Sim going to take out 7. And the first buy from both sides does go to Moist. It's definitely a good way. Again, like I said, they know how to play this defense on Lotus. And they counterplayed the fact that TSM has been a little bit slow and methodical by just holding on to keeping a pretty spread out, you know, keeping a player on C, keeping some players on A, keeping some players on B, knowing how slow TSM likes to play and how willing TSM is to rotate. Moist immediately counterplayed that once they were on a bye with them. And we'll see if TSM switches it up or if it's going to be another sort of slow play, maybe split push. We'll see what ends up happening here for TSM. To try and find, I guess for TSM what they should do is just try and find some early picks, but they can't do that. We may see some bad rounds here for TSM if they can't figure out how to adapt, and we may have to see that timeout come out in order to figure out that adaptability. Yeah, it looks like TSM Nature just going to be lurking in A, maybe hoping to find one of those early picks. I imagine if he finds that pick, they will, of course, rotate over towards A, and he does find that pick. Do they rotate? No, it looks like they're just going to continue to commit to C, and I hope it's enough of a bait that they go A, but they've already put a one-way Omen smoke in C, so that does mean Moist is, of course, just going to stay stagnant, leaving 2 on C, and they've actually rotated entirely off of A, so if TSM does want to go A, they definitely can, and it looks like they are going to start rotating over towards A. We'll see if Moist responds after a very silent time of TSM not making any further sound in C. It looks like Moist just going to decide, all right, we'll push out of C, sure. 7 going to be caught out, and that does mean an early pick for Moist, but that was 3 over on C, and Moist now knows, all right, we only got 1, let's run it over towards A. But it's a little bit late at this point. TSM going to be able to get this spike down, and it's going to be a 4v4, but TSM has the site in their hands. They've got so much control, which means Moist has to play this a little bit slowly. They have no idea where TSM could be. They're clearing CT. They know nobody's there, but GMD is in stairs and could definitely do some damage. Coming from heaven, Becky going to take out Thief, Fly going to take out Nature, GMD going to take out a Proto. That does leave TSM with a player advantage after some player exchanges. And Kempeki going to take out Brock. Now down to Fly in 1v3. We've seen him clutch these before on Lotus. He takes out 1 in Kempeki. It's now a 1v2. He needs to isolate these fights, and he definitely can. These players are very separated. Showstopper comes out from Corey. Not going to do anything there. Oh, Boom Pack. What a good play there to create an error bloom for Flya. He's not able to land any of those shots onto Corey. Corey wins the exchange, and although he could have been clutched by Fly, it was a 1v3 clutch, right? You didn't expect him to clutch that there, and he didn't. 3 ults available for either side, a Viper's Pit available for either side. I did see that Operator come out on Sim. It looks like we may see Sim trying to get that op going here. Did not see it come out on the previous map of Pearl. Did we? I think we saw it come out a few times. He just didn't find anything with it, I don't think. No, I don't think we did. I can't remember. Viper's Pit for both sides. Blade Storm available for Moist and a Cosmic Divide over on TSM. They've, of course, got that Viper's Pit. Lockdown and From the Shadows, which is a very situational ult. Ooh, the Operator hoping to find something for Sim. He's gonna get away, almost punished. Stuns come through, but yeah, nothing gonna be able to prevent Sim from getting away. He does not find a pick, so he's not punished for missing. But he does miss, so that's a little bit unfortunate for him. He definitely could have found something there, or found something there. Meanwhile, Nature's been able to gain some site control of just the early A main entrance into A. So we will see as TSM joins him how deep they can possibly get. There's some Killjoy util to lock down that push through the main entrance into stairs. We will see if Moist, or we'll see if TSM is going to get alerted off of that. Fly is in stairs right now, hoping to peek out. The smoke goes out, which does let him push up. We'll see if he finds anything. TSM is pushing up. Boombot comes out, clears some space into A. It actually gets caught. Doesn't find anything. It looks like maybe Moist is ready for possibly. No, they do have some in tree, so they're not really ready to rotate. Fly gonna peek out. He's able to find 2, then a Proto locking down, or trying to lock down tree, able to take out 1 in GMD. But 2 picks are returned. Still a player advantage for Moist, and as Flya takes out Corey, who was pushed out through tree, and then peeks through the wall. He knows exactly where 7 is. and he wins the encounter. 3 players up the line for Moist. A very smart individual play for Fly to find 4 kills in that round. Really turn that round in the tide of Moist Moguls. It looks like TSM gonna have to take a half buy and eco round here. 4 ults available. 4 ults available for Moist, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, let me just double check that. Is that correct? Yeah, 4 ults for Moist available. They don't even have to use them, and the Seekers are only 1 ult point away. They don't have to use them this round because it is an eco round for TSM, but they definitely have them to use. Bladestorm, Viper's Pick, Husband Defined, Lockdown, and of course their Seekers only 1 ult point away as well. So it's going to be a very devastating next few rounds here for Moist using these ults. Or for TSM, they've got 3 ults to use themselves. They've got, Viper's Pit, Lockdown, and from the shadows. Nanostorm going to take out the Viper, though. No Viper's Pit there. What just happened? Hold on. Very quick kills coming through as Moist Moguls uses util, but I believe TSM actually killed one of their own using that Nanostorm. I guess you report him for griefing there. I mean, very quick execution from TSM trying to get into B, and it's immediately denied. I need a replay of that. 5 ults available for Moist. Again, like I said, only 1 ult point away for Brock, and he got that ult point up. So it's a 5 ults for Moist Moguls, only 4 for TSM. So it's a full ult loadout. This could look very devastating. It's going to be a very crazy and chaotic round if we see most of these ults come out. We've got TSM with a Lockdown, a Viper's Pit from the shadows, and Seekers. Showstopper, 4 ult points away. Probably not going to get up this round. Meanwhile, Moist going to be trying to use some of these ults early. The Bladestorm does come out. They push out through C, hoping to find an early pick. If they don't, it's an A push. Viper's Pit comes out from Fly. He's over on A. He's also joined by a Proto to potentially use a Lockdown. Sim going to be able to take out 7, who is lurking in B main. It's now going to be TSM getting this spike down, getting ready to get down there. Viper's Pit comes out. No Lockdowns have come out yet, I don't think. No, because there's no lockdown available for TSM. 7, the lurker, had a lockdown, but it was taken out. From the shadows did come out from TSM as well. And now the defender lockdown comes out to counteract the ult, the Viper's Pit that has come out from TSM. And TSM not really going to have the option to disrespect this soul, although they do a little bit. And Corey finds 2 before he gets detained. Definitely good there. Brock looking to try and challenge Tree, and he finds a pick through the smoke. Nature going to take out Fly and Thief, though. It's now a 1v2. Can Brock clutch it out? They know where he is. Spike needs to be defused pretty quickly here. It looks like, no, he's just going to go for the save. Not going to try and clutch that one out. And the chaotic round full of ults does end somehow in the favor of TSM, despite the fact that Moist had more ults in that round. That was played a little bit better there by TSM, I suppose. Just pushing through the timing, especially disrespecting that lockdown in the way that they did. Caught Moist off guard, and Corey was able to get 2 before he got detained. He was, of course, traded, but 2 for 1 special was on the menu, and then Nature finds 2 as well. So very well played from TSM to turn that round in their favor. Lockdown available for 7 this round as well. He was not able to use his ult the previous round. Corey is now only 1 ult point away from his Showstopper. Every single ult that Moist had in that previous round was used. So no more ults for them.
Bladestorm up close range. I mean, it was a wild ride. But we sit at 4-4.
TSM going to be pushing up. Looks like through C. They've got all of their players going, excluding Nature, who's lurking over in A. Per the usual. We'll see if Moist does decide, or does play this a little bit differently than we've seen. They've been pretty much playing these rounds essentially the same. Just with how they are playing this like sort of 2-2-1 setup. They put 2 on C, 2 on B, and then 1 on A. And then they rotate based off of contact. They play off of contact at that point. We've seen Moist do this time and time again. We'll see if they continue to do this, or if it will sort of just be, or if they will figure out how to switch it up. Lockdown does come out. The attacker lockdown, which we did not see come out in the previous round, does come out from TSM, and they're baiting it. They're using it to bait over towards A, it looks like. It may work. Moist has it. Oh, they are rotating off of A. But no sound yet, except for 7 on site. So Moist gonna recheck, and a Proto spotted by Nature and taken out. So now Moist running it over to A, but at this point, not only does TSM have a player advantage, but they have sight. Spike gonna go down. Thief down to half HP. This round could absolutely go the way of TSM. A beautiful counterplay to counteract the way Moist has played.
Corey's got the showstopper. Should guarantee for TSM.
Looks like TSM gonna be ready Plays post-plant. They've given up sights. They're playing post-plant from main. They've got a showstopper. It comes out. Not going to take anybody out. It does good damage to Fly, though. Down to 30 HP. It's now going to be a 4v4. So we're going to take out Sim. Now it's a 4v3. The player advantage TSM had early in taking the site is still there. And Corey takes out Thief. Fly going to take out Corey. Nature going to take out Brock. It leaves the Fly in a 1v3. Can't do a whole lot here. And yeah, 7 going to take Fly out. 2 players left alive for TSM. Makes it a pretty solid round for them to win. And now at this point, Moyes, not only do they have low econ, but they've got low momentum. Suddenly, any momentum they had has been denied. And we may see this timeout come out. So do probably want to figure out how they want to end this half. It's looking like this map may be a little bit closer than Moist would have liked it. Yeah, they do. We've only got 3 rounds left in this half. And so Moist does sort of have to figure out how they're going to play this to try and at least keep it even. Because although this is an offense-sided map, Moist, of course, knows how confident they can be on this map and knows how well they often play on the defense of this map. So they want to try and play their best and continue their dominancy here on the defense of Lotus. So they want to try and get the lead going into the next half, or at least keep it even. They can still get the lead. If they win 3 in a row, they can get the lead. It is going to be very difficult. We do see some of that kill consistency that I like to talk about. Not there for Moist. Flyer with 12. Sim with 7. Pretty close to Thief. 1 kill difference. But then 3 kills down for a Proto and Brock with only 3 kills each. A 3 kill difference between Thief and a Proto. So not really the kill consistency I like to see versus TSM. You've got 9 kills for Nature and Corey, 5 kills for Kentucky and 7. Sure, there's some big kill differences there, but you've got 2 on top, very close to each other. 2 in the middle, very close to each other. Sure, you've got 1 behind, but it's not very far behind. And so overall, I like the way TSM's kill consistency is looking a little bit better than the Moist. And TSM's on the offense, so they don't even need that good kill consistency you like to see versus the defense, which does. And that's why you're starting to see that defense lack, because it means these players are not individually locking down their sights or winning their 1v1s, which is sort of what you need to be doing on the defense. Because otherwise you're just going to get overwhelmed and you're not able to find those trades, which is exactly what you need to be doing on the defense of Lotus. So we'll see if moving forward Moist can do that. This is, of course, an eco round for Moist. Coming off of that timeout, they do decide to switch tactics. They're sending 3 post up in A. It looks like TSM may be ready for that, though. There's 4 in A main for TSM. Getting ready to counteract this. It's just Sim exposed, and he's going to be able to get that pick onto 7. An early pick there is absolutely where Moist would want to be. Thief push out and C, hoping for an early pick himself, but he's probably going to get taken out. Yeah, no, he isn't. Thief able to flick onto GMD. He does eventually get picked off, but that does mean Moist will maintain their player advantage. Although C-Site will be given up because of how far away TSM is, or sorry, Moist is from C-Site. Although TSM playing very slow, they don't know how many are here. The site actually hasn't been given yet. Oh, a big whiff there from a Proto does mean that now Nature able to get that player advantage away from Moist. It's not going to be an even player count, 3v3, but Brock able to take out Nature, now gives that player advantage back to Moist. Sim going to take out Kentucky. It's now a 1v3 for Corey. It's an eco round. It's definitely doable, and it is. The grenade finishes off Sim, and then Corey just takes out Brock and Fly and makes it look easy. The eco round turns into almost a win for Moist, but the clutch comes through from Corey. Although it didn't look winnable, it definitely was. It turns into a win there, and now, although I will say, again, eco round. So it's a decent eco round for Moist, but still, having gotten clutch like that is not where you'd want to be if you're Moist. And now it's time for Moist to be back on a bye. Will they be able to get some momentum back in their favor to close off this half as we move into the last rounds, the last 2 rounds of this half? Can they tie it up? We will see. Sims Op not going to be able to track Corey. Blast hacking across. You know, ass pass. Not going to find that. Now it's going to be down to see if TSM or if Moist can reclaim that missed frag there some other way. A Proto only has a Guardian. Trying to lock down B site. His util gets destroyed, and in response, Brock's going to send out a Sky Dog. They only see 1, though. Turret is seen, and it's broken. And we will now see TSM figure out how they want to play this. The aggressive holds have been working for Moist in this round. They've prevented those early picks. I will say, GMD is very pushed up on this lurk in A main. So he has some good vision to allow TSM to get up pretty far. But it's just a matter of if TSM does want to play off of that, or they could still try and push B and have the breakable go through. Meanwhile, Corey's actually lurking into C, hoping to maybe bait out Moist when he gets spotted. Proto does take Corey out, but it doesn't move Moist at all. And then Sim peeks out from stairs, and he sees so much and gets a pick. So now they know it is an A push. So the rest of Moist going to start rotating over towards A. Brock going to be in stairs watching it. He does find a pick before he goes down, which will maintain the 2-player advantage for Moist. Cross being held by Sim and Flya, watching each other, and Sim going to take out GMD as he's peeking out. Kentucky alone in a 1v4, going to take out Sim. You need to plant. You've got 6, 5, 4, and he's not going to go for the plant. He's able to take out Flya, but the remaining 2 players at this point are just going to hide. Yeah, this round does go to Moist, although they do lose the majority of their players, so they're not going to get any econ stability in their hands, but they should still probably be able to buy this round, at least find some decent guns. Yeah, they will be on a buy, and this is the last round of the half, so TSM, if you're on an offense-sided map, and you're on the offense, keeping it even is the least of what you should be able to do. TSM should definitely be trying to gain the lead going into the next half, because again, very offense-sided map, and we know how Moist loves this map. We know why they love this map. It's because they're so solid on it. Maybe second to Ascent being a better map for them, but regardless, like, it's still a very solid map for them. Overall, Sam gonna aggressively push out a C, hoping to find an early pick. He doesn't, but the trade pick does come through for Thief. Now Thief and a Proto, or not Thief and a Proto, a Thief and Brock are gonna be backing up off of C. Secrets do come through. They only know that there are 2 pushed out on C, but that is 2 out of the 4. So they know the majority of, or a good, I mean, I guess a majority of Moist players are not going to be on A or B. Meaning they know where the most of Moist players are, so they can confidently rotate over to another site and, you know, take that fight with just 1 player on site. Proto is the one on site on A, and TSM is pushing over to A, trying to take him out. Ooh, Proto pushed up further than Nature's ready for. He's wide, not close. Corey's still going to be able to trade it off, though. So this will remain a 3v3, but at this point, with time being played decently effectively, Moist has been able to get over towards A. Oh, but they're not watching drop. Corey able to get that pick onto Brock. Cheeky kill there. Flya now coming for the flank. It is a 2v3. Definitely still winnable. Flya makes his presence known, using that Viper Molly. Sends out his smoke as well to push through. It's going to be good to start this push through. Not going to do anything, though. It's a 1v3 that Thief has to try and clutch out in order to keep it even going into the next half. Can TSM get the lead? We'll see. Time starting to tick down. The second phase of the spike has been entered. He's got to go. Thief, 3 kills now. He's isolated the fights. It's a 1v1. He's not ready. He's not ready for GMD to be inside of the tube or the tunnel, whatever you call that. He's not ready for it, and GMD going to take Thief out. TSM takes the lead going into the next half. This is looking like it'll be a longer map than I think you may have anticipated. But Moist now going to be going to the offense. 7-5 is not... Whoa. What is happening here? 7-5 is not difficult at all for Moist to come back from. What on earth is happening? 7-5 is not difficult at all for Moist to come back from. Oh. Oh, now it's still happening. Oh, never mind. It fixed itself. 7-5 is not difficult at all for Moist to come back from, especially knowing that this is their map pick. We know how good they are on this map, so Moist, of course, should be expected to at least get it to overtime, if not take a win here. We'll see if they're able to. Moist are going to be sending 3 down B, and then 1 lurking in C. TSM doing a 3-player push out to C, looking for some early picks, but Moist is going to be pushed into B. They do open door. TSM opens door to try and prevent the push from Moist, but the flank comes through from those pushing into B, or sorry, in through A main, and it's a really good push. They catch Thief, or sorry, they catch TSM while they're looking into B through door, and that does allow all 3 of those pushers out of C to be taken out. Meanwhile, Flya going to be watching for that flank. He's able to head tap and take out both Nature and 7 in this round. Goes to Moist to start off the pistol round, or sorry, start off this half, which is exactly where you want to be if you would like to tie it up. Because you get that pistol round, and now you can just get the second round as well, so you'll tie it right up, and you do see Moist getting ready to do just that. Well played for Moist to win that early encounter. You see main. Watch that flank. I mean, that was just beautifully played by Moist. They knew exactly what TSM was going to do, and they knew exactly how to counterplay it. They're 5 steps ahead of them at every point. Now, Moist gonna get ready for this A push. There are only 2 on A. It's another 3-player push from TSM out C, which actually does leave B vulnerable, but Moist isn't going B, so it's not a big issue for TSM yet. And, you know, they push out of C, don't find anything, so now they're just going to rotate. Get ready for the possibility of an A push. Door opens, and it looks like Moist going to be committing his A push. We actually don't see very many players or teams go through Tree, but it doesn't matter. It works out for Moist this time around. They're able to kill both of those defenders of sight. It's taken a little bit of time to do it, and Sim did die in the process. Flya still going to be able to take out Konpeki, though, but not, or sorry, Tori, but not before Konpeki takes out Thief. It's now going to be a 3v2. Moist already losing probably more players than they would have liked. Konpeki's in that tunnel, looking for something. He's got a shorty. He's not going to find anything. Brock's going to take him out as he jump peeks out. GMD able to take out Flya. It's hard to believe this was a bonus round, or sorry, a forced buy round where TSM only had classics at the beginning of this. GMDs have been able to pick up a Bulldog, but the Proto and Brock have Vandals. So it will be a big gun dip here. As long as Brock and a Proto play together, should be okay. And they do. They swing together. Brock going to be able to swing first and take out GMD. So although Moist wins it, though, they do win it. And they do get to keep their most expensive guns. But they did lose the majority of their players. So when they go into this bonus round, or what's going to be most likely a bonus round, it should go to TSM. Like, there shouldn't be a whole lot of pushback from Moist, and they don't have a really good chance of winning it. They definitely lost more players than they would have liked. So you do see those 2 players who are able to keep Vandals. Gonna keep them. The other 3, though, they're gonna be on an eco, right? Because this is a bonus round for Moist to try and get some econ momentum moving. So it's a little bit difficult for Moist, and TSM should just be able to win this round pretty easily. They're gonna have a pretty good gun advantage. You will see, though. Moist going to be pushing into B. There's going to be some Killjoy util to ward them off. It's destroyed. It's destroyed, though. And now Moist going to start this push in. Spike will get the opportunity to go down. It's going to default boxes. Planted for main and breakable. And upper. Planted for everything, basically. Thief going to take out GFD. It's not going to be a 5v4. Moist suddenly find themselves with a player advantage. And a gun has been picked up by Thief. Definitely good for that lurk there. Some good value there. Brock going to take out Konpeki, but it is traded off. It's not going to be a 4v3. Sim going to take out Nature. It's now 4v2. 7 going to take out a Proto. It's now 3v2. Corey going to take out Nature. It's evened out in a 2v2. Both of these players do have guns, though. Oh, no way. The flank comes through. The trigger discipline. He knows where both are. Trying not to let himself get in his head, and he doesn't. Head taps both of them, making it look easy. And Moist now takes 3 in a row to start it off, and they do win that bonus, despite being at a pretty big gun disadvantage. It did not matter, and they win their bonus round. Now their econ's going to take a pretty massive boost here. Those players that died going to be able to pick up guns. I will remind you, 2 of the players went into that round with Vandals. The rest are saving. How many players did they exit that round with? 2. And guess what? Those players get to pick up guns. So that means it's pretty good econ momentum for Moist to work with, because those players that were saving or didn't have good guns were okay with losing their lives and being able to buy guns this next round, versus those players who wanted to hold on to their guns did get to. So, or at least those guns that were in play for Moist were held on to. So, point being, really good for Moist to start it off in this half, especially winning 3 in a row. Winning 3 in a row really is good for the start of a dominant half. Sim down to 1 HP, saved by Thief after whiffing quite a bit. It's okay, Brock can heal him, but he's going to use quite a bit of that heal in the process. Moist going to be able to take C site here. 7 spraying through the smoke in Waterfall, trying to maybe try and ward Moist back, but they really can't. TSM now going to be in a 4v5. This is an eco round for them, although Konpeki, Sheriff, Head Tap, Thief going to do some immediate damage. Brock spotted behind boxes. Sim going to lock down Water, taking out 7 and GMD. Brock still behind boxes. They know where he is, but it doesn't matter. Brock going to take out Corey, and Flya takes out Konpeki. Only 1 player lost from Moist. He's had a pretty successful buy round. And now TSM going to be on a buy round. It's a buy from both sides. The first buy from both sides. And we will see if, or we'll see which direction this does end up heading in. There's 3 ults available for Moist, though. They've been able to get up some good ults. They've got a Viper's Pit, Cosmic Divide, Seekers. That Cosmic Divide and Seekers can be used to get onto the site. You then get the Viper's Pit once you're onto the site out. And that does allow you to gain so much momentum. It can allow you to move pretty far forward. Some good trajectory. We will see how this goes.
Not a must win, but it would be nice to have.
You're right. It's not a must.
Moist are going to be pushing into A, it looks like, sending 3. 2 going to be going to watch the flank. These players getting ready to open this door.
Yeah, taking a lot of space early. Gonna be able to get the spike down, probably put the Viper's Pit down on A. Seekers go out first to help.
Yeah, they do come through that Cosmic Divide. Like I talked about, the Seekers come out to help them get onto the site. And then Viper's Pit getting ready to come out, I imagine. The spike going to go down first, although why would you not Viper's Pit first? You get the ult point. I don't know. I won't question it. It actually looks... Yeah, there you go. Viper's Pit does come out. Actually, you wouldn't get the ult point up either way. Never mind. Thief going to take up with Corey and GMD. It's traded off by 7, but a 2-for-1 special is not what TSM would have liked. Fly going to take out Nature. 7 able to mitigate some sort of damage by finding a pick, but then the final 2 players taken out. 2 players left alive for Moise makes that a pretty successful round for them, and that is now 5 rounds in a row to start off this half. Could this be a flawless first half? I mean, we've got some momentum to do it with. It's now 10-7. We went into this 7-5 in favor of TSM, but now it's 10-7 in favor of Moist. Not at all where TSM would have wanted to be. 3 ults available for TSM now, though, after that round, and they're only 1 ult point away from 2 of their other ults. They've got a Showstopper, Seeker, and Lockdown all available. My brain stopped functioning there. Viper's Pit available for Nature, or not Viper's Pit available. Viper's Pit 1 ult point away for Nature, and GMD only 1 ult point away from the Shadows. So almost all of the ults up for TSM. 7 gonna shoot through the smoke and take out a Proto. Now this is another buy round from TSM. They had enough econ saved up to be able to do this. Fly gonna take out GMD for a trade, and now it's a 4v4. Corey gonna send that Showstopper through, looking to do some damage. Not quite gonna be able to, but Thief is isolated and they hunt him down. Corey looking for a pick. Moist looking for picks in return. Corey gonna win that exchange. Nobody gonna trade it off either. Kentucky warding back the push to help save their teammate, or at least get some value for that, which does leave Sim and Fly alone in the 2v4. Oh, the flash, so good. Corey knows where Sim is. He hunts him down. Fly able to mitigate some sort of damage, able to take out Corey. At this point, he should just be trying to take out at least the majority of TSM's players here. Can he do it? No, he can't. 7 gonna take out Fly, and this round goes to TSM. Their first round after 5 rounds in a row of a loss streak. TSM finally finds something. Some good econ stability for Moist will help them secure another buy round under their belts. And now it's down to TSM to try and destroy more of that econ if they can. Moist, of course, not going to be willing to let that happen. TSM able to build up a little bit. They kept the majority of their players alive on that buy round win. But it was still a pretty expensive round because they spent a lot and did lose 2 of their players. So they do need to win another round in order to really get some econ momentum moving. Bladestorm available for Zem. He's going to be using it this round. The rest of the players going to be on a buy. Meanwhile, TSM only has 2 ults now. They used the Seekers in the previous round. From the Shadows now up. And the Showstopper. From the Shadows now up. And a Lockdown. Nature, of course, only 1 ult point away from that Viper's Pit. They want to get it. Moist just pretty much been allowed onto a site. They hunt and take down Nature. It's now going to be a 5v4 for Moist. They do have site taken. They're going to get this spike down. They're going to get some of that post-plant util out as well. And we will see if Moist can get this round up. Sim jumps up with those knives. Doesn't find anything. GMD going to take out Sam. That is a whiff he's going to be thinking about when he goes to sleep tonight. It's going to be a 4v4 now that Sim's been taken out. So a little bit of room for TSM to work with. Breakable destroyed by 7, but now Moist knows where he's coming from. Fly going to take out GMD. A Proto going to take out 7. Fly going to take out Becky. There goes that pusher through Breakable. So Corey now in a 1v4. They know where he is. He's able to get 1 before going down. But Moist is now on that 11th round, and I said that TSM needed that round to get some econ stability under their belt, and they didn't get it. They may have just enough to force a buy here to try and prevent Moist from getting to that 12th round. They're really going to have to push for it, though. Viper's Pit available for Nature. TSM may want to take their final time out at this point, or maybe they'll wait until they're at the 12 round, or their opponent's at that 12th round, rather. But Moist, of course, favored in this series. We may, if Moist wins this map, by the way, we will have seen at the start of playoffs, every single quarterfinals game was a 2-0. Which, like, again, it's designed that way because of the way the seeding works, but still, like, that is not what you'd want or what you'd expect to see from the start of playoffs, his 4-2-0 series. GMD gonna take out Sam. He's pushed up in A main, trying to prevent the push, but he doesn't really. Proto's able to trade it off. Then Thief gonna take out Kentucky, who is holding for that breakable entrance. But now it's gonna be a 4v3 for Moist.
The only thing in their way is Corey if they want to get the spike.
We will see how Moist does decide to play this here. Fly gonna be pushed up. Oh, Nature gonna take out Fly, and now it's a 3v3.
No, he doesn't actually go for the open upgrade. I thought he was going to push all the way through.
We will see how this this does end up being played. Viper's Pit available for Nature. Corey takes out Brock, which does get that spike down. The spike can't go down, but in response, the Showstopper comes out. Hard to believe, but it is already back up. Hasn't gone out yet. He's just going to fire it. Moist was waiting for that Showstopper to go out. Now they know where Corey is. Breakable. He sends that boom pack back to try and push them back. Thief gonna take out Corey. Nature, or sorry, a Proto and Thief swinging that together. Suddenly, that player advantage Moist had is now gone. Spike gonna be able to go down. 7 and Nature are separated, so these fights are isolated, but it doesn't matter if Nature now in a 1v2. Or sorry, not Nature. A Proto now in a 1v2, but he can isolate the fights, but it doesn't matter. 7 just gonna shut it down, and this force buy for TSM, where some of them didn't even have a full loadout, does pay off. TSM will now prevent Moist from getting to that 12th round, at least for a little while. Moist now going to be at an advantage of 11 to 9.
I think you had to give him a tougher fight than a 1v1. I think Brock needed someone else there with him.
Those are some good picks for TSM. Started off in that retake. Well played there. They did have a player advantage with that Showstopper, though. Not finding anything did allow that trade to come through, but still, like, they did have a player advantage, is my point, so they should have been able to win that round regardless. But anyways, another force buy here from TSM, some of them not really with good econ. Again, still no econ stability allowed, so Kentucky only has a Bulldog. Viper's Pit allowed for Nature, or available for Nature. I don't know why I said allowed. Cosmic Divide available for Thief. So some ults for either side, and 3 ults for Moist are near to completion. Fly and a Proto only 1 ult point away from the Viper's Pit and the lockdown. Stop talking about that, though, as Corey takes out Fly in upper. Sim gonna take out Corey. It's now a 4v4. Brock only 1 ult point away from his ult down, the Seekers. They can get it at some point. There is a Cosmic Divide available for Thief to try and play time with, but you may not need to use it. Definitely just use it to wall off that those CT entrances. Thief gonna take out 7. Off angle for Brock, gonna find 2. Sim gonna lock down that push. Their waterfall entrance, and boom, done. That's it. Moist is now at the 12th round. They're 1 round away from securing a 2-0 victory over TSM. Once again, reclaim their title of beating TSM, as they've done before. We will see if they can. Viper's Pit available for both sides, but Moist also has 2 other ults under their belt to secure this round with Cosmic Divide, which they didn't use in the previous round, and Seekers in the hands of Brock. The lockdown only 1 ult point away as well, so Moist very, very close to having 4 ults up, and this could be a devastating round for TSM. They're also on a low buy. You see them forcing TSM, only with Stingers, Spectre, and Sheriff. They only have 1 real good gun. And that came at the sacrifice of no full loadout for Corey. Sim gonna take out 7. Now gonna be a 5v4 for Moist. Moist pushing in, going into CT. Viper's Pit comes out. Kentucky gonna take out Brock, firing through the smoke. Very lucky there. Sim is in a bit of an off angle. Oh, I believe his gun was spotted after that blind came through, but it doesn't matter. A Proto locking down water, finding 3, and now just down to Kentucky. He has to clutch out a 1v4 with the Sheriff. He's not going to do it. Sim shuts him down as the Dagger lockdown came out. Comes to a conclusion. This map does go to Moist, and that's a 2-0 series to finish it off. I mean, that is 4 2-0 series to start the North American Challengers playoffs. Ridiculous. What a way to do it. Let's compare, okay? So, Lotus went 13-7 the previous series. This time it went 13-9, okay? So still the same sort of outcome here. But once again, okay, I will say in TSM's favor, they did better in this series this time around than they did against Moist in the previous series, right? Like this went 13-6 on Pearl and then 13-7 on Lotus. This series went 13-7 on Pearl and then 13-9 on Lotus. They haven't put it in yet, but I want to go ahead and wait for this to update so I can show you all the matchups that we have to come. For now, let's go ahead and take a look at what we have to come in these next few days. Tomorrow is going to be M80 versus Oxygen Esports to start off the upper semifinals. We will also finish the upper semifinals tomorrow with the Guard versus Moist Moguls. Then in the lower bracket, to start off on Saturday, we will have Shopify Rebellion versus G2 Esports. The loser is out of playoffs, no hope of making it to Ascension. And then the second lower round we will see on Saturday will be Faze Clan versus TSM. Again, the loser of which is out, no hope of making it to Ascension. Should be said, whoever wins upper semifinals goes to the upper final. Whoever wins the upper final qualifies for Ascension. So that's a big one. Okay, that's the one you want to look out for. But you may notice there's a big gap between Saturday and then it's a 4-day gap. So we won't play again until Wednesday. Why is there such a big gap? That's when play and relegation will be happening. Play and relegation will be happening from Sunday to Monday. There will then be a 2-day break in between Monday and Wednesday. Play and relegation will be for those 4 teams that didn't qualify for playoffs to earn themselves a spot or try and earn themselves a spot in next year's Challengers. And yeah, that's where we go from here. So again, tomorrow we will be doing the upper semifinals, which will be M80 versus Oxygen, and then the Guard versus Moist. The lower bracket will then happen on Sunday, or not on Sunday, on Saturday. A reminder, on Sunday, I will be over on, on the Conniving Esports, or Conniving, I believe it's Conniving, yeah, Conniving Tournaments Twitch. I'll be over there doing casting of one of their games. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you subscribe. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I'd hope you would consider it. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy, make sure to check back tomorrow, where we will be seeing the upper semifinals take place. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow.